lower bracket looking a little scary as well, Vin.
I mean, we got these teams in the upper bracket. Welcome to the JUNG. They're going to be going up against Liquid, and that's a big series for me personally, just because we didn't actually see Liquid have a great performance last week going out of the tournament very early on. Obviously, welcome to the JUNG. They were that powerhouse roster that made it all the way into the finals. So seeing these two go head-to-head it's a big question mark for me. Liquid, obviously the current champions of North America. A slow start to the season, but I do expect them to have a really nice performance. Super Tees, is there any series you're looking forward to?
Well, I mean, the Fellowship, right? This is a team we've been talking about pretty much every other team, and we've just been completely neglecting the Fellowship, which had a really deep run in the lower bracket last week, and they've got some very explosive compositions, bringing in Marksmanship Hunters and Devastation Evokers, and this is kind of a bit different, and also they were one of the teams to be really difficult for the move, particularly the Feral Druid Hunter composition. So for me, it's have the move learned how to kind of thwart this threat in order to topple them this week, or are they going to be succumbing to their pressure? And then obviously in the lower bracket, I think F tier is definitely one that we need to highlight, Lithy.
No, absolutely. F tier is an amazing team, but that would have been the second series of our day. Quick intermission, we gotta talk about the Power Dotes versus Mentally Damp on this note. Sadly, Mentally Damp had to forfeit their matchup today, which is why the Power Dotes will be moving through to the next round. And of course, kind of where we would have expected a team of that caliber, especially winning last week's Championship Sunday here in NA, to be anyway. But still, it makes for even more hyped energy down there, I think, to see who they are up against of the losing team in those upper bracket matches. But to get back to F tier versus UNITAS, a little bit of a rematch from last week, where quite honestly, the whole thing didn't end too favorably for UNITAS. They got swept 3-0, and especially with F tier bringing in a hammer performance from Shaz on the Paladin, and Saul, I think Ven brought him up as kind of one of the hype players with that enhancement shaman. They did really, really well, and I've heard, Ven, there's a little bit of something they've been cooking over the week.
A little bit of extra spice for F tier, but yeah, they were the team to actually eliminate Liquid from the tournament last week, which I think is a big surprise. Unfortunately for F tier, Liquid got the best of them this weekend, and that's why they find themselves in the lower bracket. So going back and forth with the current champs, definitely not a bad spot to be in. But F tier they're such an amazing team, and honestly one of my favorite teams. They're so easy to cheer for because they do bring in these very unique compositions. I mean, you got Dorito on the Windwalker Monk. We don't talk about him enough, but he's one of the only players playing Windwalker Monk and, getting tournament wins against some of the best players in the game. Obviously, Saul on the Enhancement Shaman and Shaz backing him up on the Paladin. You've got Laros as well on the Warrior. So just an all-star roster, these different cleave setups, they're so unique to them. And I think that's what makes them a little bit difficult to deal with is you can't really, if you're Liquid, you can't really get good war games against a team that's playing Enhancement Shaman and Windwalker Monk, right? So the practice is going to be limited, and I think that's one of the reasons they are such a deadly team. But you talked about that extra little spice. I'm very excited. We highlighted Saul being a little bit of an Enhancement Shaman one trick. The cool thing is he's actually been playing a lot of Ellie Shaman, kind of inspired by the European bracket. So maybe we'll see him on the Ellie Shaman this week.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if we do. And that is actually going to be the first team we have to see. Like Lithy mentioned, unfortunately, Mentally Damp did have to forfeit due to some scheduling conflicts. So we are heading straight into the second series of the day. It's F tier versus UNITAS. Of course, we did send in all of our predictions, including Zico, and we're pretty much all agreed. Mine might be the most out of everyone, but I don't know. I believe in UNITAS. Super Tees, you believe in UNITAS alongside me. Help me defend them.
Now I'm starting to doubt myself. Like, if my prediction doesn't line up with Zico, like, I feel like he's got the best record for perfect prediction. So when this thing pops up, I'm like, does mine match with Zico's? I'm like, okay, maybe I'm going to be okay. And now I'm looking at it like, okay, it doesn't. And it doesn't line up with anyone's. I'm just the only one with 3-1, which maybe gives me an opportunity to get a perfect point. But I don't think the odds are with me right here. But obviously last week, UNITAS, it looked really rough. They were running that Rogue Mage Priest. And typically that composition has been difficult for F tier. Any sort of mage-based team has been difficult, but F tier was able to 3-0 them. So I'm really hoping that UNITAS has leveled up their game here.
Yeah, I am too. I feel like UNITAS, this is a team that we've seen consistently in AWC for so long. Of course, they have switched up their roster quite a bit, but it's still a very talented team. We've got a Brua, Thugonomics, Garbage, Notch. This is a team that could certainly do it. Don't count them out just yet. So if you're in chat, let us know what your predictions are for this series. But it's game number 1 here. Team is facing elimination. Is it going to be F tier or is it going to be UNITAS?
What an interesting composition. A Brua on Shadow Priest. It's not even Tuesday. I know Shadow Priest is getting Omega buffs on Tuesday, but like he's coming in on the Shadow Priest in game 1. This is very surprising, especially when there's a Windwalker on the other side.
It's gonna be a rough day for a Brua, I'm pretty sure. He's pushing in early with a Psychic Scream here, trying to keep Dorito out as they find an opener on Shaz with a Sap, but not really too much follow-up. Naj immediately gets a grapple weaponed, and for the moment, I think we're just gonna get the Shadow Priest, try to run him down a little bit, kind of cross-swap onto Shaz. Garbage taking some good damage off that sack, but nothing explosive happening.
He's fishing for a Hex here. He gets it onto the Holy Paladin, and crowd controlling a Paladin is really effective. You limit a lot of their healing. Now they followed up with a Hammer of Justice, continuing to rain down the pain onto a Brua, and I do feel like this is maybe a bit of an anticipation for Saul's Elemental. They thought the Shadow Priest would do better than the Mage, specifically into that, but they may regret it, because Windwalkers can absolutely tear into Clothies. In the meantime, though, Saul forced to trade his Astral Shift. He's falling behind on 1 defensive. They're still pushing onto a Brua with the Storm, Earth, and Fire pop from the Windwalker. Nice Ring of Peace, bouncing Garbage on his casted heal, but it seems like Saul is taking a big exchange of damage. Actually, it's just consistently back and forth now onto a Brua. Desperate Prayer, Vampiric Embrace. He's supporting his heals. They're setting up a swap onto the Paladin. Are they ready for it? Nice grapple weapon. It looks like Naj is going to trinket that immediately to go for the kill, and is Shaz ready for this? He's being greedy. Lay on Hands comes through, and he will recover, but he is unlikely to see that again in this match.
Yeah, and the Smoke Bomb swap over onto Saul with the Void Torrent. That's some solid damage. Might net them a defensive, maybe even the Burrow. It's the last line he has available. There it is. Shaz behind the pillar, just being cornered by a Brua. The follow-up from Naj is great with the Sap. And Shaz needs to trinket that, gets silenced off the back of that, and Nash is all over them right now. Saul down to 20%, the full Repentance lands as well, Garbage pushing in, and UNITAS is really putting the pedal to the metal. Just the last bit of damage, they can't connect. Hodge onto Garbage, maybe now they turn around, F tier, now in the driver's seat a little bit at the very least, and Brua needs to be careful, has the dispersion if necessary, Sack rotating back up in 15 seconds, and overall I feel like UNITAS, they're in a solid spot here.
Oh, triple crowd control set up onto Saul by UNITAS here. Very clean. Doritos peeling it away with a double leg sweep, though. Great defense by Dorito, denying that setup. Now Garbage is into a blinding light. Can they get a Hex here? Any sort of crowd control? Doesn't look like it. Garbage is free. Should be able to stabilize his team easily with the Avenging Wrath, currently active and boosting his healing. Nice Shadow Step kick from Naj here onto Shaz. Into a Gouge, setting up for a Kidney Shot, but the Gouge breaks early. He's not able to find it just yet. Kidney Shot comes through, forcing the Divine Protection, and they're really gunning down Shaz in these swaps. But Dorito, man, this you can't break his defense. He's got a Paralyze here for the Rogue on the swap. The grapple weapons are good earlier on. I think if Dorito can keep up this defense, I think inevitably Dorito will eventually start to overwhelm the Shadow Priest.
Overwhelming the Shadow Priest is really what you want to do. Defensively, kind of the best kill target, and obviously you don't want to leave a Brua just free casting, which is easier said than done, because a Brua is doing a great job of just getting the pressure out. Shaz forced to throw in the sack once again as Nash is stepping over for a full kidney and a swap onto the Paladin, but immediately gets disarmed here. Dorito with great awareness on that grapple weapon. Swap over back onto Saul, put some pressure on him here on the Ellie Shaman. And so far, it's working out nicely. A Brua taking some punishment. Both casters going fairly down at the moment, but of course, the Paladins have more than enough defensives in their pocket.
Nice.
Garbage actually getting hodged up. The swap onto a Brua is very good. Maybe they can net the dispersion here. It's going down to 20%. Nash dropping to 1 as well. The blind defensive cloak evasion as well. Thrown into the mix. Somehow holds on to his cheat death, but that was a nightmare situation for UNITAS just now.
Another swap on Shaz. If they can easily survive this, they have complete control of the game, and they do easily survive it. Saul had a pre-Astral Shift on a Kidney Shot on the setup prior to that, so his team took 0 damage, and then they overwhelmed them. Now they've got Divine Shield from Garbage. They're really taking control of this. Nice, they stack him up for a double leg sweep. That gets a double trinket. That is a great move by F tier in this position. So it's really up to Shaz. He's got to get ready for a Blessing of Protection on the next stun here, possibly, because Shadowy Duel is available, and Naj is getting into position. Kidney Shot, another swap onto the Paladin. Shadow Blades popped. It's a lot of damage. Naj's line of sighting, but Dorito gets there. And excellent defense from Dorito. Dorito once again with this grapple weapon, preventing Naj's attacks. Now Garbage gets drive-by rebuked here by Shaz as he is able to mount up on that charger, and Rebuke is cast. Really clutch plays from Shaz here. Now he's got a Hammer of Justice on Garbage. Do they have any sort of crowd control out of it? Sol can't get there for the Hex. Garbage is wrapping around the corner. Sacrifice going to trade onto the Shadow Priest. They could swap to the Rogue. I'd love to see a swap on the Rogue here with the next leg sweep in 10 seconds.
That would be incredible. Naj has no defensives left after all. Garbage had the sack rolling. That's out of the window. The only thing standing in between the Rogue and basically the end of his life is a Bob at the moment, and maybe the Void Shift.
Oh, the double!
Brua. So very potent here. There's the leg sweep, but they're not really swapping for the moment. Now Dorito onto Naj. The big damage is rolling in, down to 20%. Shadow steps out back to Garbage. The Bob tossed into the mix as well, but got immediately purged. I didn't even see that light up, and they're still hammering his health bar. Naj dropping lower and lower. Cloak evasion back up just in time, but the swap over onto Garbage with the Lightning Lasso might still work as well. He only has the Divine Protection to keep himself alive. Brewer keeping an eye open for a potential Void Shift, but they recover thanks to Garbage seals. But man, he is going out of mana, and Sol on the other side, he needs to be worried as well. Astral Shift is running out, only has the Burrow left, and Shaz is silenced.
Paralyzed under the Paladin, though. Naj and Abrua still in a bit of trouble here. They're going to have to swap Rogue again, I think. Kidney Shot on Paladin. Fear on the Windwalker. Sol is isolated, but they're going after Shaz again. He still has Divine Shield. I really don't feel like this is the ideal target. They get his Divine Shield, but if that go had been sent onto the Shaman, they might have been able to just KO him with that Shadowy Duel. And I'm not sure if they have enough time to get another setup here as long as Sol can stabilize. Naj actually gets a re-stealth. He Shadow steps in, goes for the full blind. Sol pre-burrows the setup on himself. He's trying to line of sight, possibly heal himself up with some healing surges in a second here, because he is so critically low. He drops a grounding totem behind the pillar. Earth grab, refreshing the earth shields, but a double leg sweep comes through. Sol pops the bloodlust. They're really ramping their damage, but Brua fears them away and sets up another swap on the Shaz. Sol is there, though, to play defense on Naj with that lightning lasso. They get another cheap shot. Is it going to be enough? Garbage is charging in, and they force another Blessing of Protection. Big smoke bomb swap onto Sol, and out of nowhere, Unitas are starting to steamroll F tier.
It's looking good, but F tier needs to hold on to their the humors here, at least for another moment. Garbage has the sack rolling. Another 10 seconds onto Naj's defensives, and this could be lights out if he's not careful. All the Monk CDs are rolling. Actually, they're making a full hard swap over onto Naj. Where's Abrua with the Void Shift? It might need to come in. There's the Cloak backup evasion in 1 second. In the last possible moment, pops that in and should be fine. He's swapping over onto Sol. Sol immediately Astral Shifts just to be safe. Garbage, with the last of his mana, pops in a full Hodge into the Repentance onto Sol. And now it's a race against time. F tier just needs to hold on a little bit longer. They have defensives out of the wazoo at the moment. Sack in 5 seconds. Last option here to kill Sol, but it doesn't look good. And Garbage is This game is about to end, Super.
I think it's over. He's going for a shadowy duel, but it's defensive, and Sol is winning in the duel with the lightning lasso. He roots up Naj. He can't connect to anything. It's desperation for Unitas to cling on to any sort of opportunity. They thunderstorm Naj, but he actually passes him to Shaz, which could potentially set up for the kill, but Naj is just so low. He can't stay on target. Doritos all over him. He's trinketing. He knows this is over. He's going for it. He gouges Dorito again, but Garbage is getting blasted, and Sol closes the kill there, but Shaz could still be in trouble if Naj can make a move, but it looks like he's tapping out. He's going to forfeit here, even despite them being so low, and F tier's Elemental Shaman pick takes game 1.
Looking solid, looking really, really solid. Some good moments for Unitas, of course, but overall, you can really tell that the difference in mana consumption between the two healers, it's night and day. I think Shaz wasn't even dropping below like 60%, 70%, right? So that is a major, major point of concern, because they're not winning off the mana game with this Shadow Priest Rogue. They, if at all, need to improve their setups and maybe force a kill through the defensives, but I don't see that working out at the moment.
I will say at the start of the game, I felt like things were looking shaky for F tier. I feel like Sol was struggling to get his damage going, but towards the end, he managed to get to the top of the meter. So it might just be kind of like a first game warm-up thing. Obviously, this is the first time we've seen Sol kind of branch off from the Enhancement Shaman, so I think there's definitely going to be a little bit of gaining experience in this type of matchup, but by the end of the game, he was absolutely blasting here in terms of pressure. So they really turned it around with this, and so based on that assessment, Unitas really need to consider, like, is this what we should be playing? Nobody is really running a lot of the Shadow Priest Rogue, and at least seen a lot of success with it. We saw a little bit of it in Europe, but like if the move aren't playing Shadow Priest Rogue, then, like, it might not be the absolute best. I kind of wonder if they were expecting something different, if they were expecting Laros Hunter, and they wanted a Shadow Priest instead for that. But I think the next pick phase of this round is going to really determine what their thought process was.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you there. Shadow Priest isn't bad, and I feel like this is a comp that latest point next weekend, the third cup, is gonna
definitely
look a lot better with the Shadow Priest buffs. But until then, you're gonna struggle. And yes, I do agree that maybe expecting Saul's Hunter could have been the angle here, but their F tier is just gonna straight up once again lock in Ellie Windwalker with Shaz on the Paladin. So UNITAS, I'm expecting a swap. I'd even like the mage a little bit better than the Shadow Priest.
If they don't play RMP, I feel like that's very telling, because I feel like a rogue mage priest in this matchup, an Ellie, a Windwalker, and a Holy Paladin, those are like all historically like prime kill targets for rogue mage priest. Like this to me should be one of a decent matchup, at least for them, if not really good. So I'm kind of surprised if they don't lock in rogue mage priest for this. And maybe they switch depending on what F tier locks in blind in the future. But yeah, I really want to see them switch.
Keep in mind, on UNITAS, you also still have Thugonomics on that roster, right? So you could bring in Rogue Warlock into this Windwalker Ellie. That could work as well, especially considering how much pressure Warlock is able to put out currently. That might just force Saul and Shaz and maybe even Dorito to play defensive.
I know Thugonomics doesn't stream a lot. I think he's like an astrophysicist or something in his day job, like some really high level top. I don't know exactly what his title was for that, but I actually queued into some shuffles with him at the top of the ladder on Warlock, and he's been practicing Affliction. So, normally he's been considered like the one-trick Destro lock. Maybe he's played a little bit of Warrior as well on the BlizzCon stage, but he's definitely been working on the Affliction. So I wouldn't, be totally against bringing in Thugonomics here in the current meta, but they're sticking with it. They're going to run the Shadow Priest back again, even though they lost. Once Saul kind of found his footing on the Ellie Shaman, I really don't think the early game is going to look good for them either, and they were so far behind on mana.
The early game, I think, is going to be, once again, instrumental. If you catch F tier off guard as well as you did in the first game, I think if you keep the pressure rolling, you can capitalize on that, kind of snowball that into more defensives on the second go, and maybe on the third or even latest point fourth go, you can get that kill that you need. But I don't think this takes away from my expectations of Shaz just winning the mana game going into this, and Garbage will need to find some sort of way to keep up with the consistent pressure that Windwalker and Ellie Shaman bring to the table.
I mean, it's a lot. That's a tall order for Garbage to be able to do here. Possibly they're going to have to consider setting up drinks. Maybe they went on Paladin too much. Maybe they should swap to Windwalker. But Dorito was just playing such good defense. They have to cover Dorito if they're going to go Paladin, because he got a grapple weapon or a paralyze on Naj every time he was trying to go after Shaz. So they have to get a Psychic Scream on the Monk, but then the Shaman is left open and can Tremor Totem that. So that's why I don't really like this comp. The Tremor Totem, the disruption from the Windwalker, seems like it's too much for the Shadow Priest. It's not enabling the Shadow Priest enough to get these swaps to stick.
Indeed. Make the swaps sticky, add some tar to it, or some sap, I don't know. I don't think we'll bring an Arrested Druid anytime soon, but we're kicking it off on the second map, F tier 1 up. If they win this one, it's match point already. Let's see who takes it on Empyrean Domain.
They got combat with the Zwen there, that white tiger. Dorito just immediately Flying Serpent kicked in and grabbed combat, which means Naj can't sap. And look, he's grapple weapon on his first cheap shot. Naj can't do anything. He's going to blind the Paladin and try and set up a go on Saul, but now he can Thunderstorm Naj, and he's used all of his Shadow Steps to try and connect. So Naj is getting nothing done in the opener here, and Dorito is ramping. Naj is trying to swap back to Peel for a Brua with some cheap shots as well, but it seems like Dorito is totally fine. This is an amazing start for F tier. They get a double leg sweep and a Hammer of Justice, big cleave onto 2 targets, and they pull evasion from that, and they pull sacrifice from that, and they got the Shadow Priest's trinket. So where did they win as far as this opener? They got Saul's medallion, so they can kill him possibly in a shadowy duel or a smoke bomb. Right now they're setting up onto Shaz, and they're kind of ping-ponging between Saul and Shaz, and they need to get ready. Here comes the smoke bomb. Can Shaz get there?
He certainly can, but gets expected with a full repentance here from Garbage. They're swapping over to Dorito on the other side of the map.
Oh, those
he
ports.
is so far out of range of his healer at the moment, but luckily is stabilized within a few globals. Great work here from Shaz. The mana game already turning out to be not in favor of Garbage here at the start. 1 minute in. And the good Psychic Scream from a Brewer connecting. Maybe that's going to turn the tables just ever so slightly. In cap, into a leg sweep, into a full hodge. Shaz probably looking for the Repentance as well. Nice defensive Master Spell from a Brewer. The swap over onto Saul might net some good damage.
Ooh, that
but
knock.
of course, it's Dorito with the Ox Kick. Repositioning a Brewer to Nirvana with that one.
Really trying to catch him off guard here with the double knockbacks. This could be troubling. Dorito, nice grapple weapon before he gets stunned by Naj. Dorito is just predicting everything that Naj is doing in this matchup. Now he's into the Earth Grabber. He's trying to pop the Shadow Blades onto Dorito. If they don't pull a big cooldown with Shadow Blades, they're in a lot of trouble. Another cheap shot. They're really not finding it just yet. I think they should be able to get a Karma with this Repentance if they can continue the push, but they're actually opting out of it. They're going back onto Saul. They basically pull nothing from Dorito in this position. Paralyze onto the Paladin, setting up damage possibly onto the Shadow Priest. Dorito's got leg sweep in 2 seconds. If you can stack up Naj and a Brua for a double leg sweep, they both don't have Trinket. Naj knows that. He's moving away. He cannot afford to stack, but Dorito does have Clash, a new tool for Windwalkers in the War Within. He clashes Naj for a triple leg sweep, and Dorito, man, he is MVP on this Windwalker monk.
He is looking so good. Gets kidney shotted up now, though. Nash wants to strike back ever so slightly. Full gouge onto Shaz. Nice turnaround here. The dispel, the fear dispel here, and the follow-up cheap shot. Divine protection is popped as they swap over onto the Paladin. The damage is
oh my
good,
God.
but will they get more? He's down to 1%. The bubble comes through. No Master Spell to follow it up, but my goodness, Shaz was living on the edge there.
So Brew is playing the Void Weaver Dark Ascension. It's a heavy single-target burst build that you can play with the Shadow Priest, and it paid its weight in gold right there, putting themselves back in the game, forcing that Divine Shield. But now they got to focus on defense, because Dorito is starting to run a freight train over both Naj and Abrua, swapping over with the Storm, Earth, and Fire. Saul jumping away, Naj Shadow Stepping, nice Thunderstorm on the Shadow Step, pulling Naj away from his kidney shot. And this disruption, man, now Naj is in a root. He just can't connect during these burst moments, even with the full Repentance. Now he's finally back on Saul. Do they maybe have an Ox Kick here? They stacked up for a double leg sweep. That's going to force a Blessing of Protection. Saul fishes for a Hex, hexing the Rogue off himself, buying Chaz time to recover from that Repentance. Another bout of great defense from F tier.
Yeah, they are looking solid. The armor impenetrable, but Saul needs to be careful here. Now the Astro Shift is back up. They're swapping over onto a Brewer. Might be able to get a dispersion out of this one. But for the moment, it's only Nash trading the evasion. Sack in a minute for Garbage. Overall, Unitas' defensive toolkit is looking okay-ish, but not good enough, I think. Another good disarm here from Dorito. He's just running down a Brewer right now, and the damage is considerable. And of course, with a little bit of flash healing, you can counteract that, but a Desperate Prayer out the window. There is the Vampiric Embrace as well as the Void Torrent for some good damage. The swap over onto Shaz is solid, netting them a Bob and another source of Divine Protection. Full silence on the follow-up there. They're trying to swap over onto Saul with the Smoke Bomb. Actually getting some decent damage in. This might be the Burrow. Double Fear. This is absolutely a defensive light line that Saul needs to pop in. There it is. Great push here from Unitas.
Yeah, Brew had that Dark Ascension active, and it really boosted his damage for that push. They got major cooldowns from multiple members of F tier, and now Shaz could be vulnerable. He's only got one more Blessing of Protection, but big lava bursts are coming out from Saul onto a Brewer. Dorito rolling over, trying to ramp up his pressure. We're now going to be entering some higher levels of dampening, so that Shadow Priest self-sustain and healing is going to start to get a lot weaker. I love that Saul is pulling Naj on top of a Brewer for Cleave from the Windwalker. That's boosting their damage a lot, forcing Garbage to bubble and sacrifice in this push, and Shaz knows he's the target, so they're pressuring Naj and trying to force him away, and he might just die. It's massive damage incoming onto what's going on. Dorito is just absolutely owning. Full blind comes through. Saul immediately trinkets. They paralyze the Rogue. Defense from F tier looking good as always here in game number 2.
And the mana is gone. Garbage has a few more seconds left in the tank. And if they can't find a kill right here, right now, this is going to look dire and more by every passing second. But Nash gets the last Bob, the Void Shift as well. They immediately swap over onto a Brewer, forcing the dispersion. Everything is gone now. And a Brewer and Garbage, they're kind of looking at an empty barrel right now. There's nothing left in the tank. A Smoke Bomb onto Saul, maybe with this, but it's not quite enough. Dorito has CDs are running. He is on a Brewer. He's going to send him to the next map in just a few seconds.
Shadowy duel.
Actually, Nash with the dual Shadow Blades onto Zol with the Astro shift popped in. He should be able to survive, but it's going to be close. Shaz in a full repentance. Does have a trinket in 1 second. Can he clutch that out? He gets sapped on the follow-up. Sol on 20%. Shaz still greeting it. They're so greedy. And now he trinket lay on hands, but it barely does anything. The Void Torrent is through and Sol is still dying. No defensives. Shaz needs to pull something out of the bag right here, right now, because otherwise it is over. Naj onto Sol. Once again, full hodge onto Garbage. Naj is getting trained by Dorito at the same time. Full silence. Shaz gets the bop in, has Sol stabilized, and the burrow is back up as well, but scary seconds here for FTR.
Garbage is out of mana. Naj is just getting blasted. Doritos all over him. Grapple weapon. Naj can't connect. Garbage tosses in his last big heal to top off Naj in this position. Now he's onto a brew. Dorito gets feared. They're trying to stall. Another setup onto Shaz. Is he ready for the hit here? He just needs to survive. Likely one more attempt on his life, and they should be able to overwhelm UNITAS, and he's done it. Shaz has survived. Abrua has nothing. As long as Dorito can get there, there's nothing to peel him. It looks like at the moment Naj needs to get a cheap shot, I think, in the near future. Spinning crane kick. Big swap onto Naj. Once again, they swap off the sacrifice, and Naj is exploding. Cheat Death has popped for him, and he's got one more chance. One last opportunity. Can he finish somebody here with this setup? It doesn't look like it. Evasion's up. Abrua's got dispersion. Perhaps he can survive a little bit longer. They're clinging onto any opportunities. Garbage trinkets right away, but what are you going to do? You're out of mana. They bop, they disperse, they overlap, and that overlap has left Naj vulnerable. He shadow steps out of there defensively, but Dorito is in hot pursuit. Fist of Fury flying with that Earth Grab route. They can't escape. A full Hex has been secured, and F tier are impenetrable.
Good lord, what a performance here from F tier. Some scary moments for them, because it's Rogue Shadow Priest. You can never count them out. You gotta be careful all the way through. They're always deadly. But F tier not giving themselves an opening at any spot in this game, really. And coming away with the second map win, moving up to 2-0 in this series. Match point for next round. And Super, I like that UNITAS is looking a little bit more warmed up here on game 2. Some very scary situations for F tier. But ultimately, same problem as in game 1. The mana consumption on Garbage just too high. He has to heal too much pressure from Windwalker and Ellie that they can last it as long as they would like to be able to get a win.
I think just typically you don't want to be the team where your win condition is you have to win before your healer's out of mana. That's like a really rough position. But if you are in that position, you need to play around it. So I don't think that they're preventing Dorito from saving his team enough when they're getting these setups. They're getting really close to a kill. If they can make sure that Dorito isn't able to interact and he's not able to paralyze a rogue or disarm the rogue, they can win this before dampening, before this critical mass moment hits where the Ellie Shaman and the Windwalker damage just inevitably overwhelms them. But it seems like the setups aren't 100% isolating their target. It's leaving some openings because they got two very gnarly swaps onto Shaz earlier on in this game, and then they could just never close it out from that point. So for me, I would like to see them go back to the mage. I think that would enable them to polymorph targets when they want to set up, which would prevent the Windwalker or the Shaman from interacting and peeling them far more than the Shadow Priest is enabling them.
I'm with you to an extent. If they do stick to Rogue Shadow Priest, I feel like making the game plan just going even harder onto Shaz might be an angle, because they got one or two really good swaps on him. I feel like they could have put more pressure onto him by swapping more often, investing a little bit more goes into him. And if they, as you mentioned, lock down Dorito from peeling a little bit better, maybe that's an angle where they could find even more success. But generally, I do agree, the mage probably the better option here. Maybe also the Warlock. I'm just not a fan of the Shadow Priest at the moment.
It's just, no matter what you pick, there's like a little bit of a disadvantage. I'd say if you pick Shadow Priest or Warlock, typically you don't like seeing a Windwalker when you play those classes. But if you pick the Mage doesn't really like to see Elemental Shaman. So no matter what, there's definitely, I see a reason for any of them maybe not being locked in. I think in particular, it's just, I don't know if we've seen, like, Abreu is topping the meter. He's doing good overall damage, but it's just not enough. They're not running Shaz out of mana, so I don't know if that's like a difference in possibly build. Actually, I want to maybe take a quick little peek if I can open up the gear tracker to see if Sol is running like Mana Spring or something, because it seems like the biggest issue for them is overall mana.
It's kind of also, as you mentioned, right, Abreu is running this very heavy single target burst kind of Shadow Priest build, and the cleave damage or the consistent rot pressure on the enemy team is not as high as on something like the Ellie Shaman or the Affliction Warlock. And I feel like generally that's where Paladin is starting to use more and more mana. The more targets you have to heal, that's kind of the angle where the mana starts just bleeding out. So as long as the Shadow Priest is not really bringing in this rot pressure, I feel like that's an additional factor to Shaz being able to just out-heal the single target burst attempts.
I mean, it's also just Windwalker monks have a lot of self-sustainability now. I think Expel Harm is now a passive heal, so they're just kind of always providing healing to their team. I think Dorito also plays the Conduit embellishment. I'm going to double check here on the gear checker, which basically is like kind of like a healer embellishment. No, he's playing Ascension this time around. There were some games last week where he was playing the Conduit and redirecting his health to an ally. Which was very interesting in terms of making his teammates a little bit more durable. And maybe that's actually why Unitas aren't playing RMP. Maybe that Conduit build was too much for them specifically, but he's not running it in this instance, so he must feel like he needs more damage, or he could be a target more so he doesn't want to be lower health on that. But it's just a lot of healing. Ellie Shamans and Windwalker monks heal a lot out of all the available DPS now, so the rot damage is harder to stick. For the Shadow Priest specifically. Also, with the Shadow Priest, Paralyze is a little better than Gouge because it removes dots. So Sol can Flame Shock anything that he wants, and if Dorito wants to CC, he can just Paralyze it, it removes the Flame Shock. Whereas if Naj wants to use Gouge, if the target is already dotted, it's going to break. So there's a little bit of anti-synergy there, at least, between the Shadow Priest and the Rogue, where the Shadow Priest needs to consider, like, maybe I don't put dots on this target because we might need to gouge it, which then limits their damage. So it's a little bit more delicate to play around. But I think it's just Ellie Shaman and Windwalker are really tanky, so it's hard to rot them. That's what I'd rather see them bring in. Okay, they're going to bring in more rot. There's no way it's Naj and Warlock. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way Thugonomics is sitting on the bench like, here you go, Naj. There's no way. It's got to be Thugonomics coming in here for game 3.
We'll confirm with the admins, but Shadowplay is certainly that's a different approach to this whole thing. I feel like the additional pressure could be good, especially putting more necessity into Shaz's hands to spend more mana to keep his team alive. But at the same time, you're still running into a Ellie Shaman Windwalker that's just going to demolish either your Warlock or your Shadow Priest.
So in the open bracket, can I look at that here on the Raider.io website? I can. I'm pretty sure F tier fought this composition to qualify. They fought the Abjured in the open bracket when I was watching Sol. Yeah, this is Naz's team, and they were playing Shadow Priest Warlock, and they beat them playing Shadow Priest Warlock. It was 3-1, and I think in one of those games it looked a little rough, like they didn't know 100% what they wanted to do, but this is a matchup they've already played into, and I feel like they've confidently been able to thwart. So I don't know if it's going to work for Unitas. To me, this is like, Unitas are like a rogue team. They're a setup, they're a burst team, they're a playmaking team, and now they're going to like a defense, attrition-based composition. And stylistically, I mean, I have to wait and see if maybe they've practiced this and they've warmed it up and they're ready to go, but I would say stylistically, it's not in alignment with what I would expect from them.
Yeah, no, I'm very much with you. Unitas for me always has been a rogue team, really, right? Over the last few years, you always had Aiden part of that roster. And now swapping that over to Shadowplay, oh, it is actually Thugonomics, so not the big surprise we were expecting. But nonetheless, is it enough to pull out a win and start the reverse sweep here in this series? We'll see. It's match point for F tier. Let's go.
All right, let's see if they can get done here with Thugonomics coming off the bench. But we haven't get to see this guy very much, but he's played on the BlizzCon stage. He has been a big player in AWC history, a long-standing household name, really, but he is under fire immediately as the gates have opened down to 50% health, and Sol is just letting it rip. They catch Dorito in the backline with a Hammer of Justice. He's got great portal positioning, though, and able to avoid another hit there, buying time for Shaz to fully recover, and now Dorito is back on target. Sol is playing on top of Thugonomics here as well. Garbage is fishing for Searing Glares, trying to prevent some connection of damage, but Sol is right there with a wind shear ready to kick him. They paralyze the Paladin, no trinket. Thugonomics portals immediately, but Dorito is in hot pursuit. He uses the gateway, but you are not kiting a Windwalker monk, Thugonomics. He is right back on target.
Yeah, for the moment, they are sticking to him like glue. But how good is that gonna be? Garbage has the sack out already. 2 bobs available if necessary, and Thugonomics is really just trying to kite. Soul Rod coming through, Unstable Afflictions is basically free casting onto Sol right now. but he has the Astral Shift still available, needs to pop that in immediately, as well as the Totem for that big shield is going to keep him alive, and Shaz can keep healing. Nice Hodge onto Thugonomics. The grip is in there as well from Brewer, but Thugonomics is just dying through it nonetheless. Unending Resolve needs to come out, and now he can free cast, bring in some Fierce, bring in some CC, but it's not really helping too much. Garbage needs to top him up, and it's not working. Hand of Divinity coming through, big instant heals, but a Brewer needs to toss in the Void Shift. So much health that is left on the table here as Shaz pushes in for a full Hodge. Thugonomics falling further and further behind, and Garbage needs to bubble and wings to stabilize his team.
Oh, Dorito portals out, portals in, and avoids a big setup there, and now Thugonomics is forced to port away. Dorito should be able to get there, paralyzed on the Paladin. This could be it for him if they're not careful. Blessing Protection immediately respecting this, but Saul might get a purge. Is he going to get lucky on it? Doesn't look like it. That Blessing Protection is keeping Thugonomics safe for a moment, but in terms of pressure, really only Saul looks like a primary target, and as a Shadow Priest Warlock, that's not good. You want triple pressure. The entire team being at full health means you are behind, and Shaz is trying to put them even further behind, dispelling off the unstable afflictions. And these whirling dragon punches onto Thugonomics, knocking him up in the air, preventing him from casting. Double Fear comes through. Tremor Totem from Saul, though, breaking them free. Now Garbage into a Hammer of Justice. Shaz potentially in position, gets the blinding light, but it looks like a Mass Dispel from a Brewer breaks it, but it doesn't matter. Saul is there for a follow-up Hex, but Garbage pre-sacrifices the Hex. They are just playing 2 steps ahead of each other constantly.
It's incredible. Nice gateway there on the knock-up here from Thugonomics. The Ring of Peace trying to disrupt him doesn't really work out the way he was hoping for. Now Dorito under fire. I like these swaps on the Monk a little bit more. Already netting them the karma, but Diffuse Magic is still available, and he's running down Thugonomics. How is he even going to get away? He's trying to waddle back to his port, trying to get away from this Monk, but Garbage standing so close to him, he doesn't want to outrange his Paladin. The Bob comes through. That's going to keep him safe for the moment.
Big damage.
You can see Dorito porting out while that Bob is rolling, and Saul is taking the punishment for a big lay on hands coming in from Shaz. Dispels the dots, gets feared on it for just a second. Dorito reconnecting onto the Warlock. Leg sweep is in. Shaz pushing in for the Hodge. Can he land any follow-ups? You see Brewer sending the Void Fiend in, and the damage is rolling on both sides, but not quite where everyone would like it to be. Nice fear onto Shaz. Can Unitas capitalize on it, or is Thugonomics just gonna die here?
Oh, he fakes the kick. He can get a lot of pressure out potentially here, but he gets clashed back into the mix. Dorito's there. Dorito actually choosing to diffuse off dots and put Thugonomics even further behind. Such a difficult matchup that Unitas have really placed themselves in here. It's match point. They face elimination. They're so close to death at this point. Garbage has basically no options for Thugonomics. He tries to portal away, but Dorito's just immediately back on target. Fist of Fury flying through. If Thugonomics can fake a kick, maybe he could be in a good spot, but Whirling Dragon Punch punches him up into the air. He goes for the Haunt. They're trying to take down Saul. Can they pull this back from the brink? No, Shaz denies it, and now Dorito is ramping. Double leg sweep. Big mistake on the stack here. A full Hex comes through, and Thugonomics might be lights out. He portals away at 10%, but Dorito chases, he gates. Dorito rolls over, he's got freedom. They can't snare him. He's right back on target, and Garbage, what are you going to do? A Brewer grips him, but they just can't kite the Windwalker. Thugonomics is doing whatever he can do to get away, but he just can't get Dorito off of his back. He fakes another kick. A miracle fake out here from Thugonomics. Can he get some fears? Can he get control of the Windwalker? He's actually just standing his ground. Thugonomics is trying his best to just stand his ground and make something happen.
Yeah, they swap over onto Shaz. The damage is good. They force him back, but it's not letting up any of the pressure onto this wall. Or Garbage is bleeding mana. It's looking a lot better than last game, but he's still behind. Swap over onto Saul, forcing that Astral Shift once again. Dorito still safe with Karma in his pocket. Diffuse Magic on cooldown for another 10 seconds. The next Haunt coming through. Shadow Ball procs. Big damage. The leg sweep gets trinketed and ported immediately. Double trinket actually here from both casters on Unitas. The coil comes through. They need to make something work here with the Void Torrent, but that gets cancelled immediately. Abruak scared off that interrupt, and Thugonomics once again swapped to Dorito is on his back. Earth, Wind, and Fire, and the strike of the Windlord. Maybe Saul on the cross is gonna be knocked out, but it's not quite enough. Shaz has to bubble to keep his team alive. The pressure is on. The second bubble from Garbage in as well. A full Hodge onto the F-tier healer. Thugonomics dropping below half once again, and the heals, they really need to come through. Nothing left in the tank, no health stone, the lightning lasso, great grip from a Brewer. He's off healing with the flash heals and somehow keeping Thugonomics alive. Another port out, but Dorito is placing his port on Thugonomics' port. He is on top of him. Touch of Death range is in very close proximity, and there it is. F tier knocking out Unitas with a 3-0.
I feel like Unitas are way too much in their heads. I feel like RMP. This matchup should have just been RMP. I feel like they went way too far in their heads in terms of trying to like theory craft something that could maybe just potentially win in dampening, because I feel like as a Windwalker, you love Warlocks, you love Shadow Priests, and they're both on the same team. You're just licking your chops, just like, yeah, like this. send this to me. Doritos having the time of his life in this matchup. He just diffused dots. He gets 100% uptime. Like, even with Thugonomics faking so many kicks, and they're using the grips and the ports and the gates, they just can't get them off. And even with them free casting, they still can't get pressure in this matchup. So, to me, this is just Unitas too much in their heads. I feel like this, in some situations, maybe the RMP is not going to work. I don't know how many of those there are, really, but there might be some situations where it doesn't, and maybe you need to do this, but this was not one of those.
Maybe just a lack of confidence. I mean, it is Cup 2, it is a fairly new team, and I think maybe that can play a role.
I mean, it certainly could. These players might still be fresh, kind of feeling out the roster, how things work, what comps work for them. I mean, Unitas especially, we saw that they are able to make those changes and kind of make those adjustments to try and make it work, but they weren't able to make it today. Do you feel like this is a composition, Supatis, that they should have opened up with on the side of Unitas?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
absolutely not. I think you put the Shadow Priest and the Warlock on the bench when there's a Windwalker Monk.
Boy.
When there's a Windwalker Monk, you put.
Bench, man.
I mean, in this matchup, I think you put a Warlock and a Shadow Priest on the bench. Doritos, Saul, and Shaz, though, just have insane defense for those first two games against the Rogue. Shadow Priest specifically, just completely impenetrable. But yeah, I think that Unitas should have done RMP in this series, and then maybe changed if F tier came up with a different composition later on.
What about Thugbear? Think we ever see Thugbear again?
I think Thugbear is. I think he's long gone. I don't think.
Oh no.
That's just gonna be an age-old legend now. From who was he playing with? I think he was playing with Smexon. That was like a BFA tournament. That was
when he was on.
He played Thugbear at BlizzCon. You know what's funny though?
Yeah,
is he's not the only player that's played a tank at BlizzCon. Bean has technically made it the farthest in a tournament with a tank. He got one game away from winning BlizzCon as a prop. Has technically made it the farthest in a tournament with a tank. He got one game away from winning BlizzCon as a prop paladin. He's the furthest. Yeah. He was almost world first tank AWC champ.
Can you guys please not give the solo shuffle players out there any ideas?
I don't think tanks are coming back in the
matches.
I don't think there's any chance of them coming back right now in shuffle.
All right. Well, hopefully they'll have some other comps that they can maybe work out the next time we see them, because unfortunately they are knocked out. Unitas, we're going to see F tier moving on forward. This is a team that a lot of us here on the casting desk were excited to see perform, and they certainly did that today with a 3-0, and that means that Supatis, we were correct in our predictions, but unfortunately not quite with the
perfect
3-0 slam. Yeah, not perfect, but I don't know. I feel bad giving teams like a 3-0. It doesn't feel good doing that. It feels a little
You're making your prediction with your heart and not your brain. Like, I don't want. I think they can put up a fight, but it's in reality, no.
Well, I kind of do it with my brain and then, my heart after with like the actual individual score. It's worked out for me. Yeah. But anyways, let us know in chat if you got it correct, because that was certainly a banger of a series here. 3-2, not a 3-2. Nice 3-0. F tier. Moving on forward down there in the lower bracket. It's been an exciting series, and we're going to move on to another one. It's actually in the upper brackets. Welcome to the JUNG versus Team Liquid. This was a Team Liquid that we saw in the lower bracket last week, Lithy, and they're definitely having a better weekend here in Cup number 2.
Oh, I hope so, man. This is Team Liquid after all. This is one of the superstar teams. Back in the last season of Dragonflight, the big question was, who can beat Liquid? Like, is there any team? And now, well, we brought them back. We brought the legends back. Drake and Prev are here. They got JUNG in their pocket as well. It's gonna be an incredible matchup, and I think one that almost anyone, from the moment that they heard that Drake and Prev are back, has been waiting for. Liquid versus Welcome to the JUNG. That's gonna be a banger.
It is definitely going to be, and I know that, Sidu, we saw him tweeting out last weekend after that series that they were kind of disappointed in their performance and that they were going to come back even stronger next weekend, and they certainly did that. But welcome to the JUNG. They are a incredible roster themselves. They did very well last week in Cup number 1, and I'm sure they are prepared for this series. So before we get to that, we're going to head to a break. Before we do head to a break, we're we're going to play the first round of Whose Spell Is It Anyways? Are you guys prepared for this one?
They said they were going to get harder now.
I'm scared.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Yesterday, they said they gave us the easy one. I think it was a Shadowy Duel or something was the easy one, and now they're going to get hard or something. So this, I'm a bit
two
worried.
out of three of us get that wrong?
I don't remember. I think Shadowy Duel, and we all did pretty good. There's
okay.
2, and there's a 40-yard range. And
Is it
it's
just
instant.
Death Grip?
Grips the target in, and something over 5 seconds. So I don't think Life Grip does anything over 5 seconds.
Oh, wait, yeah, neither does. Okay.
It's either Life Grip, Death Grip, or possibly
Abomination Limb.
yeah, that it could be that one. It could be what's the other one from Blood Decay?
What's the Evoker Grip?
Gorfine's Grasp.
Yeah, the Gorfine's Grasp would be a curveball because no one plays Blood Decay in AWC. So, but I think Abomination's Limb.
A-Bomb
not
doesn't
even
do
listed.
anything though. It
Okay,
just
I
grips
mean-
it in.
Okay, it's either Leap of Faith or Death Grip, right?
Death Grip doesn't do well. I mean, maybe it changed in the patch again, but Death Grip
Gripping
it
Roots
just
is
grips
nothing.
them.
Gripping Roots is nothing. That's not an ability. That's a bait. Lightning Lasso doesn't grip targets. So Leap of Faith or Death Grip are the only ones that grip. I think they both have a 40-yard range. Is that the tell? Does Death Grip have a 40-yard range? I don't think it does.
I'm not sure.
But then what would Life Grip, Leap of Faith be doing after 5 seconds? But then what does Death Grip do after 5 seconds?
Nothing. It doesn't do
Slows?
anything.
Was it slow?
I think if you have a talent, it
I'm-
slows. But I don't know if that's on the baseline tooltip or if that's included on the tooltip when you talent it. I want to say Death Grip. But I don't think
have
that
no
has
faith in
40
I'm
me.
gonna go
yards.
Lightning Lasso, actually. I'm gonna go Lightning
Grips
Lasso.
the target in. I guess it's yeah. Lightning Lasso is a 5-second stun. It's instant.
What's Gripping Roots?
It's nothing. I don't think it's anything. If it ends
Okay,
up
I'm
being
going-
that, it's gonna be so troll. But
I'm
pretty
also
sure it's
going with
literally
Lightning
nothing.
Lasso. Then
I'm going Death
'cause
Grip, but I'm gonna regret
You
it.
just don't believe me, do you, Sid?
I just feel like it's instant. What does this 2 mean? 20-second cooldown? The 40-yard range? I don't think Lasso's a 20-second
I don't know.
cooldown. But what if it's a... What is Lasso's cooldown? 45?
I don't know.
It's 30. It's not Lasso, because one of these numbers would be a 3. It's Death Grip or Leap of Faith. I think it's Death Grip. I'm going Death Grip.
All right, let's see production. End our suffering.
Ow!
Hey!
1
Let's
yard
go!
range, 40. It was 45.
Woo!
It was 45-second cooldown.
Okay.
I was like,
Lightning
is it
Lasso.
40? I swear it was like less than that or more than
Person
that.
of the target is
45.
lassoed. Move while chat. Okay. Oh, it does damage while targeted. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, look at us.
The
Okay.
word grips. Oh no. These literally...
Boy, these
Oh,
don't
no.
even look different.
There's the one difference is the color on D, and then C is like a little white string, and the
Oh,
middle
yeah.
bottom is short. And then what are the differences between A and B?
The little string. There's
There's
like a
the
little
extra white line
yeah.
on the
Oh,
P.
on the loop of the lasso.
this is literally
Yeah.
deciding which one has more whiskers than the other one, and I don't know.
I'm going with A. I'm feeling A. It looks like the right color. Because like the loop part is probably
Yeah, but
supposed
D
to be the
is
grip,
wrong.
right?
D is wrong.
Yeah, D
Sure.
looks
It's too
wrong.
Yeah.
bright. But I kind of want to say B
Actually.
or C. I'm just disagreeing with I at this point.
Hey, that's all right.
I'm saying A. I'm saying A. Or do I?
I never look at the tooltip this closely. It's usually really small. I feel like
No.
I'm learning more about what these tooltips actually are. Like,
Yeah, no, it is
I'm saying
interesting
D.
seeing them up close. D.
So-
Okay, I'm saying
D.
A.
going with a different
Sid,
color.
what are you saying?
I'm gonna say. I think now I'm going A. I don't think it has that little extra string on the top. It's a lasso.
Yeah,
It wouldn't
I
be
don't think
loose
so
like that,
either.
or it'd be a poorly tied lasso.
Yeah. All right, let us know. Production. Reveal the answers.
They threw CR2 purple, man. I don't believe it.
Oh, it's A or D.
Oh, no.
There's no way it's just an
Oh, D
I
looks
wanna-
like they
I
turned the
wanna log
saturation
into the game
up.
right now. I want to log into the game right now. And
Oh,
see.
Sid's upset. Yeah, you find that
Am I getting
information.
my names right
I'm
now?
not.
Log into
I'm
Battle.net.
refusing this result
We
here.
don't have
I
time
don't
to
believe.
reveal it, but
Nah, the other three were too purple, man. Shaman is blue. It's not purple.
Be purple if it wants to be
Too
purple.
much purple.
Hey, this is a very purple expansion. You never know.
Hey, we were right about the string on top, okay?
You got a point.
We didn't have the
We
string
were.
on top.
Yeah, we get a
right.
point for that. We should get a point for that. All right, well, let us know in chat if you are correct. And we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to have Welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in the upper bracket. Is Welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid. Ben, I think it was you that was saying you were excited about Welcome to the Jung early in the day.
I mean, I'm excited for both these teams. I mean, Liquid had a bit of a slow start for the first cup, so it's nice to see them in the upper bracket, and they're going to be going head-to-head with Welcome to the Jung, who had an absolute dominant performance last week. Didn't drop a single game until, unfortunately, they got reverse swept, but the reverse sweep still, I mean, even though they didn't win, they were looking absolutely crazy. So I think they're still one of the most feared teams in the tournament, and I think this is going to be a really great series.
So as well, we can take a look here at the predictions. We got Lithy, Zico. I think we're revealing the rest of them. What are the predictions? They're really making it dramatic here.
This is what they dragged it up for? Is this exactly the same?
Oh, ooh, that's awkward.
Right. Hey, I got a Zico prediction match. I'm feeling good.
You did.
You're feeling good right now.
You're safe. Hold on.
Yep,
Production, can we change mine to what Zico said? Can we just flip it? Just flip the numbers real quick. I don't know. I feel like Team Liquid, I feel like they had, not a great cup number one. And I just feel like that might be kind of a motivating factor for them to try and, make a comeback here. Obviously, welcome to the Jung. Great team. They had a great performance for Cup 1, and I'm sure that they're super prepared for this one. But I'm kind of hoping that Team Liquid turns it around from how they did last weekend. So we'll see what they can do. It's Welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid. We're here in the upper bracket. Winner of this one moving on to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, very exciting. And just as expected, Welcome to the Jung. It's the Uno reverse. They're just playing the composition they lost week. So we're going to see Nick's debut on this team. Drake on the Feral Druid and Zhang now playing the Paladin. So this is the exact matchup that Welcome to the Jung lost in the finals. Let's see if Liquid can turn the tables.
To be fair, it might be a harder matchup because Cubsy was playing Arcane, so they're playing Frost, so this might be even more difficult for Liquid in this specific scenario. I was wondering if they were expecting a mirror with Rogue Lock head-to-head, so they'd likely need to readjust here for this type of matchup. They don't have any Dwarves, so they don't have any Stone Forms for the Feral Druids. I do think they were expecting a Rogue, otherwise they would have ran a Warlock as a Dwarf and not an Orc, so this is going to be kind of rough, I think, for Liquid to try and figure out this matchup, but Sam, precog King, gets a bunch of casts out there after faking that interrupt there from Drizzy.
Yep, gonna go ahead and get out some curses. The one nice thing for Drake and Nick is they can just spam decurse in this matchup, and that really limits the damage that the Affliction Warlock can do. Maimstun on Sam Miami gets gripped out of the Frozen Orb and Blizzard. Really, really good positioning there. I want to make sure you get out of those Frozen Orbs as quickly as possible.
Oh,
another Blizzard
fake.
comes down. Zhang in the back line. Big damage incoming from Nick, but no crowd control on CD just yet. Going to be using that ultimate penitence. Go up into the air and try to reverse the pressure.
Oh, Trill,
Welcome
man.
to the Jung. They just need to weather the storm.
Trill just got rooted for like 20 seconds, it looked like, on the corner there. He couldn't connect at all. They're trying to set a setup here with the blind, but Drizzy pre-Heart of the Wilds here with Barkskin. He gets caught in a coil, and Cat could maybe be a big opportunity. Shadowy Duel, they're going all in. Not enough damage to get the kill. Renewal pops through. Drizzy survives there. Medallion for Duel is a more than fair trade. Also, Sea-Doo is playing Undead, man. There's no fear. There's no fear to will out of, bro. They thought they were getting a Warlock team. They are at a huge disadvantage on racial selection here.
Yeah, full bash on Sea-Doo. Drake going for the Cyclone. Can he find it? Does get shut down. Beautiful spell lock there by Sam-I-Am. So this is kind of an interesting strategy. Trill is just trying to keep Nick and Zhang at bay. Sam-I-Am is doing what he can to kind of drag Drake. So he wants to pull Drake away on that Feral Druid and be able to get those full damage over time effects, get that burst out, and then Trill can come back for the stun lock. So it's a bit of baiting Drake as much as possible, but unfortunately he's not really fallen for the bait just yet. Zhang is always in a position to kind of keep him alive. Zhang goes through the spell on the coil, and they're continuing this push here onto Sam. Sea-Doo gets a nice fear, though, on Zhang. Beautifully done, but there's just no pressure. Huge damage incoming on Sam, and that's going to be the barrier from Sea-Doo to try to slow down the incoming pressure, but this is looking good for Welcome to the Jung.
It was also Sea-Doo's Medallion because they got a polymorph. He's just dying even without crowd control. This is insane pressure coming out from Welcome to the Jung. This is a huge game one, given that these teams can flex so many different comps. They're sending a Hail Mary after Zhang here. Can they drop the Paladin? No, he just immediately heals himself back to full. That swap net's nothing. Another Comet Storm is incoming. Zhang's pushing in for some crowd control. He's trying to bait the fate of Sea-Doo. He gets the Blinding Light. They pre-paint suppression, but he's dying through paint suppression. They get a bash. If he gets the clone here, it could be devastating. He does get the polymorph, and it's even longer of a crowd control chain. Sam-I-Am's in trouble. He's trying to pour it out of line of sight, but a big bite hits him right there immediately on his back. Another big bite comes through. Sam fakes the kick, but he might just die. It's overwhelming damage. Trill steps over, but they bop the cheap shot. They need to dispel the fear. Keep Drizzy on target because this Feral is tearing Sam to pieces.
Yeah, there's the Void Shift. Sea-Doo, the last line of defense has been used. He's in a full Hammer of Justice. Sam-I-Am in a Maim Stun once again. Nick and Drake want to close this out. Sea-Doo still in endless crowd control, polymorph, cyclone, stuns. He is really struggling to keep his team alive. Finally has a moment to breathe here. Going for a few heals, but still just cannot top them off. I mean, look at the pressure on Liquid. All 3 members are rotting down. Drake and Nick are putting out huge damage. Sea-Doo just can't heal through it. A big power word shield comes in. Spell stolen! No, the spell steal comes in. Sam I Am is so vulnerable. I think that could be the game. Polymorph lands on Sea-Doo. Unfortunately, it breaks that Frostmage AoE, frees Sea-Doo from the crowd control, and keeps Liquid in the game.
Oh, Haunt comes through with Ultimate Penitence. A last chance, last-ditch effort here from Sea-Doo to try and add some damage to his team. But Drizzy's just in bear form. He's just tanking it, looking impenetrable at the moment. Now he's getting back on target, building up those bleeds. They grip Sam, but they grip him on top of his port. He's not going to have a lot of mobility here. He's trying to line of sight the mage, fake the skull bash. He can't fake it. He's into a bash, double stun initiation by Drizzy, and they're just going to get dunked. And welcome to the Jung, man. Absolutely dominating. Nick topping the meter. Like, we saw Chanimal, ripping it up on the Warlock, but he's out damaging the Warlock. I mean, the Feral Mage are looking more like the Warlock team than the Warlock team is.
Oh, I mean, that's really, that's how you play Frostmage now. Frostmage is just all about damage. Like, you're such a bruiser. It's really difficult to take a Frostmage down, especially when you have a Paladin backing you up. You have basically all instant damage that's completely unavoidable. And you just get these little micro CCs. Like, sure, if you find a polymorph, it's great, but you'll see that a lot of them end up breaking anyways. But just like these little Dragon's Breaths, stun locks are enough. And every single time the Icy Veins is available, Nick is going to put out a tremendous amount of damage. So, see here, Ultimate Penitence comes in for Sea-Doo. And it's looking like maybe they could stay alive, but still a little bit of a rough situation. But it's this final crowd control chain on Sea-Doo, where Sam I Am, unfortunately, it's just overwhelming pressure. Nick getting a lot of connected damage as well. Drake, I think he goes for the maim stun. Yeah, so it's a full maim here onto Sea-Doo, and I think they just take him down in the double stun, and a Dragon's Breath. So you don't even need to get like cyclones into polymorphs to win. That's just like the added bonus, Like, if you can get a polymorph, great. If you can get a cyclone, great. But you can just put out as much damage as you can, get these little instant CCs, and it can be enough to take down a Warlock.
I kind of want to come up with like a nickname for Welcome to the Jung. I want to call them like the Chameleons. Like, they just can blend into whatever meta they need. They are just literally everything in WoW all at the same time, because they lost to the Feral Mage, and now suddenly this week it's like, what? They're just immediately they're now the Feral Mage, taking complete control of the tournament. Like, this was such a confident win for them in game number 1. Now maybe things do differ if Sea-Doo and Sam I Am are able to play some different racials. Maybe that slows the game down a bit for them, but it seemed like they were just getting munched.
Yeah, it's just spam decursing too. Like, I think Drake is probably playing. I'm going to check the AWC companion really quickly, but if Drake is playing decurse and as well as Nick, it's so difficult to get a lot of burst damage going. It really slows down a lot of the rot that the Warlock has available. Every single interrupt is going to be going on to him. He's getting locked on Haunt. He's getting locked on UA. He's getting locked on Malefic Rapture, and it just becomes so difficult. So I feel like I've seen this matchup enough, and especially you kind of mentioned it, and this is exactly how I feel. Last week, we saw Cubsy play this as Arcane, and I actually think Arcane is way worse. Really, like I think they won, not because he was Arcane, but in spite of the fact that he was Arcane. Like, I think it's actually much more difficult when the Frost Mage is in the game. Welcome to the Jung. I think they know that the damage is just, you can't stop it. All of a sudden, it's not like you can kick the Arcane missiles. You just can't stop any of the incoming Ice Lances.
You know what's also cool about this series? I feel like Zhang Bahai, with his kind of like debut in the tournament scene last season, that there was a rivalry that started to build between himself, Sea-Doo, and Absterge. I remember them tweeting memes about like, I'm now the best shaman, and no, that this week Absterge won, so now he's like, I'm the better shaman, and then Sea-Doo won, and he's like, I'm the best shaman. So we still kind of got this top level rivalry going on, and Sea-Doo is actually going on the shaman in game number 2, the first time that we're going to see him on this specialization, and Mez is coming in on the Unholy Death Knight.
Very interesting. So in my mind, what Welcome to the Jung is running is insanely good into Cleaves. So I don't really know how this is going to work. The only pressure point I could see for Liquid is that they go after the Paladin. Like, maybe you're playing a Paladin killing comp, and maybe the Shaman coming in is going to be enough. Like, but I'm really not sure. I kind of feel like the way this game is going to go is Trill and Mez are just going to get cleaved down, and Sea-Doo's going to be put in crowd control. But I do think that one vulnerability in this match is the Paladin. So Zhang needs to be very careful. If he gets put into stun locks and to strangulate, I could definitely see Liquid taking him down, especially on hook point.
Yeah, I just feel like the Feral, the Mage, they're really durable. A lot of Blessing of Protections as well for goes. Paladin seems like it's got to be kind of the main focal point. They've got a good map to do it, so it's really just now up to Zhangbahai, like how well can he survive if the pain train comes his way. But he's got a feral and a mage peeling. You can't ask for better peels, so I don't know if this is gonna work for Liquid. I'm trying to think, maybe in their mind they're thinking the Resto Shaman will be a lot of disruption. It can stop cyclones, it could stop polymorphs, it could static field enemies onto the Death Knight and the Rogue. Maybe they can like stack them together and AoE them with like a double Death Grip, Blinding Sleep, static field totem or something like that. But yeah, this is typically not a good matchup, as you've said, into the melee cleave. So to me, this is a little bit desperate from Liquid, because I also don't think they were expecting this comp for this series. So for them, it's like, I think they were expecting the Rogue lock. They wouldn't have locked in the races that they did in Game 1 if they weren't. So are they prepared for this type of matchup?
That would actually really surprise me, because I feel like Welcome to the Jung, they have just been spamming this. Like, ever since they lost to this comp, they've just been playing it, 5-6 hours every single night. So if they were expecting the mirror, that would really surprise me. It looks like we... No, I don't think it's a remake. I think it's just the frames, yeah. So it's open here in about 2 seconds. We'll see where Liquid decides to go. I think their main target is going to be Zhang, but Zhang, knowing he's the target, he's probably playing Emblem. He's probably playing Maximum Versatility. He's the Dwarf. Like, it's going to be difficult to take him down.
Do they get a sap? Sidu and Mez stayed so far back and they don't get a sap. Double stun from Drizzy. Trill needs to engage. Gouge onto the Paladin. Kidney Shot comes through onto the Feral Druid, catching him in cat form. But a blinding sleet hits the mage, denying a lot of damage. And now Mez is really starting to ramp up here. He's popped the Abomination. He's got the 4 Horsemen onto the battlefield, Strangulate onto the Paladin. But it looks like it got removed there a bit early there. Did he Stoneform? It's just not tracking it. And now Mez is on the back foot. That swap doesn't get anything. They're trying to get pressure onto the mage. Actually doing a surprising amount of damage onto Nick at this point, forcing his medallion as he's trying to escape with that frozen orb, pinning Trill and Mez.
A lot of damage out onto Mez and Trill. They're just going to be getting cleaved down by the Frost Mage and the Feral Druid. Hammer of Justice now into Sidu. And they get anything to follow it up. It doesn't look like it just yet. Zhang gets gripped in. He gets caught into a stun. So great pressure here for Liquid. But Sidu is really struggling on the heals. And this is the main thing that's difficult about Shaman, is you just don't have that much healing. Like, if the team just focuses on pure aggression, you eventually just fall behind. So Sidu needs to be very careful. He's not falling behind on healing, trying to keep his team nice and topped off in this game. Trill still just rotting down as they continue their pressure, going after Drake. Beautiful smoke bomb, and Mez does get the double blinding sleet also. So good crowd control, good attempt here, but Zhang manages to find the Hammer of Justice on Sidu. Can he get anything else? Doesn't look like it. I wonder if he should be playing Repentance here.
Oh, it's so much damage on a Mez right now. Any magic shield gets cut through. Trill is still rotted down. Sidu has a lot of work here. He tops off Mez, but Trill is still low. Spamming out those Riptides. Slowly but surely picking him back up into the fight. Evasion, going for a kidney shot onto the Paladin. Drizzy sees it. He's in bear form. Double Snowdrift from Nick, landing a double stun here. Puts him in a great position to slow down this assault, but even despite that Snowdrift, they're still staying on target. Shadow Dance going to get popped here. Big setup on Drizzy. He trinkets immediately, pops the survival instincts, and now, surprisingly, Liquid, I think, are starting to look good. They're starting to force major cooldowns. They're getting trinkets. They're maintaining their momentum. This is another Abomination, another Riders of the Apocalypse moment for Mez, and is he going to be able to topple Drizzy with this cooldown?
That's a lot of pressure. Sidu getting involved too, getting that static field totem down, and Zhang is really struggling to keep his team alive. This is an overwhelming amount of damage from Mez and Trill. This cleave is working out way better than I expected. Drake could easily just fall. Zhang finally connecting some big heals here with his Avenging Wrath. Will be able to stabilize the team, and now it's going to be up to Welcome into the Jungle to get aggressive.
Oh,
Nick
that root.
going for a little bit of a snowdrift here. Mez might just die to damage. Spirit Link comes in. There's a full Hammer of Justice, triple cleave here for Welcome to the Jung, and this Icy Veins is deadly, Sid.
Oh man, they got everything. They got the medallion. Sidu's trying to hide a Healing Tide. Isn't going to have enough time to tick here. Any Magic Shield is buying a couple more seconds on the clock for Healing Tide to ramp up, and that's going to give a lot of AoE healing. Sidu's Healing Tide, big values, tops the team off. Nick is blinking in, but he gets pulled back into the mix by Mez. Zhang is chasing down Sidu. He sees him. He's moving away, but Drizzy jumps over for a stun of his own, looking for the Cyclone. Can Mez get there? He can't. Full Cyclone, no trinket. He's on target. Mez in trouble. Ducking behind the pillar to line of sight the Frost Mage. Smoke bomb defensively on Sidu to deny the polymorph. Insane play from Trill. That is some 300 IQ smoke bomb to break that CC chain.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Liquid not looking too bad in this game, but Sidu's falling behind on mana. And that nice next Icy Veins, I think, could be lights out. Nick has that up in about 30 seconds. I don't know if he's going to be able to get a shifting power off or not. Make it a little bit quicker, but Blessing and Protection trades here for Zhang, just keeping his team nice and aggressive. Is there any crowd control here on Sidu? Finally, the Hammer of Justice lands, and Mez might just die. That's it. Gets crushed, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, this composition is so deadly because there's been variants of Pharaoh Mage in the past where you really have to get Cyclones. Like, you need Cyclones, you need Polymorphs to win. That isn't the case anymore. You literally just attack. You put out overwhelming damage, and then these little micro CCs, the Hammer of Justice, the Maim, the Dragon's Breath is more than enough to win. It makes it so difficult to deal with.
This is looking so rough for Liquid. Not even just like today, but even potentially next week. Death Knight Warlock's getting some big hits. These are like main focal point compositions for them, and they're already losing now even prior to those changes. And they had maybe a moment in here where they started to swarm, but then Zhang had Avenging Wrath, tops the whole team. Really crazy smoke bomb here to prevent any crowd control on Sea-Doo, but inevitably they just couldn't turn it around. They ran out of cooldowns way faster. Feral Druids have typically been really good into things like Death Knights, especially since their bleed damage got buffed, so they don't have to care as much about the high armor, and they're just able to tear in. And they got a crazy sap here actually on the Zhang. He had to bop it, but despite that, Jersey's just in bear form with bar skin, jumps back into cat, builds up the full bleeds, and just absolutely destroyed. Nice knock, pushes Mez out of line of sight of Sea-Doo, and he Nova'd Sea-Doo on the other side. That was actually a really clutch setup there from Nick. Knock Mez out of line, Nova'd Sea-Doo behind the pillar, which holds him in position for Zhang to move in for the stun. And yeah, that was clean. That was clean. And now Liquid, they 3-0 right now. Oh my god, did anyone predict that? I don't think so. I think like nobody thought that Liquid wouldn't be able to win, I think, at least one game.
I'll put at least like a 3-1, but it's not over till it's over. Come on. But yeah, I think these are kind of the main compositions that we talked about Liquid running, and you are right. I mean, it's going to be rough. Both the Unholy Death Knight and the Affliction Warlock going to be getting, you know, some pretty significant nerfs going into the third cup. So I really wonder what they need to do. Like, maybe we need to see Samayam back on the mage. You know, he's been a powerhouse mage for a really long time, opting not to play it that much, but maybe that's something that Liquid has prepared at least a little bit. But yeah, this composition, it seems really rough for what Liquid has. They basically have Affliction Warlock, which in my mind kind of loses to this, as well as Cleave setups, which in my mind kind of loses to this. So I really don't know where they go.
Is it time for Mez Ellie and you just try something really weird like Elemental Warlock?
Let me throw you. I'm gonna throw this out there. You tell me if I'm crazy.
Okay.
Samayam, Moonkin. What are we thinking?
Yeah, with a Paladin, maybe. I could see it maybe with a Paladin. Oh my god, chat! This might be the first time you're wrong. You guys are on the top of the leaderboard, and this might be the first time that you're wrong here. Everybody is voting for Liquid right now, and welcome to the JUNG now are confidently on match point 2-0. Just one more game. There's locking in immediately. There's no questions to be asked here. Seems like this composition is just so well-rounded on every single strategical front that why would you really opt out of it until somebody can find something that deals with it? And I mean, I don't know if your suggestion is going to be, you know, the absolute best for them, but maybe if you're desperate, just go back to bread and butter. They're not. Cedus coming in on a priest instead of a shaman. So it's going to give more purge threat, more mass dispel. He can avoid CC probably just as well as the shaman. I'm kind of wondering what his thought process is here with really it was the shaman. That was the main reason why this comp didn't work for them.
I want to know also, I want to look at Zhang's talent. I feel like there's so many times where he could just get a free Hodge rep. And I don't know if he's playing blind or what. I'm trying to look at the talents here. But I feel like there's so many opportunities in the match where he could just run in, get the Hodge, and then he's just sitting behind the pillar with Sea-Doo, and he could just easily use a Repentance. He is using the Blinding Light, but I feel like having that rep, like if Nick and Drake are going to be the main targets, him being able to basically solo Sea-Doo with CC, I think might be okay. It's going to be a little bit different here with the Priest because likely Zhang is going to play a lot more passive and not have to deal with getting feared by Sea-Doo. So, but yeah, in that last matchup. But that doesn't really matter for this one. We'll see. We're going to a nice small map, which I don't even think is bad for Welcome to the JUNG. They're bringing in... Yeah, I don't think it's bad. This composition just plays so much differently than it used to. You know, like Feral Mage is really strong right now.
Yeah, it's just all on all fronts. Defense, damage, mobility, CC, and I mean, you're saying they're winning with just damage, but they are winning on CC too. They're getting the double stuns, but they're winning in such a short span of CC. They're winning
that's what I mean,
one
the
stun,
micros.
As opposed to typically where you would be 3 sheeps into 3 clones, and that's when you'd be really in danger. It's just they push in with brute force and 1 stun, and they just have such huge momentum over their opponents. And you know, Liquid backs against the wall. They're facing potentially the lower bracket, and previous cup winners are down there with the Power Toads, and they have the same comp. You know, it's an arcane. Maybe that gives some opportunity for Liquid, but if they can't figure out something here, it's rough, and it only gets more difficult because they didn't have a great performance in Cup 1. If somehow they lose here and they lose the Power Toads, they're in a tough spot for week 3 where their main setups are getting nerfed. So to me, it's like Liquid need a good performance this tournament.
Yeah, this is definitely the tournament for them to try to get something going. I really wonder what they're going to be doing for next cup, but that's a different discussion for now. Gotta focus on the present for Liquid, and they will be bringing in Sea-Doo off of the Shaman, back onto the Priest, and going with this Cleave composition once again. I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, I think they basically have 2 bad options, and this is the better of a bad option. Like, I don't think you want to be playing Affliction Warlock into what Welcome to the Jung is running. Really difficult to get anything going, but honestly, Liquid had a good amount of pressure in the last game. Like, they did have good damage. There was moments where Zhang was behind, so definitely can't count them out yet.
Well, they got combat. There's going to be a gouge possibly from Stealth. Yeah, Trill setting up with the gouge. Kidney shot onto the Feral Druid. Barkskin immediately. Smoke bomb. They're just committing all in. They're playing really aggressive here on match point. Is Drizzy ready for the hits? He's back into bear form. Frenzied Regen comes through. Avenging Wrath is there, and Drizzy should recover. They don't pull what they came for, was the medallion of the Feral Druid on that setup. So Welcome to the Jungler in a great spot off this early offense from Liquid.
Yeah, Mez moving forward, just getting absolutely shredded. Sea-Doo might have to make a trade. He does Archangel, Pain Suppression, Rapture. It's huge trades from Sea-Doo to deal with this incoming pressure from Nick and Drake, but look at the damage. Zhang's falling behind. He's having a difficult time. He's trying to waddle away right now with Nick just to create a little bit of space, but Trill's still there all over him. Wants to shut it down if he can. Can he find a stun lock here onto Nick? Nick is playing Blink, so he just blink out of any stuns that do happen. Gouge comes in. Mez is trying to set up Drake here by getting a little bit low, and maybe Trill can just pull the trigger with a kidney shot on Zhang. There's the full blind. They need a stun on Drake, but look, he's pre-bear form. He's just already in bear form, and Mez is just dead. Counterspell on Sea-Doo. They get the Void Shift. Now a full clone lands. This is not looking good.
I mean, Trill needs to carry, but he just can't. He's in a rake stun. He can't get to the target. Drizzy's in a Bloodseer Protection. He has free reign right now. Cedar's going for Ultimate Penitence, desperately trying to cling to some sort of pressure for his team on the mage right here. Can they get the block with this? They do. Sea-Doo puts his team in his back pocket there with that Ultimate Penitence, at least keeping them somewhat in this match, forcing that ice block. Now they're switching their pressure onto the Feral Druid, trying to keep him defensive in bear form, but not forcing anything major. Actually, they do pull the Heart of the Wild, so Drizzy's anticipating a stun here. Here come the cheap shots with the Frozen Orbs pinning him. They drop the Smoke Bomb. Can they get a major cooldown? They blast them off the side though, and Mez is just getting knocked around. He's just looking like a plaything for Welcome to the Jung at this point.
Yeah, but Zhang's in trouble. They're not out. Sea-Doo might get stunned. He gets maimed here. Can Drake find anything? Can they find a polymorph? They need to get some additional crowd control. Doesn't look like that is going to be happening just yet. Nick now pulling away, just wants to focus on damage. He's got Icy Veins in 7 seconds. That is an absolute nightmare for Liquid. Sea-Doo has a few answers. He's got the Rapture, he's got the Pain Suppression, but likely going to have to make the trade. Anti-Magic Zone as well. Mez is on the run. He realizes there's a lot of damage available. Nick pulls the trigger with the Icy Veins, and there is the Anti-Magic Zone. It's a fair trade, but I think they might just get overwhelmed.
Oh, Zhang is there on that stun. What's he got for follow-up? Doesn't look like anything there. I thought for sure he was going to go for
Anti-Magic Shell.
Now he got, nice anti-magic shield here from Mez, breaking that CC chain, and then they fear the Paladin into a cheap shot, setting up for pressure onto the Feral Druid, but Drizzy's back into bear form. Barkskin's up. He's popping he's getting aggressive. He doesn't care about these cheap shots. He's just walking them off. He's going to do a lot of damage with this incarnation. They got a Comet Storm. Zhang's running in once again. He's got to be careful about this blinding light if it's what he's trying to do, because he's going to get the bleeds off of the target as well. He needs to isolate Sea-Doo, but Trill is just dying to Nick. Nick is soloing Trill, forces Cloak of Shadows and Vanish as he ducks back behind the pillar, and Mez, Sea-Doo, Trill, they are cowering behind the boxes, trying to find their line to victory, but there's still so much defense to work through.
Yeah, definitely a really rough spot to be in. Sea-Doo's mana is not too bad, though, so as long as they keep respecting the trade, Sea-Doo does have, both pain suppressions. Right now, Mez and Trill, they're playing incredibly safe. They don't want to be in the middle of the map. I think they want to just try to drag Drake. So yeah, kidney shot on Drake. He gets gripped behind the pillar, but Nick is there with polymorph spam. Ring of Fire comes down, and those Ring of Fires are so devastating. It's a lot of pressure. Mez just getting absolutely shredded. Sea-Doo really struggling here. Pain suppression trades, but both Trill and Mez are low. They are making a push. Liquid is in a lot of trouble.
Ooh, that step kick. Can that pull them back into the game? I don't think so. The cleave is so much at this point. Nick popping the stone form, removing the bleeds, and getting ready for the win here. But they go for a blind. They go for a smoke bomb. They strangulate the trinket. Mez is trying to do whatever he can for his team, but they grip Nick, and Nick just knocks them away. Mez is able to get back there pretty easily, though. but they're still rotting. Mez and Trill need to rampage with this damage. This damage needs to overwhelm them and force a block, at least force a block. It's not finding it. Mez is in trouble. It's match point. Big Ice Lance combo from Nick. And Trill, Cloak of Shadows here. He might have to use Shadowy Duel defensively to take Nick or Drizzy out of the game, because Mez is just dying to pressure. Drizzy is all over them. Line of sight into mind control. Staying on the Death Knight. Mez is cowering. Trill steps over. Big cheap shot behind the pillar, forcing Medallion from Drizzy. But Mez, man, how are you going to live here? It's so much damage. He's a 1% health. How is he alive right now? Huge shield comes through. Can Nick purge that off with a spell steal? If he ends up getting lucky here, Mez could just topple. Trill's in trouble. They swap back to him, and they're just absolutely destroying Liquid. 3-0 here.
Welcome to the Jung. They are looking like an absolute monster with this composition. You talked about it. They are really the chameleon. Like, they lost against this and then immediately just re-rolled it, and now they're just in the upper bracket beating everyone with this composition. So why Welcome to the Jung is so deadly. They have such a plethora of compositions that they can run, and you have all-star players. You really get the feeling like no matter what is good, Welcome to the Jung is going to be able to play it. And
you just have to play it better. is what it's looking like, unless there's something we're not considering. Like, when you're playing this on the ladder, is there anything you queue into that's like, man, I just don't really want to fight this?
Honestly, I never get to play this composition. I normally just play with a warrior.
I see with a warrior.
It's way worse.
Okay, maybe I need to get some mastery gear. I don't even know how I'm going to do that. I haven't bought all.
Yes, I need you to re-roll Feral, man, please.
Druid, just so I can get mastery gear in order to play Feral Druid here. Because yeah, I mean, look at Drizzy and Nick's damage, bro. Like,
just having so much fun.
They're just running. They've won every game with like a maim stun. I swear on Sea-Doo. All three of these wins has just been the Feral maim stun, and then the target dies.
Yeah, I mean but the thing is, it's like, as a healer, you just can't. It's impossible to heal through. Like, unless you're making like perfect cool. You need counter pressure somehow, but it's not easy to do that, especially like with the way these mages are playing, where they're just blinking out of stuns. They have freedom, They got Snowdrift. You try to push the mage, all of a sudden you're in double stuns, just getting cleaved by a Feral, and it's a really difficult comp to deal with. I'm trying to think of like what is a good matchup here. Like what could actually beat this? I don't think things like jungle are that good, but we'll have to wait and see.
It would
what ends up
typically be a
happening.
Warlock team. I feel like that used to historically be like the hardest thing, or maybe like an enhancement or an elemental team. Used to be. Yeah. Like, I'm thinking WoD. I'm thinking back when I used to queue into Bean playing Feral Mage in tournaments in WoD, and I would play
maybe it is an LE
Warrior. So it might be something to do with an enhanced LE. It's not AF after we've seen it.
Well, like BM LE, like the Euro comp.
That one could, but so far we've only seen one team pull that out.
Yeah. But like, there's got to be something. I feel like these teams are still figuring out. Like, I don't think that this composition just beats everything. I think it's really strong, and it kind of beats what everyone was practicing in this current meta. But I do think there's compositions like that. Ellie Shaman BM Hunter definitely has me interested as a possible option.
Chun-Li, maybe?
Laros and Saul? Like,
Ooh. I wonder if they're going to take that, because they could.
It's possible. I wouldn't count on it, but it is a possibility. But one thing's for sure, this is the composition to beat right now. The only team that has beaten this composition in a series, I think, is Echo with Rogue Mage Priest, right? And every one of those games is like sketchy too. The European final.
Yeah, time will tell, but welcome to the Jung. They're going to be, I'm sure, playing that comp a lot, and we will see them once again on Championship Sunday. But Team Liquid, now they're down there in the lower bracket again. They're facing off against Power Toads, the team that actually won last weekend. So we can take a look at the predictions for that. Thanks for rubbing it in, production. Love that for me. But, I mean, nobody predicted a 3-0. I mean, are we surprised, Ben, that it was that much of a dominating series?
I'm not that surprised, because it's like, it seems like a lot of these teams, they either have an answer or they don't, right? So like, if they're gonna be, if Welcome to the Jungle locks in this composition, it's a complete blowout, and Liquid just like, okay, well, that was our answer and it doesn't work, and all of a sudden, it's a blowout like we saw. I thought Liquid might be able to come up with something, but I just don't think the comps that they have are really prepared for what Welcome to the Jung had available here.
All right, and here's the predictions leaderboard also.
Sid, this is not looking good.
Hey man, I'm literally tied with you, okay?
Now, my perfect predictions is sky high compared to yours,
All right.
okay? And to
All
me,
right.
that's the most important
You might
stat.
get more correct predictions wrong, okay? And then I can pass you on that mark. I mean, this tournament's really unpredictable, so I think there are some good opportunities for the rest of it.
He said, I was saying that we both, by the way, I wasn't calling you out. I was saying we're both not doing great here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just on the defense immediately, man.
Yeah.
We're 1 point behind. Is that really not doing great? Okay, we didn't get 3-0'd by chat. Okay, this is like 3-2 at best.
Yeah, but we've been at this a long time, man. Like, we gotta step it up.
Wow. Okay. Well, we'll go back to the, we'll workshop that. But, well done, chat. Well done, Zico, not even here and having continues to have those perfect predictions. So, man continues on with his legacy. But we're going to head to another series, another upper bracket series. It is the Move versus the Fellowship. Before we do that, though, we're going to play another spell guessing game, and we'll see if we can get this one correct, maybe better than some of those predictions here. So play along with us. If you're watching from home, we're going to look at some spells with limited information and see if we can guess which ones those are. Here we go.
All right. I'm excited.
All right.
The last one was a bait one, I swear. So I'm prepared to be deceived here. But then maybe
Did you
they
ever look
expect
that up?
me.
I
didn't.
I will say, I do want to say, ever
Yeah.
since I called out the Photoshop skills of production, it's been a lot more difficult. Like they
You're right.
were not happy with that.
So it's you to blame that these have been so hard. Okay,
Alan.
Burst of Light heals the target and 4 injured allies blank and blank 60%.
Is it like Dawn Light or something?
Burst of light heals.
I think it's Dawn Light.
Is that what it's called?
I don't know. We're gonna find out. But I'm just like immediately
I
thinking
know what you're
Dawn
thinking
something.
of, but I don't think it's called that. I think it could be Powered Radiance.
Light of Dawn.
Holy
That's what
Prism.
I think it is.
I think it could be Holy Prism or Powered Radiance.
You don't
Right,
think it's
Holy
Light of
Prism
Dawn?
is on here twice.
Yeah, there's 2 holy prisms. What is this?
Is there Photoshop on one of them? One of them has like a slightly different looking S. That's-
The eye is flipped,
yeah,
actually.
it's an L. It's
Yeah.
a lowercase L on one
Yeah.
of them.
Mm-mm.
Hmm. I don't know because I don't play this class.
If
Alright,
it's Light
let
of
me have a
Dawn, you
guess.
never press that. I thought
Like it's a
in
passive?
PvP at least, isn't it? It's like
Or like it procs?
it's instead of Word of Glory because you
Could be.
spam the new ability you get from Herald of the Sun on Paladin. I thought like you never used Light of Dawn. I thought
So I don't think it. Why is Holy Prism there twice?
yeah, it's
So okay, I don't think it. Why is Holy Prism there twice?
yeah, it's come on, man.
You guys are already talking about that, huh? Listen. I'm in my own world right now.
Just
Like
focusing.
I'm
He was locked
meditating
in.
on this. Okay, yeah, I'm.
I think
dialed
it's
in.
Holy Prism. Wait, is it also going to say end enemies for 60% of the damage or something? Because that is it also going to say end enemies for 60% of the damage or something? Because that Holy Prism I think hits enemies and allies.
I think it's Powered Radiance.
But yeah, it could be Radiance.
I think it's
But
Powered Radiance.
It's a talent, which I don't. Radiance is a talent. I'm pretty sure it's like on the top.
It is.
Maybe. So I think it's Radiance or Holy Prism. I think I'm going Radiance because the 4 injured allies.
Yeah, I'm Powered Radiance. 100% dialed in, locked in, loaded.
I'm going with Light of Dawn.
All right. See what happens.
Oh,
Ben's first
dang it.
selection. Oh, dang it.
Aw, dang it. Yeah.
Gee. All right. Our Word Radiance. Okay.
I'm happy
Let's
with
see
that.
if we can maybe get the Our Word Radiance. Okay.
I'm happy
Let's
with
see
that.
if we can maybe get the icon right.
Oh, God.
Okay. Okay. What is this?
So I think it's C.
These are
makes sense?
getting
I'm locking in C
ridiculous.
automatically. I'm just locking in C. I'm not going to explain why because I don't want to help you guys. Okay. I'm
Oh,
just locking
okay.
in C.
I'll go with C then. I'm gonna copy your homework. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm trying to think. Like here's my explanation. Okay, I'm
Okay.
trying to think of which is the most difficult to Photoshop. Like that's
I don't
actually
think-
just how I think. And in my mind, C is not that hard. I think
Okay.
the most difficult one is D. I think D is like
Yeah, it
most
could be
difficult
D.
one
It's either C
to
or D
replicate.
for sure.
I'm going with D 100% just because I feel like that's the hardest one to like mess with. That's my logic. I could be wrong.
All right. Let's see.
Be wrong.
Reveal the
D.
answers.
It's gonna end up being
And
P,
our
isn't it?
suffering, please. All right.
C.
Is it D?
Please.
Is
Not-
it D?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Let's
Well
go.
done.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
Yeah.
Sometimes that logic works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Who's on your
it's
side
true.
today?
Sometimes you just have to go with your gut, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes
And
they look so
one out of four
similar.
times, your gut should be right.
You think, man. All right. Well, let us know in chat if you got that one correctly. That one I think is the hardest icon guessing segment I've seen so far. So, well done to production for that one. And with that, we're going to head to a break and we're going to see the Move versus the Fellowship up next. The winner of this one moving on to Championship Sunday. Loser knocked down to the lower bracket to face off against F tier. We'll be right back after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are headed into another upper bracket series. It is the Move versus the Fellowship, and they didn't have a great weekend first cup for the Move. They were kind of all on the road, had some weird setups, and now, as we were discussing this morning, they're kind of fully unleashed and ready to go here in the upper bracket.
Yeah. I mean, last week, let's just be honest, the Fellowship completely destroyed the Move. Like, it wasn't even close. But I think the Move had some legitimate excuses. Like you said, they were on the road. They had some really awful setups. I mean, I don't know if you saw, Peekaboo was playing on like a little box with his mouse and keyboard like this. Like, it didn't look good. They were not focused. The Move looked a lot better this week. So I think this is going to be a much more competitive series. And the Move is going to be more dialed in than ever. But the Fellowship, they got to be feeling kind of good, with the result that happened last week, the composition. I think they played mostly Thug Cleave, so playing that Rogue Hunter comp, just playing really aggressive openers. It seemed difficult for WizK to actually deal with. So we're going to have to see the Move play an excellent game of defense, and the Fellowship is going to be looking to push the pace as they normally do.
Yeah, I think so as well. The Fellowship is a team I feel like has so much potential. Calvish, Kearney, they played with each other for quite a while, a couple seasons, and then they've got the addition of Chun-Li and Majidin Lithy. So I'm excited for this team to see what they can do. They're already doing pretty well in terms of standings. They're third right now, tied for third with F tier. So they kind of got a lot to prove, and they want to build off of their success from week number 1. Oh no! That's
Again.
right.
Oh my god, I'm turning into Zico. What is happening?
Someone's got to do it.
True. I don't think I'm quite yet a worthy replacement, but we'll work on it, As I was saying, and you guys were unable to hear it, the Fellowship kind of in a position where they're okay in 4th spot with 100 points right now. They can earn a little bit more if they win against the Move here. Otherwise, they have to fight through the lower bracket, which isn't going to be much easier. But of course, you want to be in that top 3 spot. You want to dodge the gauntlet as much as you possibly can, right? And if I'm looking at the team, at the lineup, especially Calvish has been someone for me personally that has been hyped up a lot, rightfully so, the last few seasons, but always has, with the team in total, ended up short of expectations to an extent. And I feel like at some point, there's got to be a season where they really perform and really fulfill, arguably, the high expectations that people are putting on them. Because otherwise, I feel like I need to have a little bit less faith in their ability to perform on the highest level.
All right, well, we're going to see what they can do. If you saw those predictions from us, Zico was the only one that had faith in the Fellowship, and that's not good, because this guy has been pretty on point in terms of predictions. So let us know in chat who you are rooting for. It is the Move versus the Fellowship. Game number 1, Ben.
Okay, did not expect this. We got the Fellowship. They're going to be playing the Rogue Mage Priest, and the Move double Priest to WizK on the Shadow Priest. Now, Shadow Priest is something we've seen a little bit more often in this Cup number 2. WizK has been putting a lot of work and practice into it, so let's see what he can get done moving forward. For some crowd control on Kearney early on. He's just hunting Kearney down. Look at him sprinting in, looking for that fear. Can he cut him off? Looks like he's not going to be able to find it just yet, but WizK is going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage on that Shadow Priest.
He always does. He's always one of the top performers once he enters the arena. Majidin on the other side, though, that's the one we'll be looking for in terms of damage from the Fellowship. Calvish looking for a nice setup here, finds Peekaboo, gets the disarm on the follow-up. WizK gets locked, and Abster is just trying to get the Rapture Shields out for the moment. The pressure is looking good from the Fellowship, but here comes the counter setup here, with Calvish being cheap-shotted, the swap over onto Majidin, also CC'd up. Kearney sitting in his silence, but dodging around the pillar, while Absturge is sitting in a full kidney, followed up by a really good polymorph. Peekaboo in the meantime locked down by Calvish, just taken out of the equation. Needs to pop in the cloak, but gets gouged on it. Full fear into Absturge. Such a long CC chain, but the pressure on the DPS of the Move is missing at the moment, and the Fellowship don't really capitalize off of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not able to find the damage, and a lot of that comes down to WizK. He had a nice double fear. He's just spamming out flash shields as well. So WizK playing a great game of defense while Absurge is in crowd control. Let's see if they can get that offense rolling. A double fear comes in. Silence on Kearney. Ice block. They force out that first ice block, and WizK really getting that damage rolling. Let's see if he can continue this. This isn't looking too bad here for the move. This curveball composition, big surprise to me. Triple Fear comes in, nicely done there by Kearney, and that will allow the Fellowship to get some damage rolling onto Peekaboo. Double Dragon's Breath. Majorden looking for a polymorph. He gets gouged. Good shutdown, good denial. Looks like Majorden will be the target of choice once again. WizKick finally get the damage rolling. Can they get that second Ice Block? That would be massive for the move, but they're just forced so far defensive. Peekaboo on the run right now.
Yeah, tries to reconnect with Upsturge while he was sitting in a kidney shot. Now is getting topped off. Another good disarm here coming through from Calvish. Upsturge sitting in a full sheep, has the trinket available, back up, and now Peekaboo getting CC'd cross CC on Upsturge, but the DRs are rolling now, so the move in a little bit more of a safer spot as Peekaboo gets knocked down to half HP. I'm still missing the pressure from the move. The mana isn't really moving on Kearney's side. They're not really bleeding as many defenses as you would like to see, and now Majorden has the Icy Veins up, he has the Comet Storm ready and available, and they can really start to send Upsturge maybe even here.
Oh, Kearney!
With the kidney shot, they swap over onto Peekaboo, and Kearney is just dropping down like crazy, Van. WizKick needs to swap even.
Yeah, uses the Void Shift, goes in for the Triple Fear. The move is falling apart. Peekaboo is forced to use the Cloak of Shadows. There's a lot of pressure for the Fellowship. Let's see what they can do. The Double Fear once again from Kearney. Peekaboo is all alone. He goes for a setup here on the Calvish. Can they take him down? They need crowd control on Kearney. Can they find he's got no trinket available? One CC chain could close out the game, but it just doesn't seem like they're going to be able to find it. Peekaboo moves over, looking for maybe a stun, gets the full blind, but caught in a stun lock of his own. He trinkets out. Wants to continue the chain. Calvish shuts it down with cheap shots. Then Peekaboo just cannot find his target. It's a 3 versus 1. Peekaboo barely holds on.
Death.
Another Void Shift comes in. That's the cheat death. I can't believe Peekaboo survived.
He is playing it on a knife's edge right now. Upsturge holding on to that Void Shift until the last possible second, but now that defensive is out the window as well. He has a Rapture ready to roll if the shields are needed, and Peekaboo just falling back to WizKick, trying to connect onto Kearney, maybe get some CC rolling here. They need some sort of good setup to move through the last 3 health bars, but Cloak, Evasion, Ice Block, everything still available on the side of the Fellowship. Pain Suppression in a few seconds as well. It's not looking good for the move. Mana for Upsturge on 40%. Peekaboo pops in the Shadow Blades, immediately gets disarmed. Calvish just outplaying him front to center. It is incredible to see how much Peekaboo gets shut down. Now he's once again the focus. The DR Sheep Shot with the full polymorph onto Upsturge. Peekaboo is being sent home. It looks like 20% and falling. Great fear coming through from Kearney. This might be the last few seconds. 5 seconds on the Cloak. If Peekaboo can just stay alive a little bit longer, maybe with this counter setup, they can make something happen. Sheep Shot onto Kearney into the full silence. Can they get the Ice Block then?
They're pushing for it. This is a lot of damage from WizKick. He gets the Psyfiend down as well, but that gets sniped off. And my big problem for the move is Peekaboo is just dead. I mean, he has just been so far on the back foot this game. He is on the run. He's trying to survive. He's line of sighting Upsturge in a polymorph once again. And WizKick putting out work, though. Majorden might have to go into his second Ice Block. A full Fear lands, or full blind lands on Kearney. He immediately trinkets out. Uses both the Rapture and the Power Infusion to keep the healing rolling. WizKick is not done yet, though, but Peekaboo still in a lot of danger. That's the Pain Suppression. He doesn't have any cooldowns, just a couple seconds left on that Vanish, but no Cloak of Shadows. Unfortunately, he's got nothing left. The defensive duel comes in and a stun lock on Calvish. Can Peekaboo survive? He has a big powered shield right now. He's trying his best to just line of sight, using every defensive skill that he has available. Vanish finally incoming. That full sap! A nice sap, and they get the Ice Block. Can they get the Master Spell? They got 2 priests here that could potentially get it. Peekaboo just babysitting Kearney right now. Sap into sap into sap. Likely into a cheap shot. A full kidney shot goes. Majorden could easily fall. I can't believe it. Are the move actually going to pull it off? Majorden gets the Pain Suppression. This is a great push here by the move, but I think the Fellowship might be able to survive.
It might be just a little bit too late, but he'll swap onto Calvish. He has nothing. Cheap death procs. Can he survive? Not actually procced. 1%. Kearney somehow keeps him healthy. Calvish pops in the Cloak, barely gets away, but Majorden is also dying.
Oh!
No Ice Block. He actually goes down. The move out of nowhere turn a game that has almost looked lost 6 minutes deep, and they win the first map.
Unbelievable. I can't believe the move managed to pull that off. Peekaboo just was so far on the back foot throughout the entire game, but using all the tools he has. I mean, this guy's been an absolute menace in the AWC and in the North American region for such a long time. He gets the clean vanish here, gets the sap out of the fear, and this is where WizK can start building up his damage, right? He gets the damage rolling onto both Calvish as well as Majidin. They get the ice block out of the way. Kearney gets silenced, and just as they think Majidin is going to be okay, they get the stunlock onto the rogue. So now Calvish is in a lot of trouble, and he barely holds on here. The ultimate penitence just ripping through both the defense of Majidin and Calvish by Absterge, really putting them in a good position. And at this point, Kearney has to pick, like, who am I keeping alive here? Do I focus on Calvish? Do I focus on Majidin? WizK doesn't care. He's just going to continue the damage, gets a Void Torrent onto Majidin. Shadow Word Death comes in with Fear on Kearney, and they close it out. So a lot of that comes down to Peekaboo just doing such a good job defensively, but also WizK's ability to kind of set up damage with Absterge, even with that ultimate penitence, and just completely steamroll the Fellowship.
I think the turning point here at the very end is Kearney's ultimate penitence, because he is up in the air, he's hammering out crazy damage on the move. But look at this. No atonement on Calvish. Calvin's just dropping. There is no healing coming through. He needs to dip out, even runs into Absterge's ultimate penitence. And this is just 2-3 seconds of just straight bursting Calvish, where he is getting 0 healing, 0 support, then the follow-up CC onto Kearney, and the mage just dies. It's just a very, very solid swap from the move, just recognizing this little window of opportunity that they have, and that's what they're so good at. That's why they've been so successful, even if their favorite comps haven't been the S tier ones in the current meta.
Goodness gracious. The Double Priest. Honestly, I think they wanted the Double Priest, not into the RMP, but the Thug Cleave. So with the way like my own assessment of this match, I think the Fellowship actually wanted this match. I think they technically won the blind pick, but unfortunately, it was close call after close call, right? If you're the Fellowship, it's hard not to be discouraged after that, but you really just gotta be like, okay, like I don't want to say they got unlucky. I don't like using that term, like they got unlucky, but it seemed like the Fellowship was winning most of that game. Like the move was so far on the back foot, but eventually they got that pressure, and the move is just such a good team at kind of riding the momentum. Once they get the momentum, they're really good at pushing the pace, keeping up with the momentum, and securing a kill. So the Fellowship just needs to keep them on the back foot, like we saw in game number 1, and just have that little bit of extra to kind of seal the deal.
But you're also playing against the move, and they're experts at not just running with momentum, but also converting that into a different game pace, a different opener, a different setup in the next few maps. And this is something that the Fellowship now needs to be very, very ready for. They're probably not going to get the same quality early game they did on the first map, coming out of that blind pick, because the move is going to adapt, and the Fellowship really needs to do the same and put up a performance. Otherwise, we might be going up to match point already, because the move, I mean, Ben, we talked about it top of the show, they look locked in, laser focused, already taking down the power toads in the open bracket. Let's see if they can move up to 2 wins in this series.
Let's see if they can do it. Gate's about to open. Let's see where they decide to open. WizK, on the Shadow Priest, it's a lot about that ramp, right? So you want to get these VTs out of the beginning of the game, and he does manage to do so. So he gets a free VT out. Dark Ascension does get interrupted there. Calvish kind of just waiting for Peekaboo, I think. Peekaboo looking to strike with a potential cheap shot on Kearney. Gets the kidney shot on Calvish. Peekaboo just really having a great start here. Kearney finds himself in a full fear, but at the same time, now Peekaboo is under fire. Giant damage on Peekaboo with a full polymorph on Absterge. It gets broken, though, or WizK actually grips Absterge into the frozen orb. So a great little trick there to free Absterge from crowd control, get the cleave damage out, and that's going to free him to allow him to heal up Peekaboo.
Yeah, but the full fear on WizK takes him out of commission for so long that Peekaboo is the sole target. He's still low on 20%. Now he cloaks as Absterge gets kidney shot. He was just waiting for his healer to be taken out of commission, but he's still in danger, and Absterge needs to do something. Where are the heals? Where are the shields? Peekaboo gets that power word and will stay alive for the moment, but this looked sketchy at best. The Vanish is in, and Calvish immediately jumps in. Peekaboo does the same, and they swap over onto the Mage. Nice blink away from Peekaboo's Shadow Step. Majidin doing a really good job to keep his defensive gameplay on top, but Peekaboo brings his second Vanish in. He's looking for the CC setup, and WizK finds a solid fear here, but they can't lock down Kearney at the moment, and he's just free healing, full on mana, looking very moisturized and in his lane.
Yeah, Peekaboo's going to be using a very nice defensive duel there on Majiden, just trying to slow down Calvish. He gets the defensive duel, he gets the dismantle, now Calvish is feared, so just slowing down the offense. Calvish now cheap shot, so a lot of this game for the move is just denying Calvish his setups. Cheap shot now on Kearney. Peekaboo is doing such an incredible job. Like, you want a masterclass on like stopping setups and good positioning. Peekaboo is displaying that right now, finds himself in a sunlock, but honestly, he's been doing such a great job avoiding everything that the Fellowship has to offer. And I feel like if he wasn't playing this well defensively, the move would just already be out of this. So really good job by Peekaboo. The Fellowship trying to find their setup, and they do have the damage rolling on Peekaboo right now, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It might not be the ultimate penitence coming from Upstart. Kearney has burned through his already. The setup on Calvish is nasty, forcing his cloak immediately. Majiden still has that second ice block, but Cold Snap is on cooldown. Now pops in the Icy Veins, gets feared on it immediately. Kearney pushing in to position himself a little bit better, trying to get offensive, but Whiskey finds a full fear on the Mage, locking them down a little bit further. Peekaboo now once again the target. They're not really going for Whiskey at all here at the moment. The Fellowship certainly having their game plan cut out for them, with Peekaboo being the main target. He gets disarmed on the Shadow Blades, and Calvish doing a great job of locking him down, but so does Peekaboo. A disarm in the other direction as Kearney was silenced here for a second. The pressure still rolling on the move. Pika on 5%. Sheet Death Proxy is not getting healed. Upsurge still in a full polymorph. Whiskey finally comes in with the Void Shift, saving his rogue's life, but now he is under fire. Will probably need to disperse. He gets locked onto Shadow, tries to get out of it, but finally, only after a few seconds later, gets the dispersion out. Upsurge can finally start to stabilize his team. If it wasn't for Peekaboo trying to kite away while Upsurge is locked out. Another Void Shift, both the Void Shifts burned. Calvish on 20% though. They're turning it around once again. Calvish might just flop here.
Yeah, Pain Suppression trades. That was a great counter setup here, but cheap shot on Absurge, cheap shot on Peekaboo, cheap shot on WizK. 3 versus 1 potential setup here. Full blind on Absurge. Peekaboo is all alone, but unfortunately the crowd control breaks. Actually, no, Absurge trick gets out, so he does decide to trade out that Medallion and the Rapture to keep Peekaboo alive, but now there's really not much defense here for the move. All 3 members do not have a trinket. Actually, Peekaboo, the big defense here for Peekaboo is a vanish in 15 seconds. If he can wait for 15 seconds, I think Peekaboo might be able to survive. Big setup here on Calvish. Overwhelming damage. Kearney gets silenced. Big shield comes in, though. Calvish goes for the kidney shot on Absurge. The fadeaway. Cheap shot now onto Peekaboo. Can they close it out? Cloak of Shadows is available. Peekaboo plays it cool, though. He does not care. Doesn't trade out the trinket. Doesn't trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Trades out basically nothing in that exchange. And I think a lot of that is just WizK playing defense, but Majiden has a lot of damage with his Veins right now, and Peekaboo finally has to pull the trigger on the Cloak.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. That defensive is out the book, so not much left in the tank except for a trinket, and Absturge is really suffering right now as he gets cheap shotted up. The swap over onto Pika. No CC as Calvish is the target, but Pika is dropping lower and lower. No cheat death. Absturge still in CC, is trying to get out of it and get the heals, and for the moment it's working out, but a great grip is going to reposition Peekaboo accordingly. They swap over onto Calvish. He is getting torrented like crazy. 1% is down in terms of HP, and will almost fall behind the corner. And Peekaboo just Shadow Step executes him. It's that easy. Lights out for the Fellowship as the move are up to.
I mean, that was insane. The move doing such a good job this game once again. I feel like, I was talking about Peekaboo a lot, and I'm going to keep talking about him because he is doing such a good job managing his own stun DRs. Like, basically, anytime he's off stun DR, he's just delaying the go. He's making it a nightmare for Calvish, and he's not doing it alone. WizK is backing him up with some beautiful fears. They're getting the preemptive shadowy duels, but look at Peekaboo. He gets stunned here. He immediately trinkets. Counter stuns Calvish. Counter stuns him again. Shadow steps over to Majiden. Then they get the double fear onto both Calvish and Majiden. So WizK doing a really good job landing these fears just to disrupt the setups. And it's a full blind on Kearney. Calvish is basically on the run at this point. Peekaboo just realizing, hey, I don't need to do damage. It's all about control. Gets the blind, into the gouge, into the cheap shot. Shadow steps over, seals the deal. So the move with a very unorthodox composition. I think if they weren't playing so well defensively, this would not be working out. And I don't even think that, I don't know. I kind of feel like they shouldn't be winning this matchup. I don't know how they're pulling this off.
I mean, we had the same discussion, or rather, I had the same discussion with Super D's with F tier versus UNITAS, because UNITAS was playing the same comp except for a different healer, right? The Paladin instead of the Priest, and they were just not looking as solid on the defensive side of things. And the move are showcasing how it works. The Fellowship, yes, they have their moments. They have some really good pushes. But it's always just 95% of the way there.
Yep. All right. The move up 2-0 right now. They're here to play this week. I feel like... I know Absage also is feeling a little bit under the weather, so still maybe not at full power, but they're playing incredibly well this series. And I mean, if WizK can play the Shadow Priest, if they can play the Shadow Priest Rogue once again, this is definitely looking good for the move. The Fellowship, they need to figure it out. What do they want to do? Do they want to play the Mage? Do they want to play the Hunter? Maybe we see Chun-Li coming on the Evoker. Like, what are the options? I do kind of feel like RMP isn't a bad matchup. Like, I feel like the move is just they're playing it really well defensively and disrupting what the Fellowship's able to do. But I kind of feel like they definitely can win as RMP.
I feel so too. It's just that last little push. Maybe it's worth talking about Pika as the kill target, considering Pika is playing this so well defensively. And it's also incredibly hard to lock down both Shadow Priests properly to kind of minimize the defensive coverage that Pika has. But at the same time, can you really let Peekaboo run wild if you're not focusing him?
Yeah, I mean, I just think what it comes down to is they need to try to, like, pre-Peekaboo almost in a way. You know, they need to, like, get something on Peekaboo so he can't just preemptively vanish, can't preemptively shadowy duel, can't preemptively, you know, get stuns out on everyone and just be line of sighting. Because the thing is, Calvish has a lot of damage, but if Peekaboo gets caught into a stun and he's out of line of sight and no one else can connect on him, it's not that big of a deal. And that's what's so good about Peekaboo running like the way he is and using his positioning the way he is just really difficult. Okay. We're going to Catvish. So Calvish is going to be logging off the Rogue and logging on Catvish, which is just, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Do you think this is going to be better or do you think it's going to be worse?
I mean, at the very least, it's out of the bag, but quite honestly, this has been one of the strongest comps we've seen this, and especially last week, especially in NA. I mean, the Power Toads, they reverse swept, welcome to the JUNG with it, and I don't really see a reason why Fellowship would do much worse on this, because Calvish, we've seen him play Feral in the past. He's very, very good. To be fair, Calvish is really, really good in generally anything he picks up. So I have some solid confidence. Maybe this is the little bit of extra continuous damage and pressure that the Fellowship needs to push the move over the edge, because once those Feral Bleeds are on, it's not that easy for a Rogue to just really get the clean re-stealth, get those out of line of sight moments, and Peekaboo was on like 5% a few times where he barely survived.
Yeah, I guess the question is, like, how much more lockdown does the Feral Druid have? The Feral Druid has a considerable amount of lockdown, but I kind of just wonder if he's going to be a lot more susceptible to just getting double feared and caught into stuns and potentially even going down. I mean, the nice thing about the Subtlety Rogue is you have these tools like the Smoke Bomb, like the Shadowy Duel, like the Vanish, the Cloak to really just get away. I kind of am afraid for Calvish that he might just be the new main target in this match, and the move just kind of run him over with crowd control on the Priest. You know what I mean? Like maybe they're just going to get an overwhelming amount of crowd control on Kearney, and Calvish on the Feral might just be completely run over, but we'll have to wait and see.
It's a double-edged sword to be sure, but we'll find out how it works out for the Fellowship here on match point on Tiger's Peak, where the move is moving in for the kill. Full sap on Kearney. WizK finds Magedin with a Shadow Crash, and now Calvish is into the mix. The cat is in, and he is starting to nibble on Peekaboo's ankles. Quite hefty bites, actually, that he's sending after his calves there. It's not looking good.
Yeah, Calvish in trouble. Cheap shot into kidney shot, out of the blind, into a fear. Calvish has to trade his Barkskin, but holds onto the trinket. Silence does come in, and now it could be Peekaboo who is in danger. Big shadowy duel from Peekaboo, just continuing the chain. Calvish just in bear form for the last 30 seconds, looking for a Cyclone. Finally finds it there onto Peekaboo, slowing down the damage. Master Spell comes in, though, and that will free Peekaboo from the crowd control. Gouge on Kearney. Kearney now in a kidney shot. It's been never-ending crowd control. They need to find a follow-up fear if they can, but no one is really in position. Calvish gets gripped away, and this was my big problem, is Calvish has just been forced so defensive in this match. It's been in bear form for 80% of the game, finally getting some damage rolling here onto Peekaboo, but WizK is trying to position himself to land a fear here onto Kearney.
Yeah, also finds the silence, and Calvish is still under pressure. It's kind of one of the big problems Kearney has in this situation. He is playing so defensively, he barely gets to get those atonement heals in, and his team is falling behind as a result. Majordin can work a little bit. Nice barrier here onto the smoke bomb as Peekaboo finds Calvish once again. He goes into bear form, should be fine for the moment, but the move has so many options here. They can swap and take down whoever they want. Peekaboo, no, needs to be careful. Good damage coming through. Another bash stun as Kearney is silenced up once again, but Whiskey can't quite connect that fear. Really pushing it right now, but nice fade there on the fear. Whiskey gets counter-feared on the same move.
Absurge coming
Peekaboo now finds the triple lockdown. Absurge pushing in for the fear. Massive go onto Calvish as they find him out of form, but Barkskin and Pain Suppression traded. It's gonna keep him alive for the moment.
Oh no, Kearney's the ultimate penitence, and they just immediately line of sight it. So slows down the offense a little bit, but I really like that. Whiskey got his fear faded, which we called out, but then Abster just rolls in, gets the double fear, and they get the damage rolling onto Calvish. Full blind now onto Kearney. Once again, the move. They're swarming Kearney, trying to get that crowd control to get the gouge out of the blind. Abster comes in. Does he have the fear? He gets caught into a fear. A little bit unlucky there for Absurge. He's getting crowd controlled up, but there's just no damage for the Fellowship. A little bit of damage, actually, on the Peekaboo. So maybe they can take him down. He's got the Cloak of Shadows, but he's just continuing to play unafraid. And Kearney's just been on the run, just running laps around the map, just trying to make space. But now in a kidney shot, Clone comes in. Nicely done there by Calvish, but once again in bear form, so not going to be able to get out too much damage, but he avoids a lot of this incoming pressure. Huge damage on Calvish. Shadowy Duel from Peekaboo into a smoke bomb. Calvish needs to get out of that, but he's greeting it. He holds on to the Survival Instinct. He holds on to the Barkskin. That's really good for the Fellowship. Calvish didn't trade out anything there.
No, it's amazing for the Fellowship, and especially if you look at the mana bars, Kearney is not looking great. The swap to Peekaboo is massive, forcing his cloak. Kearney has the Rapture rolling Calvish once again into bear form, trying to kite away. Beautiful fear from Kearney here as well, but Peekaboo reconnects with a full cheap shot. He's still connecting onto Calvish, but needs to be careful as Absturge is CC'd up. Peekaboo dropping super low. The shields are in, but is it enough? The Shadow Blades are rolling. The damage is good, but Calvish in bear form just not taking enough of it. They're not able to burst through that health bar, and now Peekaboo is suffering for it. 15 seconds on Vanish and Evasion. He just needs to stay alive that much longer. Absturge with the Rapture Shields and the last little bit of mana in his tank. He needs to find a drink somewhere, sometime soon. But Calvish is running them down. So much pressure from this cat at the moment, but everyone on the Fellowship is starting to rot down. Peekaboo continuously low, gets the Vanish, tries to reconnect, but is caught out of stealth. Full cheap shot onto Kearney. The follow-up gouge, maybe a blind to follow up, but Pika holds onto it for a second. Dispel fear, and for the move, it might be another one of those situations where they need to find a miracle.
Oh, kidney shot on Calvish with a silence on Kearney. Could this be the game? He trinkets Survival Instincts, a blind on Kearney. He wants to hold on. Survival Instincts needs to be enough, but Peekaboo is there. Calvish has honestly done a great job being in bear form this game. Just really... Oh no, Peekaboo! They get the reverse pressure. The Void Shift comes in. They're getting a lot of pressure. They're getting overwhelmed. The Fellowship is looking to strike back. I think they might be able to do it. Peekaboo, Absurge, and WizK are completely in shambles, but they're going for it. They're trying to get the pressure. Kearney lands a beautiful double fear to shut that down, and Peekaboo needs 5 seconds, 3 seconds on the Cloak of Shadows, 1 second on Cloak of Shadows. He gets it off and gets destroyed. Calvish comes in with a big chomp and ends the game, and it does manage to put a point on the board, and they stay alive in the upper bracket.
What a game. The cat comes in, and out goes a victory. The Fellowship kind of locking back in, putting a point on the board. Very, very important, but looking a little bit shaky in the process. Of course, first game on this comp this weekend, on broadcast at the very least, so you gotta warm up a little bit, kind of find your groove, right? But this looked a lot more decisive in terms of pressure. Look at the mana difference between Kearney and Absturge. That's not even close.
Yeah, I mean, these are these final moments. Peekaboo is just getting kind of destroyed here. He does manage to get the stun lock off on Calvish, but this barrier comes in from Kearney. Kearney also lands a beautiful double fear. So you can see Peekaboo and Absurge are feared. WizK is in a polymorph. It's kind of a 3 versus 1 situation. Peekaboo finally gets out of it. He's just trying to buy time here for the Cloak of Shadows, but it is not enough. He's not playing the immunity cloak, so Calvish is able to take him down through that defensive cooldown. It's only going to be avoiding magic damage. A big thing for me this game is just Calvish even though he was forced in bear form, it's not the worst thing, right? Like, if your healer's in crowd control chains, being in bear form is actually, it's kind of nice. It's like the defensive stance for the Feral Druid, except way more powerful. Like, it's all, like, I don't want to say it's impossible to take down a Druid in bear form, but I mean, if you're pre-bearing at 100%, you become an absolute tank as a Feral Druid right now. So Calvish kind of realizing that, a lot of heads-up plays coming in, and eventually they're able to just overwhelm, and Absterge had burned through so much of his mana really quickly, and I kind of wonder why. Like, was he just spamming out to spell? Why was Absterge just out of mana so quickly there?
That's a great question. I mean, he didn't heal that much more. He did a bit more damage than Kearney, a bit more healing, but overall, I would just assume that a lot of the healing is from Kearney. A lot of the healing from Kearney is defensive play and especially atonement healing, because the move wasn't able to send as many high value goes that forced Kearney to spend the mana intensive options in terms of healing spells. While on the other side, Absterge, every now and then you have this 700, 800, 900k bite coming through where Peekaboo gets chunked down to 10% and Absterge has to sink in a Radiance or two, even with a defensive penance, to heal up Peekaboo in the nick of time. And that's the kind of stuff as a Disc Priest that's gonna you in no time.
I mean, we're looking at the health over time for Peekaboo. Look at this. So 8 seconds before Peekaboo went down, for 8 seconds, Kearney and Mageddon were only able to put out
1 million bite.
Yeah, but like, look at this. Mageddon was only able to put out 800k damage, and Kearney only 400k damage. So probably just focusing on CC. Calvish was really the heavy hitter, 5 million damage over that period, able to take down Peekaboo. So really impressive gameplay. However, we can talk about the draft. The Fellowship, they're going to be playing the same thing. I feel like they're kind of forced into this, but this isn't too bad here for the move. I feel like the move, they're playing this composition, which has lost a Feral Mage, but I feel like the Paladin is a very important part of the Feral Mage to actually win this particular matchup. So I think the move has set themselves up really nicely here.
I think they're in a good position, yeah, especially with the Bob, a much more effective tool against the Feral compared to the defensives of the Disc Priest. But the big thing with the Paladin, I feel like, is the mana management. So Absterge will keep our eyes on it. No, never mind. No Paladin. We're sticking to the Priest. Never mind me. But still, Rogue Warlock, solid pick. I like it. Let's go and see what's going on. Is it remake? I'm just being trolled right now, aren't I? That's like just getting a shot here.
Yeah, we'll be getting into the next game really soon, but nice small map set up by the move. And the thing is, I feel like the Discipline Priest is going to have a much more difficult time kind of healing through this rot pressure. What the move wants to do here is just make sure they're doing really clean setup. So basically what WizK is going to be doing on the Affliction Warlock is trying to land Haunts, get a barrage of Shadow Bolts ready, kind of rot everyone down, and then they can land that stun lock. And it's a lot more bursty. Another thing that's nice about Affliction is you have spammable crowd control, so you can actually get out fears, and you have a spell lock. That ranged interrupt is going to be really important. So being able to deny a polymorph from Mageddon or a penance cast from Kearney at the right moment can really swing it in your favor. Whereas when you're playing just the Rogue Shadow Priest and the Discipline Priest, the composition that the move was running, you basically have no ranged interrupts. It's kind of a nightmare. Like, as a mage, that's the exact matchup you want. Like, you want, okay, nobody can interrupt me. You're just basically just free casting the entire game. It's a much better spot to be in than when you have to fight an Affliction Warlock. So I think the move should be in a much better position for this one.
I certainly hope so. I mean, otherwise they're looking at the makings of a reverse sweep. The Fellowship have the opportunity to even out this series here. Now for reals, though, we're loading into Hook Point. Once again, another match point map here for the move. It is their pick, and I feel like the close quarters of this little Borealis Harbor town are definitely going to help, especially WizK, to bring in the damage.
All right, here we go. 10 seconds before the gates do open. The move just one away from sending the Fellowship down to the lower bracket, getting revenge for what happened last week. The Fellowship obviously wants to battle it back. They're going to be bringing Calvish in on that Feral Druid, and I think WizK will be the main focus point in this game.
I do agree. And there we go. Rake stun, Calvish opening up, Peekaboo looking for his chance, getting the cheap shot in. Blink stun here from Majorden, just getting out of that crowd control for the moment. Dark Pact invested immediately, and now it's all about the healers. Absturge getting polymorphed up, but Whiskey ports away. Full kidney shot on Calvish, and Whiskey just gets to free cast all those dots on top of the Feral Druid. That's a Bark Skin invested, and the Rapture Shield's rolling already. A good start here for the move.
Yeah, definitely. Huge damage on Majin. He needs to be very careful. A big soul swap there by Whiskey, and they force out the ice block. A gouge on Kearney. This raw damage is immense. Peekaboo going for the shadowy duel. They're falling further and further behind. Kearney lands a nice double fear, though, onto Whiskey and Peekaboo. Landing that double, even though he was in that shadowy duel. Smoke Bomb drops down. Powered barrier for both priests as they are trying to deflect this attempt. But Calvish has to trade out his trinket. Cheap shot now onto Kearney. This damage from the move is overwhelming. They might be able to do it. Calvish in bear form, it looks like he will be able to hold on. That's a Heart of the Wild, but these are a great start here for the move.
That mind control was nasty from Absturge as well. If he wasn't in bear form, he might have just died through those dots. But Calvish stays alive for the moment. Kearney did have to invest the barrier, but double pain suppression is still available. But look at them, they're on the run once again. It's Tiger's Peak all over as Peekaboo tries to connect, finds the full kidney shot, finds the cheap shot onto Kearney, they're back onto Calvish. Absturge with the double fear, but Peekaboo is the one rotting down. The shields need to come in, the heals need to come through, and it's working out for the moment. For the Fellowship clawing it back from the brink, but look at Calvish's defensive stairs. Nothing left in the book as he finds a full Cyclone onto Whiskey here and tries to keep the pressure rolling on the Warlock.
Yeah, now getting a Maim stun. Absturge is going to be gripping him out of that Frozen Orb and the Comet Storm and the Meteor, so really limiting the damage that Majorden has available there. Calvish is really playing a lot more defensive than you would anticipate. Gets a preemptive bear form here with a kidney shot onto Kearney, so likely going to be really durable. But remember, it was Majorden who already had to use that ice block. They might want to go after him again. They just need a big soul swap here from Mr. WizK if he's able to get out that soul rot, but hasn't been able to fully channel it out just yet. Huge ultimate penitence coming in, and WizK is in trouble. He's in danger. Huge damage by Calvish and Majorden and Kearney. All three members just connecting at the right moment, causing a little bit of a panic, getting that unending resolve out of the way. Now WizK gets interrupted, and the move's pressure has halted here.
It has indeed, but they might be able to turn it around here. Majorden rotting down more and more. Kearney has a trinket available, but he's locked down. There's the smoke bomb as well. That's the second ice block in no time. As Absturge goes up for the ultimate penitence, Calvish gets swapped to coiled out to the side as Peekaboo is trying to reconnect and bring some damage in, but everyone is rotting away. Whiskey just free reign, damaging everything he can. Even with the Dark Glare out, Kearney needs to life swap here to bring his cat back to full HP, the defensive procs as well. Peekaboo making really good use of those Shadow Blades, and Calvish once again down to 20%. The Feral just dying at every waking moment, and Kearney desperately trying to keep them alive. Good defensive fear, but Calvish gets locked down once again. Absturge wins the game single-handedly with that Psychic Scream, and the move will beat the Fellowship 3-1.
Yeah, the move is here to play. You know, I said the pressure had halted, and then they instantly, just the 180, they get the damage rolling, and we talked about it. The move, they're one of those teams, once they get the pressure rolling, they just know how to bring it to an inevitable close. They're really good at riding that momentum, and I think they set up the series beautifully, coming in with a double priest earlier on, but we'll table that for now. We can see here is where the pressure just started getting insane. Like, Majorden goes into the ice block. All of a sudden, Calvish is rotting down. Look at Kearney. He gets caught into the gouge. Peekaboo gets an insta shadow step kick on that penance. Out of the penance into a full kidney shot. Kearney has no choice but to trinket, but now leaves his team really vulnerable. He's got no Gladiators medallion. He trades out the last pain suppression, and Calvish is still rotting down low. Absturge is there, manages to get a double fear, I do believe. So pushes in. Let's see if he can find it. Gets the double fear, and there's just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There's nothing Kearney could do there. Like, there's just no positioning he could have had. At that point, the game was already over. And the move, they do it. I mean, a lot of people kind of counted them out after, you know, what happened last week, but they're here. They're showing they can still play, and they've had a very impressive series here.
Absolutely, I agree. They're back. They're better than ever. Well, maybe you can call it that, but at the very least, they are back on top of their game. I'm very curious how they will do for the rest of the weekend. They're locked in for Championship Sunday at the very least, but they're going up against Welcome to the JUNG on that upper semifinals on Sunday. For now, will be sending the Fellowship down to the lower bracket where F tier is waiting for them, and quite honestly, Ven, I don't think that's going to be an easy matchup for them either.
There's no easy matchups left. I mean,
Yep.
I feel like once you get into the top 8, there's no moment to breathe. There's no easy matchups. There are also only difficult matchups and having to rise to the occasion. So definitely tough. But look at WizK just putting out such a crazy amount of pressure, and he's just one of those players you can always count on WizK just doing the most damage. Like if WizK's in the game, there is a high probability he's going to be at the top of the meters, just absolutely pumping on the Shadow Priest as well as the Affliction Warlock. And I don't know, like I read the patch notes. Shadow Priests are getting some damage buffs. WizK was already looking pretty good on it, so we'll see.
Yep.
I mean, the sky really is the limit here for the move.
I think it certainly is. This seems like their season for sure. It is cup number 2 here. You know, we didn't really see them shine in that first weekend, but they're certainly building on that this weekend. So the move, they are moving forward. As Lithy said, the Fellowship unfortunately knocked down against F tier for that last series of the day. You know, we saw some adjustments come in from the Fellowship. You know, the move did immediately respond to that, and we're able to close that one out 3-1. And unfortunately, Zico is losing his winning streak in terms of predictions.
Oh no,
not great. Yeah,
A great prediction there.
I know.
You did a good job.
Oh, was I right? Was I dead on?
Yeah, you're dead on.
Let's go. Okay, cool. I am last place.
You didn't even know.
I mean, I knew I got it right. I didn't know I got the actual games right, so that feels good. Yay. Because I was in last place in terms of perfect predictions, so I'm coming for you, Super Tees. I'm holding out strong at the end of the weekend. Maybe I can pass somebody with perfect predictions, but let us know in chat who you were rooting for and if you got that one correct, because I do know the move always has quite a lot of fans in the chat, and I believe that is kind of what they were predicting, at least for the move to win. So that means we have one other series coming up next. It is the lower bracket, where a Team Liquid versus Power Toads up next. Power Toads, of course, the winner of last weekend. Team Liquid didn't have a very great weekend at all. Unfortunately, they got knocked out before they even made it to Championship Sunday, so they're having a little bit of a better weekend. They are in 6th currently in terms of their standings. They've got 80 points. They've got quite a lot of work before they get to, I'm sure, where they want to be then, which is that top 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so important that you're picking up these points. I know Sidu tweeted out he was disappointed. He said they're not having, the performance that they need to have. So hopefully can kind of shake off that upper bracket loss. They're going up against a really difficult opponent here. So yeah, it's not going to be easy, but like we kind of talked about, there's no easy series. Like once you're into the top 8, basically every single series you have is going to be a difficult one. All these teams are top tier right now. And for Liquid, they're going to have to really step up against the Power Toads, because Power Toads bringing on Axton. I know they've been practicing a lot of different things as well. I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, I think the Power Toads might have some surprises for this one.
Okay, and keep your secrets. All right, well, we'll find out soon enough. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Team Liquid facing off against Power Toads in the lower bracket. Welcome back. It is Team Liquid versus Power Toads, two teams that you wouldn't think should be in the lower bracket. Power Toads, of course, coming out on top with a first place for the first weekend of AWC. Team Liquid, the powerhouse of NA, have formed their dynasty for so long in this region, Lithy.
Indeed. I mean, Liquid have looked incredible the entirety of Dragonflight. Now Power Toad coming in for the first season here of War Within, kind of taking the championship for themselves. It's a clash of the titans, really. Yes, Liquid, you could argue they're not looking as good, they're not feeling as confident as Sido tweeted after that first series today himself, but the Power Toads, I mean, they've been ramping over the last few seasons like crazy, and last week, finally, they took down Welcome to the JUNG in a reverse sweep. I think they finally reached that peak they've strived for so long.
I think they have as well, so they're going to try and continue doing that this weekend. You know, it's not abnormal, of course, that they, start off kind of not on the right footing for Cup number 1, and then they just kind of business as usual for the rest of the season, Super Ts. But, Power Toads, kind of the new roster here on the block. They've got some legends in AWC as well, and they've definitely made a showing for their first couple of appearances here on the AWC.
I think the biggest deal for them is picking up Axton. If they did not have Axton, they would not have reverse sweeped in the grand finals last week of Cup 1. So he has been a major contender, and it's really awesome to see players coming off from ladder play and then making that transition into being a tournament player, because sometimes that can be a painful one. But he did a really excellent job for his team. Feldred obviously is in a really good spot, but he was performing on it phenomenally last week, which is honestly giving me a lot of confidence in this team, that when we look at the predictions, I might have gone for something that maybe you wouldn't expect when you see Liquid in a series like this.
All right, let's take a look at the predictions. Okay.
Oh, apparently you all expect the same thing. Okay.
Yeah,
Almost
sorry,
all of you.
You're not as unique as you thought you were, Super T's. Lithy, however, 3-2, you're going on the side of Team Liquid.
I believe in the boys. They just can't do anything else. I mean, it's Trill, it's Maz, it's Sido, and it's Samayam. You cannot count them out. Even if they had a rough first weekend, they had a rough start against arguably one of the best teams in NA. I do think they have the potential to take down the Power Trolls, because they also have been struggling a little bit this weekend. I mean, they are in the lower bracket by the hands of the move after all.
Yeah. I mean, it does seem like the one thing that we do agree on is it's not going to be a landslide victory on either side, Super Ts. We know these teams are capable of so much. We know that they are both capable of adapting. They have a deep range of compositions that they could pick. So I think this is going to be a nail-biter series no matter how much you look at it.
I kind of think the main thing that's going to keep it close is just Cubsy on Arcane. I feel like if he doesn't have Frost, that is going to leave some opportunities for Liquid.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so potentially see that. That would be very interesting. Let us know in chat what your predictions are. We're going to get this series started very shortly, but quite a bit on the line, of course, for these two teams. They both want to get in the top 4. Power Toads, of course, they're sitting there nice and comfy. Team Liquid, however, I'm sure they're not liking their current placement, so quite a lot to prove for Team Liquid. They know what they can do. They know that first weekend wasn't like them as a team if you look at historically how they place throughout these cups. But we're going to head into this game. It's elimination round as well. It's Team Liquid facing off against Power Toads, game number 1.
And we are seeing Cubsy once again on the Arcane Dream, Samayan being brought in on the other side, Rogue Warlock Priest for Liquid. Super Ts, this is looking like a spicy game before us.
I think they've got a much better racial selection here. Samayan's running the Dark Iron Dwarf. It's going to make him a lot more durable against the Feral Druid, as opposed to the last series where he started the series, I think, as an Orc. So they were really anticipating the Feral Druid here, but also they anticipated a Priest and not a Paladin, because Sido is playing Undead. So I do think that Liquid, they got the matchup they wanted.
Indeed, they did, and Trill immediately finds a good setup here on Tuna. The cheap shot out of the sap, but gets locked down by Cubsy very quickly. Arcane Surge coming in as well. They're looking for some big damage onto Trill, but doesn't send the touch of the magic quite yet. The Shadow Blades are out. Axton needs to be a little bit careful, and Sam is just this slippery Warlock. He is meant to be. Nice coil here to discourage Axton a little bit more. There's the setup with a cheap shot into the smoke bomb. Immediate barrier from Tuna. Good reaction, nice trade of cooldowns, and this should keep the Power Toads safe for the moment.
Nice interrupt from Axton, getting on top of Sea-Doo, bashing him, but Sea-Doo trinkets for a double fear, setting up for damage on Cubsy as well as Axton. Sam I Am is beginning to ramp here. He's getting a lot of Malefic Raptures. As I say that, he just gets counterspelled by Cubsy. Really important to counterspell Malefic Rapture. You lock the Warlock on every school. Sea-Doo going up into the air during that counterspell and stun with the Ultimate Penitence, totally denying the damage onto Sam. Great deflection by Sea-Doo. Axton jumping over here onto Trill. He pre-evasions, anticipating the stun on himself there. Nice read by Trill. He cloaks out of the root a bit aggressively here. He's chasing down the healer, and he manages to get there with the kidney shot, but having thrown his evasion and cloak, I would really like to see another setup on him.
I was excited for that gateway fear from Sea-Doo, but no real pressure coming off of that. Sam still actually gets a precog, one more for his collection, and is going to keep continuously dotting Axton. Nice fear here, gets immediately dispelled. Tuna up in the air as well right now, trying to keep his team alive, and it's working quite nicely. Cubsy, so far largely untouched by Liquid, might get swapped to if he isn't careful. Has the touch of the Magi ready, sends that towards Sam I Am, but immediately gets pressured around line of sight. Sam retreating a little bit further and dotting up Axton, forcing the Barkskin and retreating the Feral behind the pillar thanks to Tuna's grip. Void Shift is still available overall. Liquid finding themselves in a lot of situations where they have some massive pressure. The fear dispelled off of Trill. They're just looking for the next setup now.
Oh, Tuna dispelling an unstable affliction. Trill sees him. He's sneaking up on him, going for a gouge, likely a kidney shot. Sea-Doo gets caught in the middle of the map by Cubsy. Axton's caught in the middle of the map in a smoke bomb, stunned on his trinket. Massive damage incoming, but the survival instincts there from Axton was clutch. It reduced enough damage that he survived that stun lock, and now Tuna is free, pushing towards Axton to keep him aggressive on Trill and Sam. Trill has blown a lot of defensives. They're trying to punish him, swapping here on this maim stun. Penances and missiles are flying through, possibly a double kill. This is a huge amount of momentum for the Power Toads as Sea-Doo is caught into another full Psychic Scream. Trill has to trade Cloak and Evasion as soon as they're available. Sam I Am trades his Unending Resolve, and it was maybe 30 seconds ago I was thinking that Liquid have got this game, but now it's looking like it's all the Power Toads.
Yeah, but Trill finds Axton around the corner, out of bear form, goes out of cat form, actually getting locked down like crazy.
No.
The coil follow-up, so much damage! Axton just out of position, and Trill pulls the noose tight and drags him out of the arena. What a beautiful turnaround here from Liquid. So much about Power Toads being in control.
I can't believe that catch there from Trill. He's just out of position, out of line of Tuna. Cubsy wasn't able to get there
That was a solid Jing, super.
And then also just coming out of cat form as well, losing any other bonuses that he gets provided into that. Really unfortunate circumstance because they just pulled everything away from them in that instance. So I think that's a victory to Liquid there, said the Fellowship, but victory to Liquid. Like, just watch where Axton goes here. They just got every cooldown from Sam and Trill, and he's just behind the pillar. Tuna's not there. Trill sneaks in behind him. Sam aggressively gates on top of him. Sea-Doo gates on top of him, and the entire team gets there and can clutch out the kill. Tuna has no escapes. Cubsy can't help him around the corner. I don't even know really what he would be. He could maybe sheep and stop maybe a restun or something in order to get into bear form, but I don't think he was anticipating that relay of the demonic gateway. That was a really offensive play from Sam in that instance specifically. We'll see it again on the replay here.
And Axton, I don't actually dislike Axton's positioning here, right? Because Tuna gets caught into this full kidney, the full fear. He wants to be away from Liquid as far as possible, but they're just so snappy. Trill immediately finds him with the Vanish and just locks him down. Thanks, production. And the fact that Sam has the presence of mind to immediately toss in the gateway and connect. That's why Liquid was one of the best teams, if not the team to beat during Dragonflight, and they are still one you cannot count out, even if the first week and that match against Welcome to the JUNG haven't looked as impressive as you would have expected it. Sam I Am kind of stamping his card back in. I was a little bit concerned about his performance after last week. Seemed like he wasn't as locked in as he would have liked to be on that Warlock, but by now I feel like he is completely refocused and a very new Sam.
Yeah, he's really geared up for this. I also think it's just a completely different matchup. The Priest and the Arcane Mage are a lot easier to get control of than the Paladin and the Frost Mage. both from a damage perspective and from a CC perspective. It's easier to shut down the Arcane's damage, and it's easier to get control of the priest. So the Power Toads in this matchup, I don't think it's going to be as much of a freebie or a walk in the park as it looked like for Welcome to the JUNG in the upper bracket. So Liquid, they're locking in Ashamane's Fall. They're setting up for a big map, interestingly enough, even though the Power Toads are setting up for the big map to try and counter the Rogue team. Liquid now, I can't imagine that they're going to change anything. They know that this is the biggest threat from the Power Toads, this has to be the biggest threat from them, I think, with the Feral and the Mage.
Well, Benruki was teasing some things, especially with Axton having some other things ready other than the Feral, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of a curveball comp here from the Power Toads. I mean, they've tried some things, but never mind. Not for now. It was just the first game and just the blind pick. They are still very much in a position where they can claw themselves back into the series.
All right, big map. They can separate from the Subtlety Rogue, make it more difficult for Trill to bounce around on the map and get crowd control on Tuna. I kind of want to see Cubsy maybe focus a little bit more on possibly punishing Trill when he steps across the map onto his priest. I think that they could definitely control Trill a little bit more when he's doing that. They've got Fear, Root, and Polymorph. It's a lot of CC. So between the three of them, whenever Trill is making an aggressive move, get more control on him, and then make your push on top of Sam in order to try and build some momentum. That's the only real large adjustment I would like to see from the Power Toads.
I'm on board there, especially if you look at the match of the move against the Fellowship, right? Peekaboo again and again, the big target. Trill and Mez were kind of tunneled, Trill even more so, by Welcome to the JUNG. So Rogue's a lot more squishy than people maybe give them credit for. But the other thing is, of course, right, you don't want to let the Warlock free cast, so you can't go on the Rogue the entire time. Which puts you in a little bit of an uncomfortable position. So, large map, little bit less free reign for Trill. That's kind of the goal here. But on the other side, I also see Liquid in a position where Sam can just really draw out Axton and Cubsy into positions that make it harder for Tuna to really support his team as much as he would like to. Maybe causing him to push in, get out of position a little bit, and Trill can punish that. So, very much a map where I feel like the positioning of both teams is going to be game deciding.
Well, let's see if Power Toads can level up here. They're Cup #1 champion, so not making it to Championship Sunday would be a big blow for their confidence here in the competition. We didn't see any meta-changing class changes either, so you're really expecting them to be able to make a deep run, but Liquid have leveled up here in the lower bracket. They're not going to go out of this one without a fight. The gates have opened. Cubsy's in stealth. Axton's crossing the map. They're trying to get combat, I think, before they can get a sap out here. Maybe they're going to get sap. No, Arcane Barrage from the Mage. That gets Tuna in combat with the Dispel. And now Trill is likely waiting for Axton. He wants to open on the Feral Druid. He might pull the trigger right away, though. Trill has been definitely a bit eager in this matchup. He's going to. Cheap shot. Sea-Doo gets Frost Nova. He dispels it into a DB. Cubsy with insane interception on Sea-Doo. Now into a Fear. Ring of Frost. Does he clutch it? He misses the Ring of Frost, and Sea-Doo is going to be able to escape. Nice peels to break up the chain, but would have been really nice to get that ring right there.
Yeah, but you can see immediately off the bat, Sam positioning so far in the back that Tuna is forced to almost walk to Liquid's pillar to start the game out, and Trill immediately jumping on that. Now they're on Axton a little bit here. Sam trying to kite away from Cubsy and the Touch of the Magi, actually the full burst being sent, but Axton is going very far forward. Tuna getting gouged up, the full kidney shot, the follow-up. Sea-Doo gating in for a Fear. They're going to follow that one up out of the Rogue CC, and Axton just sitting in bear form with the pain suppression. Should be fine for the moment, but you can see Liquid massively capitalizing on these pushes with a smoke bomb as well. Axton is suffering, and even the ultimate penitence is in as Tuna tosses through the barrier and saves his Feral's life, but not before the survival instincts are tossed out of the window.
I do like the control Axton's getting here. He had a Root on Trill earlier, now he's getting Cyclones, he's switching that over onto Sea-Doo. He pre-bear forms the smoke bomb, he trades the survival instincts. I think this is looking like a lot cleaner of a game for Axton. He's anticipating these attacks, and it's showing on what the cooldowns are available. They still have 3 medallions against the Subtlety Rogue. Now we see another entangling Root on Trill. Sea-Doo dispels that, but now he gets bounced away by a knockback. He steps in on the Mage to get line side of the Feral, but Axton's in bear form. He gets gripped back to safety, and that might have just been like maybe a first game thing in this series for Axton getting caught out like that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared here. Cubsy might need to ice block here. Tuna only has one more pain suppression, and Cubsy is still dropping lower and lower. Tuna is getting gouged up. Axton under fire. They don't have too much left. There's the full blind. The kidney shot is ready. Trill just will send that onto Tuna. He needs to do something. There's a trinket void shift immediately onto his feral, but the follow-up cheap shot is in, and Liquid still has so much damage. There is so much pressure, and now the pain sub is gone. There is so little left in the tank of Power Toads defensively. They need to make something work with this push, maybe with the ultimate penitence. Sam dropping lower and lower, but Sidu has things under control for the moment. Big heals, big barrier coming through. Sam should be fine, but he is still dropping. Now Axton finally swapping over to Trill. Sidu gating in, looking to reposition, maybe find a push on to Tuna, but Sam still on half HP. He needs to take care of his Warlock. Trill once again connects onto the Priest, gouge the coil on Axton. He is once
Big
again
setup.
caught very far back behind the enemy lines, but Sam is dying. Sidu really needs to save his Warlock right now, otherwise the game is over. Pod's out of line of sight. Sidu finds the swap in the last second, but gets maim stunned on top of it. Sam gets the fears in, tries to reset the dots, tries to reset the fears, and Super T's, I'm not sure how much longer either of this team can last.
Oh, nice fear. That got Sidu's will off the back of those 3 polymorphs, and there's not a lot of cooldowns for Sidu to keep his team going at this point. Axton with a nice pre-bear form on the cheap shots. He's only really been caught out at one point in this game. It almost lost the game, but if he can keep bearing these stuns, his team is going to win. They're overwhelming Sam. Axton's getting on target, building up towards a 5 combo point rip, but he gets shadowy dueled, so he's going to bear form right away and try and retreat with a root on Trill. His roots have been great throughout this game, but Trill is ultimately connecting. He maim stuns him. They life grip him out. It's just a matter of recovering at this point. Cubsy's been free casting at that pillar, just going side to side, in and out around the corner with that ice flows. He's been getting a lot of damage out and avoiding the spell lock. His positioning has been excellent in order to maximize his damage in a matchup where it can be difficult as the arcane mage. He's continuing to stay at that pillar, line of sight in and out. Axton gets caught, but he's got bark skin. Big damage coming in with the touch of the Magi. It's Cubsy against Sam, and Trill trying to take out Axton at the same time. A race possibly to the finish. Big shields are coming through it. I don't know if Cubsy's going to be able to steal these. He's just breaking the shields. Cubsy has been ripping in, and Sidu finally fears him to try and disrupt that, but he just trinkets right away. Axton's going after Trill. Cubsy is still going after Sam. Sam is baiting Axton to jump out here in the open, but Axton's not falling for it.
Now they're finally swapping over onto Trill. No evasion left. The cloak already gone. And he was on 20% before Sidu was able to get the heals through. Nice bash stun defensively, keeping Tuna safe from any follow-up. Nice Cyclone out of that. CC, good chain from Axton. Now they're trying to reconnect onto Sam. This might be one of those moments where they can really punish him. Touch of the Magi is in as well. Solid damage coming through from Cubsy, but Sidu with a massive defensive fear. And now the cross CC setup is in. Full fear onto Tuna. Cheap shot onto Axton. Liquid trying to send them, but the Shadow Blades from Trill gets CC'd immediately. The Ring of Frost is in as well. Cubsy with great defensive play. There's the paint sub from Sidu, but it's still not quite enough to keep Trill alive. He's dropping lower and lower. 1 second on the evasion. We'll need to pop that in almost immediately, but still greets it out, holds onto it for another few moments, and Sidu goes up into the air, stabilizing his team, but really coming down to the wire here in terms of mana for both healers, and Jackson finds himself in the crossfire. Massive damage, survival instincts out the window, and Sam on the other side getting pressured just as much. It's coming down to the wire here. Duel available for Trill. He could get in a sneaky last cheap shot here as Cubsy is down to have a little bit of focus change from Liquid, but the Power Toads are holding on for another moment here, Super.
Nice dispel on the root. Axton's pre-bear form. He's anticipating the attack here. He's got to be careful. Trill is just waiting to pull the trigger. They get a maim stun on the Warlock, forcing the Dark Pact. Sidu still has a slight mana lead. Nice barrier coming down from Tuna during the stun lock, so Axton should be all right. Tuna ducks into the bomb, but he walks into a cheap shot. Double Ring of Frost. I love these rings from Cubsy. He's controlling these goes a lot better, but Sidu sees that ring as an opportunity to shatter with death and make himself immune to sheep. So it's a good punish by Sidu to seize that opportunity. Now his team can likely push in here, but they're going to need to trade cooldowns to make that push. Cloak of Shadows out from Trill as he's going toe-to-toe with Axton in the middle of the map. Tuna takes a gamble, dispels Unstable Affliction with Axton so low on health. Another cheap shot for follow-through. Shadow Bolts come in from Sam. He's free casting Malefic Rapture in the back line, looking for spam fears as well, but they're max ranging them, and Axton, he's just on the run. There's no mana left. Full blind. He has to trinket it right away. He might get CC'd on his trinket into the gouge. Axton is jumping in, but I think he's jumping into his own death as Trill will finish him and now lead to match point.
What a convincing game from Liquid. It was all around Sam trying to bait Axton out of position. Cubsy and Tuna playing a fantastic game, and Axton really doing his very best, but I feel like Liquid just had them on the ropes the majority of the games. Yes, some good counterpunches here and there, but overall the positioning just working out so much better for Liquid, while the Power Toads were trying to stay aggressive, but never able to do that extra step to really hammer the advantage home.
I'd really like to know why Tuna isn't playing the Paladin that he was last week, because that's actually what allowed them to reverse sweep. It must be like war games or ladder games or something that Tuna opted to switch out of the Paladin, or maybe we see him go back on it at this point. Maybe they thought like the Priest and the Arcane together could be a lot of extra DPS and something to overwhelm them, but it's actually Sidu who's doing more overall damage than Tuna, like doubling him here on the Discipline Priest. So unless he can get an insane amount of damage out on the Priest, I think the Paladin might be a bit better in this matchup. Of course, there might have been off-stream, off-broadcast war games or something that says otherwise, but it's just surprising to not see him play the same thing they did last week with so much success.
And it's not like Tuna is doing bad on the Disc Priest. It's just this little extra push that they need to get the heads up on Liquid. I really feel like, especially since they're playing this Arcane Mage, right? The nature of the setup CC from the Paladin might just work a little bit better, because in the game of consistent pressure versus Sam's Warlock and Sidu on the Disc Priest, I feel like the Power Toad just can't keep up with the Arcane Mage.
Yeah, it's not enough. Even with Cubsy's positioning, like I swear he's played this map so expertly, so strategically. He stood in a spot on this map where he could basically free cast the entire game, and it still wasn't enough to really like significantly get his damage that high, right? Like Aston's getting trained the whole game. Typically when you're the caster and they're not attacking you, you're able to like top the meter and get a lot of pressure out. But even in that instance, maybe there was like one point where his burst kind of overwhelmed the target in this game, but it's a 6.5 minute game. If you only have one instance where you're making that much of an impact, it could be time for a composition swap on their part.
It might just be. I'm on board with you. I'd like to see the Paladin, but on the other side, is it really going to work out? Liquid seems very locked in and very confident in their play at the moment. Maybe a little bit of fury in their belly as well, getting knocked down into the lower bracket 2 cups in a row, and especially with a 3-0 from Welcome to the JUNG. That's not a position you want to be in, and they need the points. It's a second cup after all, right? If you go out in the not even going into Championship Sunday, 2 cups in a row, that's going to get rough for top 3 qualifications straight into the season finals.
Yeah, but I mean, good things for Liquid are that they're just 1 point away, and it's looking like this matchup is very good for them. So I don't think they're really going to change their composition here. They're taking maybe some time to discuss possible changes, but maybe it's more so as far as strategy. Seems like they really had it going for them. They can see that they can win on mana. Sidu is just able to outposition the crowd control, and so he's able to output more overall damage and healing, and just win and dampening as a result. So Liquid just playing the late game, playing the attrition war. It's up to the Power Toads to find something that can close the game out faster, whether that's a different comp or possibly a healer that can last longer. I think the Paladin's mana would likely go either equal to what Sidu's was last time, or at least a little bit further, and they could also be the team that wins on dampening if they're ready for that. From Power Toad specifically. Maybe Tuna spent a lot of time on the Priest, and that's the main reason he doesn't want to do it, because they're not changing. They're going in with the same thing, even despite being down 2 points. So backs against the wall. They've been in, honestly, worse positions in the Grand Finals last week, and they came back with 4 in a row.
True.
So I'm not going to count them out yet, but it is not going to be easy.
Absolutely not. I kind of want to say a little bit of a spotlight on Cubsy this match, but then again, he just had his, basically almost in terms of what you can do in terms of damage as an Arcane Mage, an almost perfect game on Ashermanes, right? As you mentioned, he had this free casting position, got to just blast as much as he wanted to. So I almost feel like for Power Toads, it's really much more about Axton and about Tuna, because I don't feel like Tuna had too many opportunities in the last 2 games to really push forward and get aggressive on this Priest, add in a little bit of extra pressure with his own CC. He has always just been stuck in the back, trying to keep his team alive and playing defensive.
I mean, that's probably a stylistic thing. I feel like Cubsy's teams They've always been the defensive-oriented teams. They've always been the team that kind of drags the fight out. I know a lot of players, when they play against them on the ladder, they absolutely hate it because they're just the team that will constantly run away from you and drag the fight on forever. So likely that was a stylistic choice to try and let's just survive, play for the late game. But now we've seen what happens in the late game. Sea-Doo outmanages you. So it could be time to switch gears, maybe be a bit more aggressive. But backs are against the wall. They need to reverse sweep Liquid, Dragonflight North American champions.
Oh, that is never a sentence you want to hear if you're cheering for a team. Liquid is notoriously hard to beat, even if they don't look as good. And heading into Dalaran Arena, Axton gets a good opener here with a double rake stun, just getting the bleeds out on Trill and Sam-I-Am, but postured up behind that box. Sea-Doo immediately drops in the barrier, and now Trill on the offensive here, gets in the Orc Racial, gets some extra damage on the Shadow Blades, and really locks it down Tuna and Axton, but gets punished on the way out, and Sea-Doo needs to be careful to keep him alive.
Cubsy is just soloing Sam-I-Am. He's literally been pinning him at like sub 50% health, basically by himself, but now Sam gets a coil on Axton, gets a couple of important spells off there, comboed together with the power infusion, so he's going to be ramping a lot of damage onto Axton if Axton chases him down here, and Trill sees him, but Axton is smart. He pulls back to the top side. Cubsy getting spam feared because Cubsy is soloing Sam. Is he just going to kill him? Is he just going to kill him by himself? Cubsy is doing crazy pressure this game, even more than Ashamains. He pulls on any resolve completely by himself.
Maybe I should have stuck to being to the spotlight being on Cubsy here, because he is certainly demanding it right now. Axton, once again, a little bit the target, but Cubsy taking some raw damage here as well. Sam porting out, nice blast wave, kicking the Warlock back into the deeps of the sewer. But for the moment, it's not really doing too much for this game. Axton reconnecting onto Sam, Trill's shadow stepping over, full coil onto Axton. Tuna still stuck in his sap, now getting back into combat, trying to heal up Axton a little bit, and Trill dueling the bear, at least for the moment. He's going to pull back, look for a reset, and try to connect onto Cubsy, maybe across the sea onto Tuna. Kidney shot is ready, so is the blind in 8 seconds. This is something Liquid will utilize, I'm sure, to put some massive pressure onto Axton. Maybe they can get the Survival Instinct or another Pain Sub.
Nice port by Sam. Axton's in bear form, ready for Trill. He's going to charge in, try and interrupt the Warlock. I think he ended up not landing the kick there. He gets gripped back over the ring. Nice positioning, and that pre-bear form once again from Axton is keeping their team in the game. Mana is still maybe slightly edging towards Sea-Doo's advantage, which is not what you want to see as a Power Toads, unless Cubsy can get a massive swell of damage, but it looks like he's the one that's taking the bad end of the exchange in here as he's trying to line of sight, but he gets spell locked, clutch spell lock on the stuns. That could have been an insane Arcane Surge for Cubsy. Now he's got to ramp a little bit later, goes for Arcane Surge again. Is he going to get the Touch of the Magi off here? Sam portals in line of sights it possibly into the near future. He's got Touch of the Magi available, still not shooting it. That's the major cooldown an Arcane Mage has. He's popped it. There's the Touch of the Magi. He needs to free cast. He fakes the kicks. He's getting lots of missiles. He gets a polymorph, and Cubsy once again is popping off in this position. Tuna's getting aggressive. Gets a double fear. This is astonishing damage out from the Power Toads. Bashing on Sea-Doo. Sam knocked off the side, and if Cubsy gets another clean setup like this, they can win the game.
Yeah, Cubsy really making plays here, forcing Trinket Void Shift from Sea-Doo, but Tuna goes into the air. They're following it up with more. As the barrier gets tossed onto the smoke bomb, great answer from Tuna. Axton kept safe for the moment, but Liquid going a little bit more to Cubsy, pressuring that Arcane Mage. He has the power infusion, you really need to be careful. He's trying to set himself up for a big touch, but down to 10%. The ice block needs to come through. Close call here for the mage, but he is staying alive. Arcane missiles are coming in. He has the stacks. There's the presence of might. He's trying to blast like crazy. But Sea-Doo has the barrier ready as well. Answers win kind, and they should be fine for the moment. Trill tries to reconnect on the mage, but Tuna and Cubsy just free casting behind the box. Swap onto Axton. There is the Survival Instinct. Trill holding onto that blind still. They might look for another setup in 10 seconds with that kidney.
Nice. They baited the life grip on the mage and then sent the dance on the feral instead, which was their primary goal. So now they got no medallion feral, but a double ring. Cubsy is setting up possibly for the win. If he can get this Touch of the Magi reset with shifting power and this Arcane Surge off successfully. He line of sighted himself. He needs this Arcane Surge. I don't think he got it, but he faked the kick. He needs to get it here. Arcane Surge, Touch of the Magi. This is the big swell of damage. This is the moment for Cubsy and the Power Toads, but they get feared on it. Sea-Doo in position and clutches out this fear, denying a lot of burst, but still it's a lot of damage. Sea-Doo ducks into the sky. Sea-Doo shut that all down. Sea-Doo says, no way, Cubsy.
Great attempt from Cubsy though. Sidu just a little bit quicker on the draw, but Cubsy tries to reconnect. Sam really trying to kite away as far as possible. They're basically swapping sides on the map here right now, but Cubsy is taking so much damage. Sam was really ready for that mage follow-up. Axton tries to connect the Cyclone, gets interrupted on it, and the gateway back in. Sidu is caught in a ring of frost. Great offensive CC here once again from Cubsy as Sidu is trying to reconnect, and Axton once again caught behind the box. Tuna is on top of him though. The smoke bomb coming through, but outside of a pain sub, Liquid doesn't get too much. The void shift's still very much available, but Axton is so low on CDs. There is Sam once again under fire. Every single touch of the magic just does so much work for Cubsy, but Tuna brings in the void shift, immediately gets swapped to in the full kidney. He has nothing left in the tank. Desperate Prayer is available. The shield barely comes through, but can he stay alive the last few seconds? He just needs to pull it out, but it's not working, and Liquid with a beautiful swap secure this series and their place on Championship Sunday.
Sidu is such an important role in this game for shutting Cubsy. That was going to win the game. Also, I feel like Cubsy kind of trolled a bit with lining his own Arcane Surge a couple times. The ice flows can be kind of tricky because you're move casting, you start the cast in line, and then you move out of line, and then you need to move back in line in time, and maybe he was afraid of getting kicked or something. So maybe he was just second guessing whether he could go for it, but that delay that he had on the Arcane Surge enabled time for Sidu to get in range and fear him, and it just totally shut down. That was going to be their win setup if he was able to get that combo off without getting CC'd. And then this is an insane play from Liquid to turn this around with Sam being so critically low, and then just to seize this opportunity on the Priest, because killing the Priest is very difficult. They have Focused Will, which reduces damage when you attack them, but they saw this opportunity. Trill's like, hey, kidney shot, you just void shifted, you're really low, I'm just going to kill you right here. Sam gets off a haunt, the DB comes in, but it's not enough. Tried to blast wave, still not enough, and yeah, Trill and Sidu, I think, are the ones that close this out, because Tuna line of sights the Warlock, and offensive penance with power infusion is enough to finish him, I think, there. So really well done from Liquid to anticipate that. Really good job by Sidu to shut down that game-winning go by Cubsy a little earlier than this as well.
Yeah, very well done. Indeed. What an incredible series. I don't think... did anybody predict a 3-0?
Nope. Not a single one of us.
No perfect predictions.
What's up?
No perfect predictions this time.
No perfect predictions, not even Zico. Unfortunate, and unfortunate, of course, for Power Toads as well. Personally, I'm a little bit surprised, especially considering their performance last weekend, but Power Toads, they're still nice and comfy up there up in the top 4 from their performance and placement from last weekend. So not really the end of the world, but certainly not the result that I'm sure that they were hoping for. Championship Sunday, of course, is the goal. So Team Liquid still going to be in the running. And unfortunately, that is the end of the road here for Power Toads. But I mean, they got unlucky having to play some of the teams that they did in the bracket. So unfortunate for them. And hopefully we'll see them come back just as strong for Cup number 3 heading into next weekend.
It's kind of, as we talked about top of the show, right? There are so many really good teams in NA that, and Ben, I think, put it very, very well. There are no easy matches in NA at all. So Power Toads going down here 3-0 is a little bit unfortunate for them, of course, but I don't think they need to hang their heads in shame because they went up against Liquid and they are one of the best teams and one of the most veteran teams in the AWC for a very good reason.
Yeah, certainly. So I think they're obviously an incredible team, and it's one of those sweeps that perhaps the 3-0 doesn't really tell the full story if you actually watch the individual games. Some of them were very, very close, lots of close moments. But yeah, here's a look at the predictions, and we got proved very wrong. Lithy, you were the closest, but still didn't predict 3-0. So incredible performance from Team Liquid. I wonder, actually, I know what chat is. I have that information. Liquid was 42% over for Team Liquid versus Power Toads.
Everybody votes Liquid.
8%. What's up?
Everyone usually votes Liquid, is what I think.
Yeah, I know. Usually it's just like a popularity vote, I feel like, for the chat predictions, maybe.
That's fair.
Yeah. But either way, let's take a look here at the bracket and what we have seen so far and where we're moving to up next. As we can see, Team Liquid waiting for an opponent currently from this next up series. We've got the Fellowship versus the F tier up next, Supties.
This is an interesting one because this is kind of like EU, where in the offline games last week, the Fellowship 3-0'd F tier, but then when they fought in the actual broadcast, F tier was able to beat the Fellowship. So now they've got a third bout with each other again in this lower side, and I think both teams have leveled up since then. So this is going to likely be very exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. And I know we've stressed it so much, but the lower bracket looking very scary right now. A lot of powerful teams. Here's a quick look also at the standings, the updated standings. We've got Power Toads and Welcome to the Jung now tied for first place, and then F tier currently in third place for the standings, followed by the Fellowship. So this is not only is this going to be an incredible series based on the reasons that Super T's just listed, but I mean the points are very, very close, and you can bet that both of them are going to be trying their darndest to make it into Championship Sunday. So we're going to head to a break and get to that series. Before we do that, however, we're going to play the last spell guessing game of the day. And Lithy, you don't need to redeem yourselves, but Super T's and I certainly do, and maybe we could do that here and put those predictions behind us. So whose spell is it anyway?
I'm just waiting for the rogue poison round where I lose my rogue card, you know?
Yeah, well, you probably just gave production idea, so I'm sure we're going to see that tomorrow.
I don't know how quick
I know I gave them that idea like a week ago. They just haven't tossed it my way yet.
What is this? 1% base mana, instant, 5-minute recharge. It's something elemental. It's either a fire elemental or a wind elemental.
Earth element? Oh,
or
you don't
earth
think
elemental.
it's...
It could be earth, fire, or wind. So it ramps something up over time, which is making me think it's the wind one, which I don't think it's called the wind elemental. It's called something else, but
Storm elemental.
yeah, I think because storm elemental ramps, and it makes it seem like it's ramping with that bottom text.
Yeah.
Hurl wind or hurl fire? I don't think it's earth elemental because it doesn't hurl anything. Oh, maybe it does hurl a stun. But you have to talent for that.
That sounds weird, though. Hurl fire is the only one that doesn't sound weird,
yeah,
right?
hurl wind sounds weird, and hurl earth sounds weird. Wind
Hurl
elemental's
rocks.
not a thing. They threw that as a trick to try and get us with the wind elemental, and then
Yeah,
fire elemental's the
sneaky.
only one, but then it's like, while it's active, each time what does what increases something for a certain duration.
I'm locking in storm elemental.
I think it's the storm
elemental.
the storm ramps up something, I'm pretty sure. The Tempest Shaman's not good, but I tried it a bit, and you play Storm Elemental, and it ramps something while it's active. Fire Elemental, I don't... But hurling wind gusts? Is that what it says? Elemental to hurl...
Hurling lightning.
Is it lightning with... It leaks over the bottom?
I'm gonna go with fire. I don't know.
It's either fire or storm, for sure. And watch it be
Hurl
earth.
fire.
Maybe the cooldown is giving this one away, actually. Is Storm 5 minutes? I don't think it is. I think it's shorter than that. I think Fire Elemental is shorter than that, too. I think it's Earth Elemental. It hurls a rock. No, wait. It would stun. It would be 30 seconds. Now I'm thinking it could be Earth Ellie, because I'm pretty sure Earth Ellie's 5 minutes, and Fire and Storm are lower than that.
Do you get them all at the same level?
I think...
It's level 35. I don't know if they all are unlocked at the same time.
I have no idea what the level is.
For some reason, I feel like Earth is first. I don't know.
I'm fairly sure the base CD is 5 minutes, and the follow-up talents that you take reduce it to whatever it is when you actively play it. And also, I think it's CD reduction based on spells cast.
Well,
I don't know. I'm locking in Storm Elemental. I'm not changing my mind. I'm running with this.
I'm gonna say Storm too, I think.
Okay. Well, I feel... You know what? I'll stay with fire. What the heck?
It's gonna end up randomly being.
I think I'm
Earth,
wrong.
but I don't think so.
That's...
Hurl. The word
not a good
hurl
sign
is
if
the only
Aya
thing that
sticks to
makes me
one
think
by
fire
herself.
could be right.
Let's see what it is. Let's
Unless it's
just let's reveal it. I don't think we're sure on anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gusts of wind.
Dang.
Gusts. You hurl gusts.
Hurl gusts of wind.
Okay.
That just
Hurled gusts.
It's
doesn't
2.5
sound
minute
right.
recharge, not 5 minutes.
Oh my
that's
god, they
such a
trolled.
bait. Oh
What?
my god.
wait.
I saw the blurred bar next to it. I wasn't sure
That's
What?
what
That
they
is
could be hiding.
sneaky.
Oh my
That
god.
is sneaky.
I
That's
don't
like
like
whiting out
this.
your homework. Like, I didn't even think you could do that.
Well,
What?
now we
I
know
love
all
this.
their tricks.
Oh, this is so
It's
good.
like 5 minutes. I don't think it's 5
Okay.
minutes, and I was right. It wasn't 5 minutes, but it's because they. Oh my god. I don't
Okay.
want to play this game anymore. They're trying to. This is mean.
Well, let's see if we can get the icon right, maybe. It's gonna be ridiculous. I just know it. Oh, it's B or C,
no.
right?
I think it's D.
I think it's D.
Or A. I don't think it is brown.
No. Okay. I'll
I think it's
trust
got a
you.
lit up stomach, so it's not B. And I don't think it's
Is it
brown,
tan?
so it's not C. But I don't know if it's got highlighted shoulders or blue shoulders.
I don't know. Now I kind of feel like it's. Now I kind of feel like it's A actually. 'Cause it's blue.
Yeah, I think it's A. I don't think the like the actual elemental. I don't think has bronze armor on the shoulders, so I think it's
Yeah.
A. If it ends up being B, then I'm disappointed with whoever made the original tooltip.
I think it's C.
Okay.
I think it's C. I'm gonna lock C in, and I'm not changing my mind.
A. I'm Canadian, so I pick A.
Okay. I don't even know anymore. All right, just end our suffering, production. What is it?
Oh, there's no way.
Not A.
Oh, okay.
Not B.
Okay. Oh,
C versus D. It was
all
the
right.
light up shoulder.
I should have gone with my
Jesus.
first guess. Oh, man.
We're all getting the shaman card revoked.
I should
Terrible.
know better.
Oh no.
Man.
We're all getting the shaman card revoked.
I should
Terrible.
know better.
Oh no.
Yeah. Levi would be disappointed in us. All right. Well, I'm sure chat got it right. We're going to have to try again tomorrow, but let us know in the chat how you did with that one. And with that, we're going to head to a break, and then we're going to head to the very last series of the day. It is the Fellowship versus F tier coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is the last series of the day here. It is the Fellowship versus F tier. Both of these teams also fairly close in terms of standings, Venruki, and I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, me too. I'm not hiding it. I'm an F tier fan. You know what I mean? They had a great game in the lower bracket starting off the day, and it's been nice. Saul's on a bit of a journey, bringing in the Elemental Shaman. That being said, they're going up against the Fellowship. And this was a really interesting matchup when we saw it play out the week before, because the Fellowship was running a composition that I feel like should never lose. They were playing like the Feral Druid Devastation Evoker, and somehow they were losing to F tier's Cleaves. So I think we might end up seeing that matchup again, except it could go in the opposite way if the Fellowship clean it up a bit.
Okay, all right, well, we're going to see. We also did some predictions for this one as well, and we can take a look at those. In the meantime, if you're watching from home, let us know who exactly you think is going to be making out of this one, because the loser here, unfortunately, knocked out of the tournament and will be making it to Championship Sunday. Supties, looks like you are the only one disagreeing here.
You got to make a choice sometimes, you know, to break my tie. Like, I'm on the bottom and I've been tied forever. I have to take a chance, and I'm putting my chance on F tier. Okay?
That's fair. Okay. Yeah, Ven, you're a fan of F tier, but you still think they're not gonna make it work here.
I love F tier. Oh my god, they're my favorite team. Now they're gonna lose.
There's a difference between your head and your heart, Supatees and I, okay? So my heart is telling me F tier's got this. My brain is saying, I don't think that Feral Druid Devastation Evoker should lose to what F tier runs. Except maybe the Elemental Shaman. Like, the Elemental Shaman from Saul is an extra little trick that I think could pick up some wins for them, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. But for some reason, my heart's telling me that the Fellowship's going to be going for it.
Oof. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly some things that they could play F tier. They are capable of sort of adjusting their composition, and they could make something work here. But that is definitely gonna be, I think, a very tough series for either of these teams here. I feel like it's gonna be really close no matter what happens, and we know also kind of what is on the line in terms of standings. We were looking at it before we did head into a break, and we know that both of these teams are very, very close to getting either knocked out of the top four or solidifying their spot right now. So I'm sure that's on their mind, Supatees. I hope that it doesn't affect their gameplay, but we're already halfway through basically this season.
What is the standing between them? Are they F tier slightly ahead? I think 20 points ahead. I think.
Yeah. So
20 to 100. So this is important for the Fellowship if they want to get, guaranteed into that top 3 to qualify, skip past the gauntlet, because there's changes coming in on Tuesday that could completely mix everything up. We don't know if there's changes coming the next week, and then I'm pretty sure there's definitely going to be changes before the finals. So you kind of want to lock that top 3 position in early, and not have to worry about possible meta changes to your composition ruining your qualification process.
No, that's a good. Are any of them going to affect either of these teams directly?
I don't. I feel like they kind of help F tier. Maybe the warrior buffs. Maybe Laros can play a game here. We might see
goodness, yeah.
I'd see Laros a little bit. Might be helping them. Calvish's team, I think it helps them. They weren't running a Warlock or a Death Knight. I really think it's just the Warlock and the Death Knight teams that are going to be the most hurt on Tuesday. And then everybody else, I think, is kind of chilling.
All right, well, we'll have to find out when we get there. In the meantime, it is the Fellowship versus F tier. Last series of the day, loser knocked out of the tournament.
Okay, F tier leading with their Cleave. So Saul will be on the Enhancement Shaman. The Fellowship playing this Feral Mage Priest once again. So I kind of wonder why these players aren't playing the Paladin. The Paladin seems a lot more solid overall, but the extra offense from the Priest could be nice. Beautiful setup here. Double stuns coming in. Majidin under fire, but at the same time, it's Saul under pressure. Jazz might have to trade out the sacrifice he does, and that will deflect. Saul is going to stay alive.
All right, nice plays here, back and forth, but they got double medallion from Calvish and Majidin. Doritos doing such a crazy job stacking enemies up for double leg sweeps, and Saul, I think, is adapted. He's running the static field totem, which I think is really good into these caster teams for grouping enemies together. So Doritos, Shaz, and Saul have a completely different build in mind for this game right here. And there's the static field, pulling the mage in, getting him set up for Dorito, and enabling them to cleave them down. But he pulls them a little bit too early. There was no leg sweep, and now they're falling behind. Shaz has been struggling for like the last 30 seconds to get the team stabilized. Shaz as he goes into another Cyclone, wrapping back to the pillar to avoid potential polymorphs, going for a Hand of Divinity out of line of sight, touch of Karma forced from the Monk. Couch is going to be in a bear form for a moment there, knowing that attacking into Karma is probably going to be a mistake. He swaps to the Shaman instead, and now building up bleeds, full bash, jumps over, full maim stun, mages in, can he get there? Can he get the ring? The poly, Couch is going for the clone to solve the ground. Now it doesn't look like it, they killed off the grounding, full Cyclone, both Sol and Dorito in a bit of trouble as Majidin starts to position into the corner, baiting Shaz off the pillar.
Yep, this ain't looking too bad for now. See what they can do. The cleave damage from Calvish and Majidin has been quite high. If you look at the scoreboard right now, look at the details, you can see just how much damage they are doing, and the amount of mana Shaz is burning through is really high. Dorito has no touch of Karma as well, so it's very rare you see the Windwalker Monk targeted, but this could be one of those matchups where you do want to get that cleave out. You do want to have to go after the Windwalker Monk just a little bit, as Sol has proven quite durable in this particular matchup. Right now, Dorito and Calvish exchanging blows in the midfield. Here comes the Storm, Earth, and Fire. Big hit of damage, but they're trying to connect onto the Mage. Sol's just running after Majidin, trying to slow down what they can. Out comes the Wolves. Are we going to see Bloodlust? I don't think he is playing it, and I think Majidin might live as a result, but a little swap here on Shaz.
Kearney gets a triple fear and sets up a swap onto Shaz there, and that was the Feral Spirits for Sol, so he didn't get to connect a lot. Nice blast wave, and they're just having such a hard time going after the Mage. Sol's trying to jump in with a gust of wind. Majidin repositions. They catch Sol with a stun. No control, though, onto Shaz, and now they get a double leg sweep. Yeah, are they going to be able to finish off with this? Hammer of Justice onto DR. Shaz blinding light. Yeah, he gets the blinding light, and Majidin's in trouble. Could be the first block of the game here. Nice static on the blink. Clutch play pulling Kearney in as well, but they don't have an AoE stun to punish, so Kearney's just going to go straight up into the skies. Ultimate Penitence should be able to top. Nice grounding totem, at least by Sol. That's one of the most effective times to put a grounding totem down is when the priest in the sky. It redirects all those penances, but they kill that grounding pretty quickly, and Sol is still feeling the pain from its lingering effects as another penance flies through from Kearney off to the side. They're really trying to force this astral shift. Calvish goes for a clone, gets shut down with the wind shear. Hammer of Justice on Kearney. Calvish goes for another clone, gets shut down by the lasso, and Calvish has to trinket out of that stun, and Sol's been getting a lot of clutch lightning lassos throughout both cups.
Yeah, such a fun little gameplay there. That lightning lasso just allows Dorito to connect a lot of damage as well, so Calvish was not messing around, but it's going to be Sol in some danger. Big heals are going to connect here for Shaz. Kearney and Majidin looking to get some damage rolling here onto Dorito, who's low. He's overextended. He's looking for Vivifies. Has the Karma, but opting not to trade it out just yet. Very disciplined. Double leg sweep coming in. That's going to be a power word barrier.
Nice.
Beautiful ring of peace. Just knocks him out immediately. Great gameplay there by Dorito, but unfortunately, they just cannot get onto the Mage. Mage is going to be incredibly slippery on that Frost Mage, and it is not easy for Sol to connect, and may have overextended in the midfield. Shaz is forced to trade a little bit there. Sol actually just decides to hide underground. Shaz holds on to his defensive cooldowns, but a great push there by the Fellowship.
Yeah, and Sol, he's got the Stone Bulwark Totem, but that can get purged off, so he drops it right now, right before the stun. That was really clutch Stone Bulwark timing. They have to redirect their attention, actually just retreat away. Excellent deflection. Now there's a blinding light from Shaz onto Kearney. Calvish is still low, even despite being in bear form in the last 20 seconds. He's got big shields up with that Rapture, though, and unless Sol gets a lucky purge here, Calvish should be able to get in the cat form and start ramping up. But Dorito actually crushes through that shield quite rapidly. Sol is looking to reconnect. Full leg sweep, no trinket. They grip Calvish away, and that frozen orb is pinning Sol and Dorito. They're having a tough time catching up off that life grip, and Sol opts to just jump out of the fight. Gust of Wind on the Paladin, hoping to break his polymorph with some AoE, but Majidin's patient. He's not going to break that CC. Now that Sol is pulled away with a full fear onto the Paladin and a stun onto the Shaman, they're going to go after Dorito, but they just get touch of Karma. They need to be on Sol right now, but his Astral Shift is actually coming up in about 1 second. Although, even though they've got a lot of cooldowns still to burn through from F tier, their mana is still slightly ahead. But maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter. He's dying through Pain Suppression. He's dying through Barkskin. And now with bear form, surely he's not going to go down. Calvish bounces back, and as long as Kearney maintains a mana advantage, I think that the Fellowship should be able to take this. Well,
yeah, Sol is rotting down once again. Huge frozen orb out. Ice Lance is flying in from the back line. Majidin getting out that cleave damage with the frozen orb, with the Ring of Fire, with the Ice Lances. Both Dorito and Sol are under fire. Kearney has some additional damage as well. Sol might just outright go down. Double stun comes in, trying to slow down Calvish, but Calvish looks for a Cyclone. Unable to find it. Lightning Lasso does come in here as he does get shut down by Sol. Sol and Dorito still under fire as they're trying to make a chase, but they're going to have to run away. Sol's going to have to retreat behind the pillar. Shaz trades out the Divine Shield, falling behind on heals, and unfortunately just having to play so defensive. But now that they've recovered, they need to try to get something going. This Enhancement Shaman is such a struggle to connect.
Yeah, he needs to get a good static field here in a triple leg suit. That Bop's going to get spell stolen, I think, if he's not careful here and doesn't cancel it. It looks like it got removed. Maybe he canceled it, actually. No, but a Cyclone on the Windwalker. He has to trinket that. Saul gets knocked away. Or it looks like he maybe jumped away. Ring of Peace interrupts the Cyclone. They're trying to go after Calvish with no trinket. They've got one leg sweep up in 5 seconds. They have to win with this leg sweep, but I don't think they can kill Calvish through Barkskin. Kearney still has a trinket, so if they can't win with this leg sweep, how much longer can they really survive? Sacrifice from Shaz. His mana is almost completely tapped out. He's charging in for crowd control. Can Kearney pre-fade the Hammer of Justice here? And it looks like he was not activated it just yet. He baits the fade. He gets the Hammer of Justice. Mages is in position. He can't get any more CC. Nice Tears Deliverance behind the pillar from Shaz. That's going to boost his healing up. They need to keep the gas pedal down. They have to stay on Majordan's heels if they want to win this.
Oh, Saul's in trouble. Blessing and Protection trades. Can they just spell it off? Both Majordan and Kearney are going to be able to remove it. Maim stun on Shaz. They're making a swap at the same time. Majordan's low and is forced into Ice Block. No more Ice Blocks available,
Big
but
swap.
Shaz may have ran out of time. Huge ultimate penitence. Saul and Shaz are getting absolutely destroyed. Shaz is on the run. Saul doing what he can to peel. Dorito needs to be that last line of defense. Create some counter pressure, but he's caught into a polymorph. Ring of Fire comes down. Blizzard as well, so it's a lot of cleave here from Majordan, but it looks like F tier survives.
They survive. There's no ice blocks left. There's no trigger on the Pharaoh Dude for a couple seconds. They have leg sweep. This alter time from Majordan. If he gets a clutch alter time, he's going to be A-okay, but they're just afraid to make the push. They're stuck on the pillar. They're trying to cross out now, but Majordan just blinks away. Dorito rolls over. Saul burrows to pre-burrow the stun. They throw down the leg sweep. He's sneaking up underneath Majordan, knocking him into the air, and roots up Kearney. So if Majordan wants to kite behind the pillar, he'll be out of line of sight, but it's just looking like it doesn't matter. Shaz has 0 mana at this point. Saul, what are you going to do, man? He's got maybe a grounding totem to disrupt some damage. He's just trying to charge in and win the game. Is Saul going to be able to win the gamble? Static Field pulls the entire team, but it walks them into a double fear. Majordan gets kicked on the polymorph. Somehow, someway, Saul has to stay on target. Can Shaz keep him alive with 0 mana to do it?
He's moving forward. He's got the wolves available. Is he going to pull the trigger? Full stun comes in. Saul has no way out. Ring of Fire once again from Majordan. Huge cleave damage, and Saul could easily fall, but Shaz deflects it with the sacrifice. Calvish now under fire, forced into bear. A lot of that karma damage is being redirected now onto Calvish. He is in trouble. Dorito is all over him. At the same time, Saul is rotting down low. Shaz has no mana left. There is no gas in the tank. Can they keep him alive? Saul is so incredibly low on health. The Void Shift comes in from Kearney, keeping Calvish in the fight, allowing him to push, but Calvish could fall. I can't believe it. F tier, they're just unstoppable, continuing to make the push, and Calvish could easily go down here, Sid.
Dorito has to kill him by himself pretty much. Ellie blast from downtown. Saul jumps over to try and reconnect. Calvish is on the run, ducking for cover. Majordan can't keep the pressure. They're desperate. They fear the DPS. And the Fellowship can't believe that F tier are still alive right now. How are they still alive? They're so close to now turning this around. Calvish, he's trying to get into Cat. He's going for the kill. He gets the stun. Saul trinkets out. Who's going to fall first? Saul does, but it could be a cross kill. Dorito is tearing in the polymorphs. Is it going to be enough? Dorito just has to get there. He gets Dragon's Breath by Majordan and intercepted into another polymorph, and Calvish is regrowthing. Saul taps out. Dorito taps out. A nail-biting finish in game 1.
Goodness gracious. I mean, the Fellowship, that was so incredibly close. You see Calvish just knocked up in the air there by that whirling dragon punch, and he was so close to just getting touch of death. Beautiful peels in the last moments there by Majordan, but it was an absolute race. But I mean, you're going to be betting on that Frost Mage. Icy Veins is rolling right now. No one has any cooldowns. You got the Icy Veins available. Majordan is just putting out a ton of pressure. But somehow, some way, F tier managed to keep up the pressure onto Calvish, forcing him into bear. And it was just really a struggle for him to get any kind of damage rolling. Majordan really have to carrying the offense. Kearney and Calvish just focusing on surviving as much as possible. Have to give respect for Calvish here, though. Just decides to go for it. So he gets the re-stealth, moves over to Dorito, goes into bear once again, gets stunned up, frenzied regen, now going to Cat to seal the deal and try to close out the game. But look at how close this is. I mean, we had percentage points on. It's just a touch of death. Dorito just spamming it, doing what he can. He gets polymorphed. Those polymorphs are the only reason that didn't go down to a 2 versus 2. And at that point, I don't really know who wins, but we didn't have to go to that. And I don't know, Sid, what, like, let's just talk about something real quick. Like, when I'm watching Saul waddle around on the enhancement shaman, I'm just thinking, I wish he was Ellie. Like, why? Yeah, Ellie seems better in every way.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I don't know if maybe he's worried about like double dispel flame shocks. That used to be a problem for Ellie against Priest. But yeah, the kiting around just seems like he's not able to get done what he needs to get done. It also seems like it's very similar to what we saw. Like, why did UNITAS not lock in any mage comps? right? The Fellowship's locking in mage comps. I would have thought it's because of F tier's Ellie. So why not just play an Ellie into the mage? Unless this is a respect thing. Unless F tier just thinks they're so much better than UNITAS and they're respecting the Fellowship.
It's a lot of like, I would love to just like sit down with the teams and ask them a lot of their decision-making processes. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes I feel confused because it seems like the answer is obvious, but I must be missing something, you know? So F tier, I would like to see Saul on Ellie Shaman. I mean, they're going to a small map, but still, it just feels like the Ellie Shaman brings everything.
Small map. The Windwalker benefits.
Like, what does the Enhancement Shaman have? The only thing the Enhancement Shaman has is more instant healing, right?
Yeah.
Like, more survivability when you're in trouble.
Yes.
But pressure is way lower.
Although maybe the loss of instant healing means the Paladin ooms faster.
But counterpoint, when you're an Ellie Shaman, you don't have to be clumped up getting double Ice Lanced and Ring of Fired, you know? Like,
yeah.
You're not getting cleaved nearly as easily.
It's probably harder for the Feral to maintain bleeds on 2 targets when the mage is pulling the monk around in circles and the Ellie's pulling you back. So yeah, I could see like a dwarf Ellie Shaman in this situation being really good against them, and they're taking their full time. So I don't know if that was like a respect thing, or maybe it was a thing of like, well, we 3-0'd them last week as this, so why not just do that right in game 1, and then if it doesn't work, maybe we'll switch to Ellie, but let's just play mains because it worked last week.
Well, 30 seconds for F tier, and then we get to see exactly what they're going to be doing. But yeah, this is our last series of the day. Both these teams looking like they want to move forward, obviously. I mean, it's an elimination series. You get eliminated now, you're limiting your points. F tier is going to be going the Elemental Shaman direction. And now we get to see, like, is the Elemental Shaman just better? Is there something I'm missing about the Enhancement Shaman? Because Enhancement Shaman just seems like it does everything the Ellie does, except it can be kited.
Yeah.
So.
Just always out of reach. Just like, it reminds me of like the meme of like 2 people fighting and one person's really tall and puts their hand on the head of the shorter person trying to punch them and they can't reach them. That's Enhancement Shaman Pav.
Oh no.
So Ellie Shaman Pav, you're the tall guy putting your hand on the head. So I think that this is probably going to be a lot better for F tier overall. But maybe they were afraid of something else. Maybe they were afraid of a Devastation comp as randomly harder as Ellie. Or maybe they're afraid of Jungle also as Ellie Windwalker, which the Fellowship have. So I think it's a lot of things to consider for F tier's thought processes with that game 1, but I think this is the correct adaptation, given the information that they have now for game number 2.
Yep. Well, let's see what they can do if they can put it together. Saul on the Elemental Shaman. You know, a little bit of a newer specialization for him, but it's just so good at the fundamentals of Shaman, you know, interrupts and groundings and, you know, positioning and good lightning lassos and just all the things you would expect a Shaman to do. Saul's really good at. Just needs to put it together. I think that the 2 main things I'm looking for Saul is just how much pressure he can put on Ellie, because that's a really big part of Elemental Shaman. And then also positioning. Like, when I was watching Saul's games, he was having a very aggressive kind of Enhancement Shaman positioning, even playing Elemental Shaman. So we'll see if he's cleaned that up a little bit, because those are the 2 main things I'm looking for, and I've no doubt Saul's going to nail those. But, you know, being a newer specialization for him, we'll have to see if he can pull it off.
Yeah, newer role. I mean, we're so used to seeing the top level players able to just play anything on a dime. So when new teams come in and they multi-class, there's going to be some growing pains for them specifically. And production's really putting the heat pressure on me, showing this prediction here with me. Come on, F tier. Come on, man. This Ellie Shaman, I need you to do this for me, man. I need you to do you need to do it for yourselves, and you need to do it for me. But more importantly, me, okay?
Yep. I don't think they would agree. I don't think they would agree with that one, but yeah, I mean, besides the prediction, it's just the points. You just want the points so bad. You want to make it to Championship Sunday.
They got to keep their spot. Fellowship want to yoink it.
I know. It's such a competitive region right now. It's just really hard to see really difficult to see who is going to come out ahead, but we'll see. Game number 2 between these 2 teams, elimination series. What is Saul going to be able to get done on that Elemental Shaman in the middle of the map right now? Looking for some early damage with that Primordial Wave.
Saul playing, he's right on top of the mage here as Elemental, just laying in some burst damage with his Windwalker. But I think the static fields are going to be real. Oh my god, he just died. This is crazy, the amount of pressure that they have. Maybe this is why UNITAS didn't want to play a mage. Mage and its barrier's already broken through. Pops through with another shield. They've already broken that barrier as well. Another shield onto himself. Another shield onto himself. They're going to break through those shields as well. He's got Alter Time still. He goes to get another powered shield. And how fast are they going to cut through this one is now the question. It looks like they're working their way through that shield. That little white bar above the blue one is a shield. It absorbs damage. And it looks like Majidin is going to be under a lot of fire here if Dorito connects. Nice sheep behind the pillar. I like this positioning from Majidin. Bait the monk out of line of sight, sheep him out of line of sight, force the paladin to run in, and now Kearney is sneaking up in the paladin. He gets a full fear. Tremor Totem from Saul, though, is good, and this Ellie Shaman looks so much better.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure, you just can't kite it. That's the thing. Majidin's trying to kite away, but Saul's just there. Lava Burst after Lava Burst. Purge is coming in. Majidin could be in trouble. Dorito's all over him at the time being. And I mean, Majidin being in the middle of the map like this, it is a dangerous place to be. Icy Veins gets traded out, but he is just getting absolutely destroyed. This is looking way better. I mean, Saul, this is like... yeah, I don't know. This is like the final form of Saul. Majidin is low. Calvish is low. Kearney's struggling to heal. Let's see if the Fellowship can put it together and get some counter pressure here, because F tier looks like they might be able to walk away with this one.
They got Calvish's medallion as well on this push, so now he's an option moving into the future. Calvish is trying to pressure the Paladin. Full Maim stun. Frozen Orb down, not enough damage. They're going to swap off that and go after Saul, but Calvish is still low health. Kearney is really struggling. He's going to go for Ultimate Penitence. He's up in the skies there, Grounding Totem. Saul's not going for the grounding. I think he wants to prioritize the polymorphs instead. Nice static field. Oh, stacks him up for a double leg sweep into an in cap, into a Hammer of Justice. This setup from F tier is nasty. That's going to force the survival instincts from Calvish, the rapture from Kearney, and if they can do that a couple more times, this is going to be an easy dub.
Yeah, this is looking good so far for F tier. Shaz still has a lot of defensive cooldowns that he can rotate through. Saul is looking incredibly durable, and it's so much more difficult for the Frost Mage to deal damage in this particular match. I mean, when the Elemental Shaman can actually hit you, and you're not just getting free cleave on Dorito and Saul, it becomes a lot more difficult for you to ramp up your pressure. But Saul finally under fire. Forced to trade out the Astral Shift. At the same time, though, Calvish is on the run. He gets instantly wind sheared. Fastest wind shear I've ever seen there by Saul onto Calvish to stop that Cyclone. Really nicely done. He leaps away, trying to stay on top of Majidin, gets the Lightning Lasso. Majidin trinkets out of that. Big Rapture Shields. Actually, just a big powered shield going to connect there to Majidin. Shaz looking like he wants to mount up, finds the full Hammer of Justice. Does he have Repentance? Does he have a blind? Kearney's in crowd control. Calvish is in trouble. There's the Blinding Light. Tears Deliverance. Kearney has to trinket swap paints up. I mean, Kearney just burned through everything, Sid.
I mean, they're on a rampage right now. They're so close to the kill. They have a lot of defensive options. It's just time to keep the gas pedal on the floor here. And Kearney's out of crowd control finally, but Majidin is just getting destroyed. Dorito's right there. Saul trinkets out of the bash to get aggressive as well. Can they purge off this shield? It's a massive shield right now. Doesn't look like he can purge it, but they're keeping Calvish on his toes as well as he charges in onto Saul. Lava Burst being casted through. Majidin gets wind sheared. Kearney's positioning on top of Shaz, or is it Shaz on top of Kearney? It looks like Kearney wants to get a fear here. They have Tremor Totem, so Saul pre-burrows, but they land a ring delaying the fear, so they might be able to stun Saul on the fear and cover it. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it, though, unfortunately. They're just going to decide to pull away. He doesn't want to get Hammer of Justice, it looks like, at the moment. Chaz is pushing in towards Kearney. He's line of sighting him. There's no trinket for Kearney, so this could win the game. Another static field, double leg sweep. This setup is crazy from F tier. That gets the second ice block.
Yeah, and Calvish is knocked up into the air. They're not out of it yet. Kearney's really struggling. Pain suppression available. Powered Barrier might have to make the trade. Majidin is getting low, and there's no ice blocks for another 2 minutes. When the Tiger is available for Dorito in just a few short seconds, he's going to have a ton of damage available. Majidin going for a shifting power, desperately trying to reset some cooldowns defensively, but Saul now under fire. They are reversing the pressure of the Fellowship, finally getting some damage rolling, but Saul, he has so many cooldowns he can rotate through. He's got the Astral Shift if he needs it, the new Stoltborg Totem, and Majidin is just getting lower and lower. Pain suppression trades, but that might not be enough. Saul is there. He's got the Lava Verse. He's got the Earth Shock. Can he take him down? Dorito finally connects, looking for an interrupt, but Majidin is just so incredibly low. He's trying to kite away, but it's just so difficult. Kearney finally keeps him alive. Now they're going to stop on Calvish, but Dorito in a lot of trouble. Gets the Karma off onto Calvish, and Calvish has to abandon the push. The double leg sweep comes in. Calvish is low. Saul pushing in to end the game. Can they do it? F tier is just swarming the Fellowship.
That was a great bear form there by Calvish. He'd be dead right now if he didn't pre-bear from the leg sweep. Now he's trying to get aggressive, building up the bleed. Saul doesn't have a lot of options. Majidin knocks Dorito away, but he's able to reconnect quite quickly. Paralyze onto the healer. Double leg sweep not available. Saul's in a maim stun. They just bop that off. They're trying to stay aggressive. I like that he canceled his Blessing of Protection so Majidin couldn't steal it in this instance. And now Shaz is into a polymorph. He's got to be careful with how he times his medallion. in here. He's just going to trinket it right away, but now he's into a bash with no trinket. Sol could be in trouble. How are the Fellowship doing this? They're actually starting to turn this game around. If they can hold on a little bit longer, they got one more pain suppression. Mage and shifting power, trying to reset some blinks, and that cold snap is in 10 seconds. That shifting power was so clutch. 8 more seconds to an ice block. 6 more seconds to an ice block. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. He should be good to live to it, and now Sol is in trouble. Oh, he's gonna have to press it immediately, I think. Static field, though. The leg sweep once again forces the ice block immediately from Majorden, but Calvish gets caught in a lasso. Is he gonna trinket it? They managed to interrupt it. Nice interrupt. They're swapping to Shaz out of nowhere. The Fellowship throw a surprise uppercut at the healer, but they can't drop him.
Yeah, it's odd enough, and now Calvish may have overextended. Majorden with no cooldown. Sol and Dorito are looking to make a push. Shaz in the backline just to seal the deal. Gets off the Tears Deliverance, but mana is not good for either one of these healers. Either one of these teams could fall. Who's going to overextend? Who's going to get caught into the stun? That's what we're waiting to find out. Lava Burst come flying in here from Sol. Trades out the Astral Shift, but now into a bash. Sol is vulnerable. They might be able to actually take him down. He's got the burrow if he needs it. Majorden at the same time getting massive shields. This Rapture, this last line of defense from Kearney has to be enough.
With the burrow, Sol's beneath the earth during this crowd control onto Shaz. Well timed, but there's basically no defense left here for Sol. There's no defense left for the Fellowship either, but they need to get on Majorden. Nice triple leg sweep. Dorito is going wild in this series with these leg sweeps, and I think they're likely to close this out. Majorden is cowering in the corner. Calvish could get set up on here as well as he's overextended. Majorden's just dying to Dorito. Hammer of Justice on DR, but it doesn't matter. Dorito is there, and crunch goes Majorden. But Sol, is he going to fall in a possible reversal? Calvish is trying to go for it. He's quite close to the kill, but I think if he gets a healing surge here, he gets skull bashed. Big heal comes in. Sol likely, I don't know, he's out of mana. Maybe it's possible. Instant Tremor on the Fear. I'm thinking this should be unlikely, but I do not want to count Calvish out. Ring of Peace bounces Calvish off in bear form. And now he's healing himself up behind the pillar. A couple healing surges. Calvish is still refusing to give up. It's never over till it's over. But I think in about 5 more seconds, it's going to be over.
Never over till it's over, but this is looking kind of over once that sacrifice trades. Divine Shield's going to be available. If Calvish and Kearney can pull this off, it's going to be a miracle. Stun goes out onto Calvish. Leg sweep on Kearney. Kearney also just running on fumes. If he had mana, it might be possible, but I do think that the Fellowship's going to have to tap out. Calvish, there's no way you're going to live. All right, he's still going to hold on. He's not giving up just yet, but I don't know if Kearney's going to be able to recover him. This is looking like it will go in favor of F tier, but I guess never give up, never surrender. Calvish will make this final push. Somehow still alive. Almost unbelievable. Still,
there we go.
Yeah, there it is. All right, they're tapping out. But everyone's full health. There's mana, there's cooldowns. There's not really much you can do.
For it. You never know. Like sometimes teams celebrate and then they stand up. They thought they won and they should have kept playing, and then someone dies. I've seen that happen. I can't remember who it was. I swear it happened at BlizzCon actually. One team stood up. Maybe it was for a different game at BlizzCon. You're
talking about Orange Marmalade?
Was it Orange Marmalade? Somebody, it might have been. Somebody stood up and was celebrating their win, and then the other team just kept playing. And so sometimes,
yeah, that was definitely Orange Marmalade.
Was it Orange Marmalade? So yeah, I feel like you can never. You gotta try. You know, a little bit. Just try a little bit. You don't know. They might disconnect. You don't know. Miracle moment might happen in that instance. I'd be celebrating, thinking they won, and not trying, or someone disconnects, and then you manage to pull it back 2v3. So you got to give it at least a little bit of a go.
Yeah. Well, the Elemental Shaman certainly looked better, but it was still close. I mean, this is about as close as you can possibly get. Shaz with no mana, Sol barely holding on, almost going down in the 2 versus 3. So incredibly back and forth game. And I feel like this is a series that could go the distance. I have to believe that F-Tier liked the Elemental Shaman more. From my point of view, it seemed like a way, way, way better matchup. So he's able to get out a lot of pressure. Majorden wasn't able to get out nearly as much damage playing against, the Elemental Shaman and the Windwalker Monk. It's much more difficult. When you're that Frost Mage, you want people clumped up. You want to be able to get the Ring of Fires, the Combat Storms, the Meteors, the Frozen Orbs, the Double Lances. That's when your damage goes through the roof. If people are split up, it's not nearly as scary. So we'll see what kind of adaptations the Fellowship has here.
All right, big map. So I'm thinking they want to set up either Feral Mage again or maybe some type of Devastation Evoker comp.
Could be Hunter Jungle, maybe?
Yeah, Jungle or Devastation Feral. That's what I'm thinking the Fellowship want to go for here. F tier, I think, should lock in the same. Unless they've done, a ton of war games. But, this seems to be, maybe their ticket to possibly keeping their top 3 position in the points.
Yeah, this composition, just one of those comps that no one's really playing right now. A Windwalker Monk isn't too bad. I think there's things that make it difficult. It's kind of obnoxious on the Monk. The thing is, as a monk, you really need. Like, this is my thoughts on the monk. Like, a lot of the time when I play my monk, I'm frustrated even when I win. It's like you really have to have like that Zen spirit when you play Windwalker monk, and just like, okay, I'm getting kited, I can't hit anything, I'm getting kited, like I'm getting sheeped on all my cooldowns, but eventually, because you're so durable, you can finally connect in those leg sweeps and put out a lot of damage. So the positives for Windwalker monk is you're very difficult to take down, and when you do connect, you do a crazy amount of damage. The negatives are you're getting kited a lot. You know, it's kind of frustrating gameplay, but if you have that like Zen mindset, which I guess Dorito has because this is all he plays, it could definitely work out.
I was surprised to not see them try the Dev Evoker. I feel like it would be such a great substitute for the Mage. Like, how does a Windwalker just can never touch a Dev Evoker, I assume, playing the Freedom talents and Scale Commander?
I mean, don't you remember when we saw F tier literally still win? Like, Chelmy was flying around, wasn't a target, but just every leg sweep had to panic.
Maybe. I don't know. The Mage looked that much better either. I felt like they were just scraping by. Maybe there's just nothing good. They're so evenly matched that they're just going to have to play better if they want to take this.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. The Fellowship, same composition. I kind of feel like these are the matchups we're just going to see all the way to a potential game number 5. So it's going to be a back and forth series. Saul and the Elemental Shaman, I think, has been such an important pickup for their team. I know he likes the Enhancement Shaman, but I think if he can nail this Elemental Shaman... The thing is, like, in North America, there's not many good Elemental Shamans that actually compete. It's, like, very rare to see, right? Like, a lot of the Elemental Shamans... a lot of the Elemental Shaman kind of mains in North America either don't compete or, they just don't have a team. So Saul picking this up, I think, is going to be really important for the roster because I do think Elemental Shaman is a little bit underrated right now and actually pretty strong.
Yeah, I think it's quite durable, good consistent damage. It seems like finishing power is a little bit where it lacks, so picking up something like a Windwalker that has excellent finishing power seems to be like a good combination in terms of each specialization shoring up the weaknesses of the other. The Windwalker struggles to connect, so the Elemental Shaman can static field and bring enemies to the Monk. The Elemental Shaman struggles to finish targets, so the Windwalker has Touch of Death and a bunch of crazy single target pressure in order to keep a target low enough that they can actually take the game. So we're going to a game 5, which means that either Ven and I could possibly... Well, technically it could be 3-1, but it's given the vibes that this is likely going to be a game 5. So who's going to be right? Who's going to get the perfect points? Who's going to keep their top 3 position possibly here? Because F tier are likely looking like they're going to have to forfeit it if they lose this series, because there's a lot of teams that are moving forward now that are eager to take it.
All right, here we go. Gates are open. Imperial Domain. Agent looking for a little bit of a food break here, bringing in some fast food for Kearney to make sure he can drink throughout the game. Right now, Saul is going to be opened up on. He was the main target in the last game, but the big struggle, honestly, was just Major being able to connect a lot of damage. Calvish looking for an early Cyclone. He gets to Ring of Peace there. Great backup by Dorito, slowing down that initial crowd control. And Dorito just does such a good job with all the Monk's tools to really enable his team.
The static field hit Majidin? It did. It's pinning Majidin next to Dorito, but Calvish is still tearing into Saul. Shaz is in a great position at this pillar. He can line of sight Majidin and heal Saul at the same time, and now he's repositioning to the opposite side, just completely avoiding Majidin. It's basically Shaz and Saul versus Calvish. They're throwing judgments in with that lightning lasso. Dorito is peeling back for a moment to try and push Calvish off the pillar. Now Saul is advancing. Calvish is still trying to build up damage on him. Fist of Fury parrying any damage onto himself there from Dorito. Full stun onto Saul, but no control. Majidin, he's playing this very defensive. They're just kiting on the outside of the map, and it looks like they do want to try and drag this fight on for some time, but they might not be able to with this pressure that's surprisingly high on Calvish.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking good. Saul is just continuing to push the pace. I like this. He's just unafraid, pushing forward, gets the double static field once again. Kearney is going to be dropping that powered berry, but a beautiful Ring of Peace. Nicely done there. And Kearney gets caught into a Hammer of Justice, into a Blinding Light. Majidin is getting absolutely deleted. Needs to be careful. It looks like he will be able to hold on, but that is really scary.
Okay, Saul trying to put his team in his pocket there, but ultimately it was Saul that had to use a major cooldown, his Astral Shift. So despite that pressure, nice shields on Majidin. Dorito gets knocked. He's looking to reconnect. Roots, I like the Earth Grab Totem on the Mage as well to hold him for the Monk, but here comes a Comet Storm onto Saul, and Shaz responds with Sacrifice. That's denying the Ultimate Penitence and the Comet Storm, so that's a really big value sacrifice for Shaz. I'm curious to see if either healer opts to try and get a couple of sips, a couple of drinks before they get to those later stages of the game. Yeah,
Hammer of Justice now onto Calvish. It looks like they are making a swap. Kearney's really far away. Lightning Lasso out of the Hammer of Justice, but it looks like Calvish is completely fine. That's going to be the Bark Skin as well as the Rapture here from Kearney. And Calvish can continue to make a push. He's not afraid. But I do like it. The Elemental Shaman, one of the things they excel at is getting pressure on multiple targets. So if they can really make Calvish afraid in the match, it might be an opening for their team. In the meantime, though, Saul had to go underground. So using that burrow to not only avoid some damage, but also interrupt Calvish's Cyclone. Really nicely done there by Saul.
All right, but that's another cooldown out of his pocket. Calvish, static field, double leg sweep. Another clean setup with the paralyze. Forces a double trinket. Might be a trinket and a block if they're not careful. If Saul gets a couple procs here. Lava Burst coming through. Looks like they're swapping back onto Calvish with the touch of karma. That forces his survival instinct. So now the Feral Druid on the next leg sweep is what I want to see. A double static field, double leg sweep, swap to the Feral Druid.
Yeah, let's see if they can do that. It's going to be a little bit before that leg sweep is available. Another 28 seconds. We'll see what Kearney's going to be able to do. Calvish on the run a little bit here. Majordan looking for a shifting power. Wants to get that Veins rolling as fast as possible. Calvish just leaping away. Shaz actually sitting down for a little drink. I don't know if he got mana there, but Calvish might outright die, trying to slow down that mana regeneration. At the same time, though, Saul's getting incredibly low. It's a back-and-forth match. Kearney sneaks away. Can he recover his mana? Dorito just portals on top of him. Gets a hamstring up, and then it ports back into the middle of the fight. Really good job there by Dorito. And Calvish is just getting absolutely destroyed, but with the Rapture, once again, I don't think he's going to go down here.
And Calvish is basically playing tank for his team right now, but a Comet Storm, nice Ice Nova route to hold Saul in that Comet Storm. And it looks like Icy Veins is out for Majordan, so he could ramp up a lot of damage here onto Saul. He's line of sight, he blinks in for a counterspell. Clutch counterspell from Majordan. Is that going to be enough to close it out? Saul wraps around the corner, huge heal comes through. And it looks like Saul will hold on at 50% as Shaz is so far away they can't get CC onto him. Mana is slightly in favor of Kearney, but I think it was the same last time, and they still end up losing. There's the end cap. They don't have the leg sweep, so they're just sending that to try and build pressure. There's a bop, nice wind shear to deny the clone on the bop. Saul's going to stay at the pillar so he can line of sight the Cyclone if he needs to. He wants to line of sight the Mage's spell steal as well to catch Calvish in a Lightning Lasso. Great positioning from Saul with these lassos once again.
Yep, really nicely done. Calvish leaps away, but he gets brought back in with the clash. Nice clash there by Dorito, and Calvish is forced to trade out the Bark Skin. Pain Suppression trades as well. Both these teams, this is like a game of chess almost. They're just trading out their cooldowns, putting their pieces in the right spot, waiting to make a move. Majordan right now is going berserk. He's got the Icy Veins available, but having to potentially play defensive here. It looks like Saul's going to be okay. Majordan in the midfield, they're exchanging blows, but I favor Saul here as Majordan is forced to retreat. Paralyzed onto Kearney, just cannot connect the heels. Saul just leaps in. He is unafraid and wants to really keep the pressure up here onto Majordan. But these Power Word shields are so powerful. Majordan is not going to go down. We got Rapture available for Kearney as well. I think the Fellowship's going to be okay. And this, once again, could come down to one of those games where it's just a mana race, Sid.
Yeah, another lasso on to Calvish. Majordan's team is playing this out to drag this fight on. They catch Dorito with a Comet Storm stun, but then they swap immediately back onto Saul. I think Shaz is trying to drink possibly here at the pillar. Off to the left, he's wrapping in and out. Calvish sees him. He's not going to let that happen. He's actually going to poke some damage onto him, build up some combo points, maybe set up for a swap later on. Now, Majordan's still the main target for Saul, but the shields are huge from Kearney, and Saul, I don't think he's going to be able to purge this. Calvish is still just trying to take out Shaz by himself. Gets a full stun. Saul's coming to back him up. Shaz trinkets out and stuns Calvish. That was a very aggressive move from Shaz in this position. He was really hoping it would net something big, but it only gets the Barkskin.
Yeah, Dorito still just pushing the pace here, trying to get the damage rolling onto Calvish. He gets bashed up, though. Calvish needs to slow down the drink. Shaz doing what he can to try to drop out of combat and recover his health and mana. Windshear now onto Kearney as he finds a penance here onto Shaz and making a big swap onto the Paladin. If they can net the Divine Shield, it would be massive, but I think Shaz might be able to escape. He's using his Divine Steed to just wrap around the pillar, connecting as many heals as he can. The Divine Toll, Holy Shocks. I think Shaz should be okay with that, and yeah, it looks like he's going to be fine. Eternal Flames coming in, tops off his team, and now it's going to be up to Saul and Dorito once again to keep Calvish defensive in the match.
Oh, and they're doing a good job. He's just sub 50% HP for so long. And he's just not recovering. This could be a pain suppression. It comes out from Kearney. Is he going to die through it anyway? Saul is just letting it rip at the moment. So many lava bursts. That's going to force the void shift from Kearney. He's got another paints up in a couple of seconds. Can they hold on? It looks like Calvish is stabilized. Saul trades in the meantime with a trinket and an astral shift. So it's still evenly matched between these Titans in the lower bracket, fighting for their top 3 keep.
Yeah, fighting for their tournament lives right now. Calvish and Kearney rotting down. Dorito trades out the Karma, just redirecting a lot of that Mage Cleave. So that Ring of Fire and Frozen Orb are now working in favor of Dorito as he redirects the damage onto Calvish. who is in bear form. He's got bear form. He's got as well his Heart of the Wild. So some solid defense available for Calvish, but Kearney's mana is not looking good. At the same time, Shaz doing what he can. He needs to get out of combat and try to go for a drink. Hammer of Justice now on a Majordan. They might just go after Kearney. Can they connect to Kearney? It looks like they're not going to. It looks like Calvish will be that main target. Leg sweep comes in. Beautiful sweep, but a paralyze now on Kearney. They're falling further and further behind. Shaz looks like he might be able to push in, get a Hammer of Justice here soon, but no, it's on cooldown. A full polymorph slips through nicely down there by Majordan. They're giving Majordan a lot more room to breathe in this match and just really focusing Calvish, but it might end up punishing them. Calvish, can he hold on? Kearney, there's nothing left here, Sid. Calvish is on the run. He's in bear form, but Dorito and Saul are all over him. Heart of the Wild is in. Hammer of Justice lands, and that touch of death is just almost an inevitability at this point. Can Dorito get there in the last game? He wasn't able to connect it on the Grand Arena, but I don't know if Calvish is going to be able to escape once again. Kearney somehow has mana, connecting these big shields, these big penances, and somehow, some way, Calvish stays alive.
Majordan is carrying right now. He's got so much pressure. Calvish is poking. Nice static field. No, the Ring of Peace interrupted the static. That would have been a 2-stack. It might not matter. Calvish is dying. Wild Chargers are back behind the pillar. Saul is pushing in for the kill, and Calvish has to run. He's just run, kitty, run at this point. Is he going to be able to hold on? Kearney has absolutely zero mana. He's trying to get enough to use a powered shield here, but if he gets purged on, it's game over. Dorito is connecting, and I don't think he can keep Calvish alive despite the bear form. He's trying to shapeshift away, and he's not able to do it. He's just frenzied regenning, praying it's enough, praying that Majordan can win the game for his team by himself, but Saul is owning Majordan now at the same time. It could be a double kill for F tier in just a moment. Kearney trinkets out of the Hammer of Justice. One more powered shield, enough mana for it, squeaks through. Majordan ice blocks, and the Fellowship, they have absolutely nothing. Completely cornered. If they turn this around, it would be the biggest miracle of the day.
I don't know if they can do it. Calvish, though, still going for it. Big meteor onto Dorito. He's got no defensive cooldowns. Shaz has no outs, but Calvish is still on the run. How is Calvish still alive? Run, Bear, run, kitty, run. Majordan gets caught into the lasso. What? He gets gripped away. Now Calvish is under fire. F tier saying, die, just die. How are you not dead? But I don't think Calvish is going to be able to escape again. F tier does it. And in terms of pressure, F tier looked really good this game. Like, the Fellowship played a lot more defensive. The big map was nice. They couldn't go after Majordan as easily, but Calvish was just forced really defensive in this game, and I think this is even more of a convincing win on the side of F tier.
I feel like this is selling Ellie Shaman way more. Like, why? I think Ellie Shaman could be the next evolution of the meta. You know, we don't see any class changes, but the Warlocks are starting to get phased out at least a little bit, unless you're like Chanimal or something, by these Ferals and Mages. But now the Ellie Shamans are coming in, and they're starting to phase out the Feral Druids, so it's a constant rotating door almost of teams and compositions coming in with strategies against each other, and now this one puts F tier on match point.
I call me crazy. Call me crazy. But
I
feel like that's fine. I feel like the evolution is kind of like this. It's like, okay, the Mage and the Feral is beating the Warlock. So now the Warlock teams, they need to start playing Elemental Shaman. But the Elemental Shamans in Europe, what do they lose to? They normally lose to Mage Rogue, right? Like Mage Rogue
no one's
seems
playing
to be...
that. For some reason, when they
why?
can.
Look
when
at
they can.
Unitas
is a great rogue mage. Calvish is a great rogue mage. They're not
What's
playing
going on, Sid?
They're not playing it.
Explain it to me.
I'm telling you that these rogues are just in their own heads. They're like, we can't play our main comps. We just can't. We can't. Doesn't work. And meanwhile, Echo is just like, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't play rogue mage?
Yeah. I mean, Echo's in the lower bracket too, right?
Yeah,
like,
that is true against the Ellie BM Hunter.
Yeah, so maybe Ellie is just the new king.
Is Ellie
the
new king this whole time? The sleeper spec?
What beats Ellie?
I want to say everything. I don't think Ellie is like that insane, right? Like, it's just like, it's good, but I don't think it's like ridiculous insane. Like,
yeah,
I think anything can beat it. Like, what?
Yeah, maybe it's the Hunter teams or something. Like,
yeah, I want to see a jungle possibly. I could see that, a jungle or
like
an RMP.
DK?
That's what I want.
DK.
Oh, is it
BM
DK? Is that the
like
circle of life, the food chain right there? The DK is losing because he's not queuing into Ellie's, and then okay.
I don't know, but this just looks good, right? Like, Saul's just picking up the Elemental Shaman, and it definitely looks good. And that's the thing, right? Like, we talked about F tier, we talked about, there we go, RMP. Okay, now we're gonna get to test. Like, is the RMP better? I kind of feel like it will be, but we'll have to wait and see. But I did want to just talk about F tier really quick and Laros being on the bench. Like, there are some class tunings coming in for next week and likely for, or 100% for the next cup. and Warriors are getting a big power spike. Like I'm kind of excited at the fact that maybe Laros is going to be able to play Ellie Warrior with Saul. Like that could be really cool.
I think Feral is not. Well, actually, I shouldn't say Feral. They're not playing Feral. They're playing Windwalker. What is there anything happening in Windwalker? I don't think. Actually, aren't they buffing the Celestial thing or something?
The Celestial Conduit's getting buffed.
Yeah.
So it's like it's mastery. I think it's actually pretty significant. If monks are playing a lot of mastery, it is a good amount of damage. It's going to go up, I think. So that's about it, though.
All right, Rogue Mage Priest, the final boss of Arena. Can F tier manage to overcome Rogue? Maybe they were afraid of Enhancement Shaman? Why? I feel like you shouldn't be afraid of Enhance or Ellie as RMP. Unless it's a BM Hunter. I think the BM Hunter. But with the Windwalker, I think specifically, the Mage should be able to just take the Windwalker out of the game, and then the Ellie should just be praying that they're surviving the whole time, is how I foresee this matchup playing out. But we will get to see it in real time here in just a moment.
I'm excited for it because in my head, I'm thinking the Fellowship, they should be, like their RMP should be like top tier, right? Like on paper, I feel like they're got to be one of the best RMPs in North America. So if anyone's going to be able to pull off this type of matchup, it would be them. F tier, Saul on the Elemental Shaman is looking good so far. And I think the one thing about F tier that's really good is they do kind of deal with these they do deal with these Rogue Mage Priests pretty well. They have great communications, a lot of heads up plays. Normally you're seeing like lesser Windwalker monks, they're just going to die to every stunlock that an RMP manages to pull off. But a good monk is pre-porting, pre-walling, pre-karming, and it becomes difficult to actually take them down.
We have the prediction standings. I want to know if like this tiebreaker between F tier and the Fellowship is the tiebreaker between me and you. I feel like it's probably pretty close. This could be a tiebreaker, at least on correct predictions. I know you're owning me on perfect predictions. Like, yeah, I got to take my wins where I can. This could actually make me pass Zico as well, I think. I think he's predicting alongside you, at least in that direction.
But you feel real good
so
right now.
I really need Fellowship to win this and then lose the next one. That's like ideal for me, okay?
Just gotta like stop even thinking with my predictions, just throw a dart at the dartboard. But F tier, one away from closing it out. The Fellowship, they are going to be mixing it up, bringing in Calvish back on the Subtlety Rogue. Let's see how they decide to open here. Sap on Saul, cheap shot on Dorito, Kidney now on Shaz, now a cheap shot on Saul. So really creating that 3 versus 1 situation, but they don't even pull a trinket out of the way. Good defusal there by F tier.
All right. Great deflection in the opener here, but they're still keeping the chain going for a bit. There's that static field, but doesn't really pull anybody in. Majordan escapes and gets a polymorph. Saul's just going to pop his wall immediately. He's respecting that crowd control on Shaz. Now he's blasting Lava Bursts onto Majordan, paralyzed onto the Priest. Majordan is really struggling in this position. Big shields with the Rapture. Does he get lucky on a Purge here? They're just breaking the shields. They don't even care about trying to purge it. Just Earthshock crit and absolutely crush it. Rapture's already over.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking a little bit scary. They just haven't got anything going. They need to get a setup going. What is Calvish going to be able to do? He lands his stun here, but almost no crowd control. Finally, the polymorph actually lands here on Shaz. They might be able to get something going here. Ultimate Penitence from Kearney as well, putting out a ton of pressure. Saul just going to immediately burrow underground to avoid that completely. Just bunkering down, now getting out, and unfortunately, they really didn't get that much. Still getting no trinkets out of the way. Some defensive cooldowns from Saul, but Shaz is going to have a lot of answers here coming up.
Paralyze. Kearney, no trinket. Pain suppression immediately. Trying to stay on top of him. Kearney's in position for a fear, but they need a stun on the Shaman, and Calvish is rooted. He steps over, but he knocks him. Did he get the Tremor? No, he had to trinket and Tremor. That would have been so clutch with that knock bottom time, but they sheep him anyways. Clutch sheep here from Mage, and that gets the Divine Shield, and this is the Fellowship that you like to see. Aggression and setups.
Yeah, just really clean gameplay. They get the Divine Shields out of the way. Shaz also trades out his Lay on Hand. So he still has Trinket, Sacrifice as well, but probably wants to pair those together. Realize if he just uses his Trinket, it's likely going to be his Divine Shield anyways, is to get re-crowd controlled. So I like the fact that he just pulled the trigger with the Divine Shield. Full Hammer of Justice now onto Kearney, and damage is really low for F tier. Like, they're not, although their damage is high on the scoreboard, it doesn't really seem like they're able to get too much going. Saul is just so far on the back foot right now. They really need to start putting some pressure here onto Majordan if they can, but I don't think they're going to be able to. Saul is so incredibly low on health. Huge healing there by Shaz.
What is that heal, Shaz? Just trinkets and says, nope, that's not happening. I'm shutting this down right now. Dorito's now popping cooldowns. Could be a swap to Calvish. Big spinning crane kick. What is this turnaround? It's match point. They can't afford any mistakes, and Calvish navigates that with Vanish. Such a close call. Now he's looking to reconnect onto the Shaman, but he's a bit hesitant. He finally gets top, but Majidin is now low. Lava Burst central for Saul as he's free casting with that Spirit Walker's Grace. And Calvish is choosing to get on top of the Paladin, but he walks into a Hammer of Justice. He had to trinket it, but he manages to reconnect with the Shadow Step. They get the full fear. They're probably going to get the Polymorph. They get the Polymorph. Saul's in trouble. He's basically... Nice grapple weapon. Dorito is doing... He clashes Majidin to stop the sheep. That was a crazy play by Dorito. He disarms the rogue, clashes the mage out of line of sight, breaks Shaz free, and now they're starting to pick up the heat here on the Majidin.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Dorito. Just clutch Windwalker plays. And keep in mind, Calvish had to trade out his trinket. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. He's got 0 defensive cooldowns whatsoever. And he could be in trouble. He really needed to get that set up. Shaz did such a good job with that counter Hammer of Justice. Burrow. Really forcing his hand pre-burrow here by Saul as well. We'll be avoiding a lot of incoming damage. And is Dorito going to be a target? Saul's there. He drops a grounding totem. I don't think Dorito's going to go down. There's just no way in this situation.
He's got cooldown. That was a great play by Saul. Pre-burrow, line of sight to the rogue. He avoids the stun lock. Now he can get aggressive. F-tier want this win, man. They want to maintain their top 3 position in North America. Paralyze on the healer. No trinket. Lightning lasso for follow-up, but it looks like Dorito is abandoning the push. He's a bit scared. Now he's going in. Static field. Triple whirling dragon punch, knocking the whole team into the skies. But this is big power with shields. Evasion from Calvish. They can't attack him. Dorito needs to get back on the mage. He's trying to reconnect, but there's the kidney shot. Saul needs to get ready pre-walls, but they're going on Dorito, and he should be able to survive here. He's got Karma. It's a full fear. Tremor Totem. Looks like they polymorph him. It's not going to matter. Hammer of Justice. No trinket. Can Dorito get there? Can Saul get there with this crowd control? Shaz is in position. Doesn't look like he's got the blinding light, though, to chain it. Calvish is stepping out defensively. Dorito is just tearing in. He wants to finish this. He knows Calvish is vulnerable. They drop the barriers there. Ring of Peace to bounce him out of this. Maybe they don't even need it. They're just killing him through barrier.
Yeah, this is an unbelievable amount of damage. A full blind lands on Dorito, but it is going to be breaking, and Dorito is still just putting the pressure here onto Calvish, who's forced to run away. They get the kidney shot on Shaz, but Saul shuts it down. Huge damage, big leg sweep. Kearney's forced to trade the life shift, the void shift there, to keep Calvish alive. He's got the Cloak of Shadows coming up here soon, but this is the Shadow Blades. This is the moment that the Fellowship really needs to make something happen, and they're just really struggling to do so.
Yeah, Saul's positioning. Dorito, excellent defense. Calvish is getting overwhelmed. Kearney has got almost nothing. He's got ultimate penitence, and just to say, did he death that incap there? I think he might have, and that's clutch with no trinket at this point. Earth Elemental stun onto Calvish, trying to set up Dorito to close this game out, but it's not enough. Saul gets stunned. He's choosing to sit through this, even though it's the ultimate penitence. It's a lot of damage raining down onto Saul here, and they're on match point. They're so close to a win. Shaz is heavily ahead in mana at this point. Hammer of Justice comes down. He trinkets, but it doesn't look like it matters. She death procs, and he goes out. F tier have their number.
F tier is just looking so good. You know, I saw in the open bracket Saul playing this Elemental Shaman, and it ends up paying dividends for them, keeping them alive in that lower bracket. I love the fact that they had the presence of mind to make that shift, and I kind of wonder why they didn't lock this in blind. Maybe just having more confidence. It could be one of those things where it's like, okay, we have so much more experience on Enhancement Shaman. It has to be better. Nope. Play the Elemental Shaman. This looked way better into the RMP, into the Feral Mage. And honestly, F tier with this is looking like a real threat to honestly anyone in the tournament.
It might be threatening the meta as far as like, are they going to be the next team that beats Welcome to the JUNG, and then next week Welcome to the JUNG is a Windwalker LE team or something? Because this is coming out of nowhere seemingly, right? Like this is Saul in 1 week swapping over from being a one-trick enhancement and making a deep run last week, and then switching to Elemental in 1 week, and now still beating some of the other top teams in the region. So this is definitely, I think, between North America and Europe, opening up the table and opening up the options for future compositions on Tuesday.
Oh, this is exciting. We got an Elemental Shaman in Europe. It's like, or in North America. It's been such a long time. Yeah, this just opens a bunch of doors here for F tier, and I feel like F tier, they're going to get a little bit of a power spike too, going into the next week. But we'll have to wait and see. The Fellowship, kind of struggling here. You know, they tried the Feral Mage, they tried the Rogue Mage, didn't work out. You think, like, what do you think it was that made it so difficult? Because for me, it just seemed like F tier was playing this so heads up. You know, the pre-burrows. Like, it's just defensively, F tier is so incredibly good. You know, they can read the setups, they know what's coming. And they always have these heads-up plays that just make it really difficult to get the clean setups as an RMP.
Reminded me back like when Swapsy and Botar and Joe Fernandez were playing like Turbo Cleave in WAD, and they were just an unbreakable wall of defense, perfect rotation of cooldowns.
Vigilance.
You could never get through their defense. And F tier are just doing the same. They're just playing crazy good defense. If they don't have cooldowns, it's like, well, Dorito, do you have a disarm? Okay, save that for this specific moment, and then use this to survive. So even if they don't have cooldowns, they use crowd control in order to extend for a go, or they use positioning to extend and buy more time for another go. So this is top level defense play from F tier.
Yeah, it's just really fun to see a Windwalker monk too. I mean, have we seen any other Windwalker monks?
No, Chun-Li would be the only other one I think that could step in. Maybe Dorito will inspire him a bit to come back. Is he inspiring you to come back, or you just don't want to get Frost Nova'd?
No, I don't want to get Frost Nova'd. I'm not about that life. Like, just chasing around an evoker who's immune to snares. Like, I live that life. I kind of just like, okay, I'm a Mistweaver now.
I'm gonna pass behind you.
It is fun. Like, Windwalker monks did get some cool utility, like knocking people up in the air. Like, you have a good amount of damage when you can connect. You can be really disruptive with the clashes, and a good monk like Dorito. I mean, Dorito really is holding it down. The only one really representing the spec. He's an inspiration to us all us aspiring Windwalker monks. So it's been great to see him play and actually find success on the specialization.
Yeah, totally agree. And I am interested to see if this is something that other teams maybe choose to adopt themselves. But, you know, with that Windwalker Ellie composition, you're kind of touched on it a little bit, Ven, but do you feel like this is a comp that could go head-to-head with Team Liquid?
Definitely, 100%. I think Elemental Shamans right now, they're not bad into Warlocks. They're not bad into Mages. Like, I think in general, like caster versus caster, it's always pretty solid for them. So if Dorito can actually stay on target and, attack a Warlock, if that's what Liquid decides to run, I could easily see them winning. And the thing about the Windwalker Monk I talked about, like, one of the main strengths of the Windwalker Monk is you're just so incredibly durable. You're really good into these melee cleaves as well. Things like grapple weapon, getting the double stuns, the rings of peace. It's just really, really powerful defensively against cleaves. So I think it could work out for them. And I think Liquid definitely has to be prepared for this one.
I think so as well. We are taking a look currently at the North American bracket. Of course, these are going to be Championship Sunday's games. We are all done with the series for today, so we're moving on into Sunday tomorrow. And here's a bit of a sneak peek: Team Liquid versus F tier down there in that lower bracket. And then Super T's, we've got Welcome to the Jung versus the Move up top.
Liquid had their shot against them. 3-0. No chance. Absolutely destroyed. Now the Move get their shot at Welcome to the Jung, making it this far, and they've got some different compositions. They had the Shadow Priest, so I do wonder if Whiskey is going to be utilized at all in this series, and maybe that's going to be the counter to the Feral Mage, and that's what they've got as a surprise for them, or maybe Giants too, as well as the new fourth for the team, because it looked so hard. It looked so hard for Liquid to be able to win that matchup as the Roguelock.
Yeah, I welcome to the Jung. They've been having an incredible weekend, even during the offline games. They didn't drop a single map. They've been a 3-0 all across the board for every single one of their series. So they're definitely the king of the hill at the moment. They're first in terms of standings for North America at 180 points. But we've got some other teams following closely behind: Power Toads, F tier, and then the Move in fourth place. So definitely looking forward to those North American games and seeing how that plays out towards the end of the weekend. But that being said, we've got EU games as well. If you missed Friday, it was quite an exciting day of games. Also, the defending champions from Cup number 1, Echo, now currently sitting in the lower bracket facing off against Bleached Bones, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly going to be an interesting matchup. I feel like Echo being in the lower bracket, they're not happy about it. Like, they haven't said a lot since they lost to Phoenix Reborn. So I think they're laser focused. They want to get their crown back. And this has happened before, where Echo goes down in the lower bracket and they just slowly climb through and they inevitably make their way into the finals. We'll see if Bleach Bones is going to be able to shut them down. Last week, it was Echo that came out victorious. But a big story for me in Europe is just Phoenix Reborn. Phoenix Reborn and the return of Zeepai, like, their team is looking really good. Swapsy on the Death Knight, got Fuston on that Beast Mastery Hunter, just bringing in some comps you're not seeing a lot of other teams run. And it's been really interesting to see how well they've done, because not only did they beat Echo, they also beat Bleach Bones in a really close series, and they could be a team that starts picking up a lot of points and being a real threat in the region.
Yeah, they certainly could. Here is a look, of course, of the European standings. We've got Drive Overload and Echo tied in first place at 180, and then 2 third-place teams, Bleached Bones and StreamerZone.gg. So kind of a tight space up there in top 4. Everyone kind of butting elbows to try and solidify their spots up there. So it's going to be a competitive weekend no matter which region you are tuning in for. So make sure you are doing just that. We're starting off the day in EU, and then ending it in North America for Sunday. But thank you so much, everybody, for watching. That is going to wrap it all up for us. We'll be here same time, same place, of course. And wait, actually, real quick, before we head out, let's take one more look at the predictions leaderboard and where we did end up.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not on the
Hold
bottom.
on.
I've been
What
down there
is
for
this?
so long. It's been so long.
Okay.
Refuse
What do you have to
comment.
say? No comment
about
from
it.
Ben. Sid, any word? How
Also,
are you
like-
feeling about this win?
I've never been so happy to be 4th.
Yep.
Also, like, I know Zico's playing a little bit of a disadvantage because he's not here, but like, I love Zico. No one's a bigger fan of Zico than me, but like the Zico, you know, the profit thing, like he's down there with me,
Yeah.
last place.
I mean,
To be
I'm
fair,
not
his
seeing it the
perfect
same way you
ones
guys are.
way
listen,
hard.
he's not even here. He had to send in the whole bracket. Like, you know, I think you're. This is some copium, Vim.
Is it?
I don't know.
I mean, I've got 17. He's got 17. 50% win. We might as well flip a coin for our predictions. Like, I'm not happy with my own performance, just to be clear. But
All right, well, maybe we can have some redemption tomorrow for Championship Sunday. But now we are free to go. Twitch.tv/Warcraft. Tune in tomorrow. Also on YouTube, follow us at WoW Esports on Twitter. See you guys all tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much. Have a good night.